This exciting story begins inside the online game, in the in-game Walbury Forest. One of the players was seriously injured and was now kneeling in the middle of this forest. He found himself completely surrounded, and his fallen comrades lay beside him. One of the men told his commander that despite everything that had happened, that person never showed up. He asked what they would do next, and the woman, looking at the wounded warrior, ordered the executioner to kill him. The executioner, without thinking, rushed forward to finish off the man. The wounded warrior turned around and prepared for the worst. But at that moment, as if from nowhere, a figure burst forth swiftly, intercepting the executioner's blow. When the others saw that it was Jason, they immediately perked up. However, one of the soldiers recognized him as Hyrcanus and shouted for everyone to grab him. But Hyrcanus heard the order and rushed into the attack with lightning speed. He killed all the soldiers who intended to kill him without hesitation. When they were defeated, he asked them if they seriously thought that by attacking in a crowd they could overcome him, since they were no match for him. It was Hyrcanus. His real name was Jason. He belonged to the Mask of Haho Guild, and his nickname was Hero Killer. His friends began to apologize, claiming that it was all their fault because they did not immediately realize that the enemies would be lying in ambush. Hyrcanus, however, having put away his sword, made it clear that they did not need to apologize. He extended his hand, helping them up, and assured them that he was okay. The friends were touched that he had saved them again. But Hyrcanus emphasized that what was happening was not really their fault. He looked at the woman sitting on the throne and added that it was her fault, a pathetic loser who could not fight due to lack of skill. He then turned to her darkly, asking if this was true. But the woman only smiled mysteriously. Rising from her chair, she noted that their friendship was truly touching. But still, Hyrcanus was too sentimental. She stated that even if the losers united, nothing would come of it. This girl was Saray. Her real name was Chelsea. She was a member of the Thunder Hunters and was known as the Thunder Queen. Hyrcanus laughed and remarked that her words sounded especially funny considering that it was those same worthless people who defeated her. Then Saray warned him that he should be more careful with his words. Otherwise, she would make him regret what he said. Then Hyrcanus took out the device and asked if she really intended to make him regret something. At that moment, he activated his inventory and donned his gear, completely transforming. Pointing his sword at his opponent, he made it clear that regrets were for weaklings like her. Enraged, Saray called him an insolent bastard and ordered her men to destroy him. Hyrcanus only laughed and doubted that they had learned anything, but suddenly he felt a blade pierce his body. Turning around, he realized that it was not his enemies who had pierced him, but his own friends. The system immediately warned him that his health was rapidly declining and his movements were limited. His so-called friend explained that they were forced to earn money and asked Hyrcanus not to hate them for it. However, the hero still could not believe that he had been so brazenly betrayed. Saray burst into loud laughter and began to openly mock Hyrcanus. He turned out to be a naive fool, believing in their friendship, as if it had any meaning where money was involved. Approaching him, Saray stated that she was going to remove him from the game. Moreover, if you kill him every time you enter, he won't even be able to make progress. Saray added that he was a player who was completely immersed in Warlord, but in real life, he was a nobody. However, now, after all his efforts, he has become trash again. In response, Hyrcanus, maddened, dug his nails into the ground. Then he rushed at her with a scream, ordering Saray to shut her filthy mouth. But a moment later, he was stopped again by his own comrades, who plunged their swords into him. Looking at this, Saray thanked them for it. Gathering his remaining strength, Hyrcanus again asked why they had done this, since the guild meant everything to him. One of his friends, overcome with guilt, asked him to just die, and admitted that they had received several billion for his elimination. But even so, Hyrcanus could not get rid of his disappointment, because he had done so much for his friends. Just recently, these people swore that they were one family. Now, looking at their greedy faces, he realized that it was all just an illusion. The system soon notified him of the character's death and that he faced a 48-hour ban. Soon after, Jason woke up in the real world. He screamed in horror, realizing that he had lost everything. The game Warlord became a massive worldwide hit. It took over the world and generated huge profits thanks to AI. This game became more than just a game for Jason. This game became the only thing he was good at. because in real life, everyone always considered him trash. He recalled how he met a friend who later betrayed him. That day, this guy seemed kind to him and even invited him to create a guild together. But now, returning to these memories, he felt fury again. Grabbing his shirt and hastily putting on his slippers, he ran out into the street, his thirst for revenge never leaving him. He called Donald and wondered if he understood what he had been through. Running along the streets, he did not notice the red traffic light. At that moment, a truck was approaching him at great speed. But the hero was immersed in thoughts that if he had known how it would all end, he would never have wasted time caring about others. Not noticing the approaching garbage truck, Jason was unable to dodge. The car hit him, throwing him to the ground with all its force. Lying on the asphalt in a pool of his own blood, he heard the answering machine say that the number he had dialed was unavailable. The only thought that was running through Jason's head was that of all the possible outcomes, he was hit by a garbage truck. The images of his betrayed friend appeared before his eyes again. He also remembered the face of Suri, who removed him from the game. In the last moment before his death, he swore that he would take revenge at any cost. Then something strange happened. The system displayed a message about the connection, and that the user identification was in progress. A few moments later, the hero opened his eyes and saw that a system greeting had appeared in front of him. Hyrcanus was even more shocked when he saw a huge monster in front of him and a task that required training. The hero tried to understand what was going on. But suddenly, he heard someone call him a noob. Looking ahead, Hyrcanus noticed two guys who were shouting at him not to yawn, because they urgently needed to defeat the Minotaur. The creature, meanwhile, let out a deafening roar. One of the players exclaimed that it was impossible to complete this part alone. At least 3 people were needed to defeat the monster. Hyrcanus clarified whether the Minotaur was the tutorial boss that was removed from the game 5 years ago due to being too difficult. Hearing this, one of the guys was perplexed, because Warlord had only been released 10 months ago. These words completely confused Hyrcan. But soon, thinking about the release date, he pretended to understand them. He crouched down, raised his sword, and walked straight towards the Minotaur. The others called after him, asking where he was going, but Hyrcanus ignored them. Prepared for battle, he rushed straight at the boss. The other players looked at each other and decided he had gone crazy. The Minotaur noticed the approaching enemy and prepared a powerful attack. However, Hyrcanus managed to dodge at the last moment. He increased his speed and delivered a furious blow that cut his opponent into pieces. Soon, the remains of the Minotaur collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the players froze in shock, not believing their own eyes. But soon they looked at each other with sly smiles. Then they called out to Hyrcanus. One of them extended his hand to him, noting that he was truly strong, and invited him to join their guild. However, for Hyrcan, this offer became a painful reminder of the past, when his first friend invited him to the guild. The irritation flared in his chest again, and he declared that he had just made a decision. When the boys, laughing, asked what it was all about, they were overtaken by Hyrcanus's rage. He mercilessly destroyed them with a blow of his sword. In a rage, he said that if he ever trusted anyone again in this new life, he would consider himself a dog. Soon after, Jason returned to reality. When he opened his eyes, he was very surprised by his surroundings. The hero realized that he was in a huge V-Gear store, and there were a lot of people there besides him. He recalled that 5 years ago, he didn't have the funds for his own VR device and had to make do with a demo headset. This thought scared him even more, because it meant that he had actually gone back in time. Throwing his helmet aside, he decided there was no time to waste. Jason ran out of the store at full speed. He reflected on the fact that he now had knowledge of the future and all the skills he had developed. This meant that if used correctly, he had a chance to avenge his death. Without hesitation, he pulled out his credit card and asked the saleswoman to sell him the V-Gear device. The girl was surprised at first, but then replied that she would complete the purchase. Jason thought this was great and began to think about where to start his journey. However, soon the saleswoman called out to him in embarrassment and informed him that there were insufficient funds on the card. At that moment, Jason stood frozen in a daze. Then he looked down and realized that it was perfectly logical. After all, if he had money, he wouldn't have been sitting at the demo version then. Panic gripped him. He wondered if he would have to earn money first, but he immediately rejected this thought. There was no time for that. At that moment, a familiar voice pulled him out of his thoughts, and Chelsea, known as the Thunder Queen Siri, appeared on the huge screen in front of him. On screen, she declared that the strong never feared trials, because hesitation was a luxury unavailable on the battlefield. Siri called on everyone to become masters of war. Jason looked at the game ad in horror, realizing that in front of him was the very woman who had taken everything from him. It came to mind how she had once mockingly called him trash. He turned away in a rage, deciding he couldn't afford to be picky any longer. By the evening, the V-Gear device had already been installed in his house. The technician reported that the setup was complete, and the system was ready for use. Jason thanked him and looked at the business card in his hand. As he could only buy the device with a loan, he remembered going to the moneylender and asking for 10 million won. He agreed without hesitation. But then the man, placing Jason's hand on the table, suddenly pulled out a knife and, with a grim look, thrust it between his fingers. He made it clear to the hero that if the debt was not repaid, his life would turn into utter hell. Jason then said with some hesitation that he would cope and pay everything. But now, looking back, he decided it didn't matter. He was even ready to crawl through hell just to achieve his goal and destroy the traitors. Having completed the preparations, Jason loudly pronounced the launch command. The system responded immediately, notifying that user identification had begun. Hyrcanus thought that quite a bit of time had passed since he had found himself here. The hero realized that a girl would appear soon, but he didn't immediately remember her name. And at that moment, an entity in the form of a girl appeared before him, congratulating him on completing the training. She introduced herself as Ariadna and explained that she had come to help with class selection. Using her powers, she explained that it was necessary to choose a base class, the skills of which would determine one's class. Ariadna described 3 possible options. The warrior was a close combat fighter, suited to those who enjoyed fast-paced combat. Hyrcan was interested in this, but at the same time, he understood that in a single-player game, this class became too difficult, and therefore refused. Then Ariadna told about the cleric, a support class capable of healing and strengthening allies with magic. But the hero also resolutely refused this option, declaring that he did not intend to waste time helping others. There was one last choice left. Ariadna noted that all that remained was to hope that the game would be exciting enough for him. The system soon announced that the base class had been chosen, and that he would be teleported to his class's tower. When the hero arrived at the place, he was met by an old man sitting on a huge book. He greeted Hyrcan as a young seeker of knowledge and introduced himself to Golko, explaining that he would be his guide on the path of magic. After that, he asked him what kind of magic he would like to study. Hyrcanus replied that he would like to master dark magic. For a moment, there was silence in the room. The old man asked again if he had really spoken about earth magic, but the hero clarified that he had been talking specifically about dark magic. Shocked, Golko asked him where he learned about this art, since dark magic devoured the soul of the one who used it. Hyrcanus confidently stated that he knew about this and was ready to risk everything. Golko trembled. He couldn't believe it, but said that he was ready to get down to business right away. After that, he showed his true face, and in an instant he turned from a kind old man into a living skeleton. Golko laughed, admitting that he had not seen a young man ready to take this path in a long time. Having summoned a book of dark magic before the hero, he offered to place his hand on it. However, he warned him one last time that this road was too treacherous for the faint of heart. But Hyrcanus, without thinking, put his hand on the book. He emphasized with a firm look that his heart was far from weak. At that moment, black energy surrounded him. Then the skeleton laughed, feeling how power filled the body of the protagonist. He noticed that at last a truly interesting person had appeared. Then Hyrcanus remembered the legendary video from his past life. It showed a necromancer single-handedly defeating a raid boss. He realized that this was exactly the kind of power he needed. The system immediately announced that he had become a necromancer, and that he had also received a skeletal fragment. The hero was inspired and immediately decided to test his new skill. He threw the skull, shrouded in magical energy, to the ground. Then the system notified him that the skeletal warrior, imbued with his magic, had begun to take form. Hyrcanus watched as his magic brought the creature to life. Soon the skeleton stood before him, and then the hero thought that this time he would become a necromancer. He turned around and noted that it was time to level up, as the training dungeon was supposed to be very close. However, when he looked at his skeleton, he noticed that its head had fallen off. They just stood there, looking at each other in silence. At that moment, a portal opened and the system reported that Hirkin had entered the training dungeon for beginners. However, his mood was spoiled when he remembered how his skeleton lost its head from the slightest movement. The hero remembered that in his past life, such creatures looked much more reliable. He brought up the stats window and saw the description of the skeleton fragment skill. The hero wondered if he had overdone it with mana, and decided that he needed to gain levels urgently. Suddenly, he heard a noise and turned around sharply. As it turned out, a pack of coal wolves was approaching him. The hero was pleased and looked forward to the upcoming battle. These wolves were not considered the strongest, but their speed made them ideal opponents for testing skills. Hyrcanus then activated the skeleton fragment and ordered the skeleton to attack. The skeleton immediately appeared in front of him, and the system notified that the warrior had detected an enemy and taken a fighting stance. After this, the skeleton turned towards the animals and let out a loud, frightening roar. The wolves, seeing the creature, became slightly wary. However, Hyrcanus mentally ordered his subordinate to destroy them as quickly as possible. Hearing the order, the skeleton rushed to attack. The hero was delighted. Everything looked better than he expected. He decided that at this rate he would soon reach the maximum level. However, after the wolf's first blow, his skeleton was torn to shreds. What he saw filled Hyrcanus with genuine despair. The summoning skull fell right at his feet, and it seemed as if tears were welling up in his eyes. This simultaneously angered and confused the protagonist. He brought up the system screen again, assuring her that this couldn't be the correct result, and demanded to see the skill details. Looking further at the description, he realized that he had probably forgotten to set the mode. Then he switched his skeleton into defense mode, but the result was the same. The wolves simply gnawed at the bones of his warrior. Then he changed the setting to the third option, special action mode, but the skeleton only performed a dance in front of his enemies. Hyrcanus could not bear it and, almost in tears, admitted that he found himself in a hopeless situation. When he tried to delete the character, the system informed him that this was impossible. New accounts are not deleted for 3 months. Gherkin realized that he would be unable to delete his account or change his class. And besides, the loan payments were due in a month. The hero wondered why everything was falling apart just when he thought he was finally moving forward. Looking at his useless skeleton, he desperately asked it to at least just stand still. Then he wondered how that legendary necromancer from his past life had been able to endure so many battles. And then it suddenly dawned on him. Reopening the stats window, Hyrcanus noticed that skills could be improved in combat. He remembered that during the battle with the coal wolves, his skeleton had been watching him, as if studying his movements. A smile appeared on Hyrcanus's face, and then he threw a club to his servant. The hero declared that he was lucky to be his servant, since he himself had once been called a genius. However, in combat, as he emphasized, there was only one rule. With these words, he rushed forward and delivered a crushing blow, adding that if his skeleton did not dodge, it would die. The skeleton was thrown far back, but Hyrcanus immediately ordered him to get up. The skeleton obeyed and soon stood before the hero again. Then everything repeated itself. Hyrcanus struck blow after blow. The skeleton's body flew into the stone walls again and again. The hero shouted, demanding that his subordinate not stand there like an idiot, but learn to dodge and counterattack when the opportunity arose. The skeleton wiped his face and prepared for battle again. However, now the enemy is once again the coal wolves. This time he managed to dodge their swift attack. He then countered with a punch right to the jaw and finished the attack with a powerful spinning kick. This was enough to defeat all the coal wolves. After the victory, the skeleton turned to its master, but Hyrcanus reminded him that he should not be distracted during the battle. However, deep down he chuckled and admitted that the last blow had indeed been quite good. The system soon notified him that his proficiency in the bone shard skill had increased by several levels at once. Hyrcanus smiled contentedly and noted that his conscript had done an excellent job, and they had both received a level up. Sometime later, the hero found himself in the starting village, Fegus Castle. Hyrcanus thought that his student was learning very quickly, and that after a few more days of training, he would be able to handle the dungeons alone. Therefore, he believed that now was the decisive moment. First, he needed to reach the 10th level. Suddenly, someone called out to the main character. A plump guy appeared in front of him and asked him defiantly if he knew that after a collision, it was customary to apologize. Hyrcanus ignored him, thinking that he didn't have time for such trifles. It would be easiest to just kill them and move on. The fat man had already swung, intending to hit him, indignant that the guy was ignoring him. However, suddenly a stranger appeared in front of him and intercepted his fist. The man said that one cannot just attack people with fists. The fat man, although dissatisfied, quickly calmed down, assuming that the man was in cahoots with this guy. Hyrcanus went cold as he noticed his clothes and his powerful build. The man's name came to his mind. His name was Matador Cheb. This is a legendary warrior from his past life. The protagonist felt a cold sweat break out on him, and he involuntarily shouted for the guy to wait. However, the fat man did not pay any attention to this and spat on the ground next to the legendary warrior. He said that it was better for him to stay away if he did not understand anything, since it was Hyrcanus who had confronted him and had not apologized. The fat man added that apparently Cheb had never heard the saying, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." At first, Cheb didn't answer, but at that very second, he released a monstrous aura. Hyrcanus was amazed by the power he felt. Cheb's smile became truly creepy. Then he clarified that since he had already hit him on the palm, perhaps he should respond in kind. The fat man's comrade shouted, warning that Cheb Matador himself was standing before them. He was the leader of the Red Bulls Guild, one of the 30 strongest, a battle madman nicknamed the Killer. The fat man asked his friend in horror what such a man was doing in this place. However, Cheb grabbed him by the shoulder and demanded to hear the answer from him. The guy turned to look at him with his face distorted with fear. Then he and his friend took off running, shouting apologies as they ran. Then Cheb laughed loudly and remarked that he was glad that everything had been resolved peacefully. He patted Hyrcanus on the shoulder and asked if everything was okay with him, advising him not to pay attention to such people. However, Hyrcanus suddenly pulled away and threw his hand away. He coldly stated that next time he would not need anyone's help. The matador was left confused, not understanding what had just happened. He thought the guy was acting rather cold. Hyrcanus, walking away quickly, gloomily reflected on what had happened. The hero was momentarily completely overwhelmed by Cheb's power. Then, blazing with rage, he swore that the next time they met, he would no longer be the same person he was now. Later, when he found himself in the dungeon, he still thought about what had happened and clearly understood the difference in strength. He knew that Suri and Cheb were at roughly the same level, meaning that in order to take revenge, he would have to achieve the same power. While he was thinking, a huge black tiger suddenly pounced on him. However, before he could even intervene, he saw his skeleton warrior rush to defend his master. He destroyed the beast in an instant, pinning it to the ground with his sword. The system notified that the skeleton had killed the black tiger and received a level up. Hyrcan wondered if it really took him 3 days to reach level 10. It was longer than he expected. His servant looked a little upset. But after some time, the system finally congratulated the master on reaching level 10. She announced that monsters would no longer appear in the training dungeon. The newbie mark had been removed, and the rewards were ready to be distributed. He was reminded of his wristwatch, an important device with many functions, characteristics, tasks, a map, inventory, and messages. Gherkin noted that he hadn't used them for a long time and hurried to open the characteristics window. Looking at his stats, he thought his performance left much to be desired. Then the system suggested distributing points. Hyrcanus thought that this was the first distribution, and it was impossible to make a mistake. It would have been better for the necromancer to boost his intelligence or magic, but he unexpectedly decided to invest all his points into strength. At the same moment, the strength indicator increased by 50 units, reaching 53. The skeleton, watching all this, looked extremely disappointed. Seeing this, Hyrcanus asked him what was the matter. Then he explained that he had no intention of giving up necromancy. He explained that he did this for the sake of training his conscript. An increase in intelligence or magic would not have produced any noticeable results now. However, his strength will allow him to teach the servant all the fighting techniques that he honed in the past. He admitted that he was literally putting his life on the line, trusting that the skeleton would learn everything. But the hero ordered the skeleton not to soften, and to focus on training while he took care of the rest. Hyrcanus also added that there is a way to compensate for the missing characteristics. The next day, he went to the Raiders Association, to the Figa's Castle branch. There, the task distributor took out an item and loudly announced that new missions had arrived. The crowd of players immediately rushed forward. Hyrcanus reasoned that at this time of year the tasks were not so good, but people still rushed after them. When Hyrcanus approached the counter, he said that he would like to have one of them, and asked the old man to show him the list. The old man agreed, but warned that there were either too difficult assignments or assignments with low rewards left. Looking through the list, Hyrcanus thought that most of the missions looked incredibly boring. However, one of them immediately caught his attention. When he chose her, he decided that this was his trump card. The quest involved exploring the cave on Mount Bhima, a fairly standard mission with low-level monsters. The old man frowned and asked if he was sure of his choice, since the reward was only 10 gold coins. Hyrcan thought it looked like a run-of-the-mill mission, but if he completed it to level 15, he could earn the title of Promising. Many players doubted the value of titles, but he knew for sure that they directly increased a character's stats. A player could be low-level with mediocre stats, but once he received this title, his stats would increase dramatically. In other words, this was Hyrcanus's first step towards starting his career. As he turned around and left the quest guild, he thought it was time to get equipped. After some time, the hero arrived at Mount Bhima. However, Hyrcanus looked extremely dissatisfied, because he realized that he was wearing a ridiculous outfit. The hero began to scold himself for his stupidity, asking himself what the hell he had done. It all happened because, having spent all the money on equipment for his skeleton, he only had enough for cheap clothes. However, he decided that it would be enough to quickly finish the task and then buy normal things. Deciding not to waste a second, the hero rushed straight into the forest to complete the mission as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a bloody hand rose from the bushes. The wounded man called for help until he was dragged back into the thicket. The 3 players who dragged him away just chuckled as they listened to the man scream in terror. Later, a warrior arrived at Mount Bhima and announced to everyone that the great adventure of the mighty multi was beginning. He was proud of reaching level 11 and thought that he could perhaps become a top player in record time. Suddenly, he heard someone's desperate cry for help. Someone begging to save a missing comrade. The warrior rushed to the source of the sound and asked what had happened. The priest explained that they were attacked by a monster that appeared out of nowhere. In the end, they miraculously managed to survive. However, they ran out of healing potions. The warrior began rummaging through his device and said that he seemed to have some potions. The priest burst into tears of gratitude, but it all turned out to be a trap. While the warrior was distracted, another man struck him from behind. Having lost his strength from bleeding, the warrior collapsed to the ground, not understanding what had happened. The priest, bending over him, thanked him again, but immediately made it clear that now he and his comrades would use his things. Realizing that he had been deceived by such pathetic people, the warrior became furious. The priest plunged the blade into his body and coldly added that it was all his own fault for falling for such a cheap trick. The system notified that player Multi was eliminated and removed from the game. She also reported that his watch had been reset and now belonged to this group of players. They were members of the Ralph family, a notorious gang of gambler killers. Then the priest, who had been wearing several watches, cast a sinister glance at his friends and ordered them to look for the next victim. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the skeleton was preparing to fight the wolves. Without thinking twice, the monsters rushed at him. The hero snapped his fingers and switched his soldier into attack mode. The skeleton rushed into battle without the slightest delay and easily destroyed the enemies. The system announced that the skeleton warrior had killed an ancient wolf and received 375 experience points, then another 366 for the next one, and finally 379 for the last one. Watching the fight, Hyrcanus noted that since he had bought the skeleton a sword, he could now single-handedly deal with an entire pack of wolves. He was confident that he had done the right thing when he prioritized his subordinates' equipment. The hero thought that real players care about performance, not appearance. The skeleton looked back at its owner and noticed his proud gaze, but he immediately waved it off. The hero declared that if his warrior was already finished with the wolves, then it was time to leave. He had to level up and get rid of this ridiculous costume. The skeleton immediately hurried after its owner. But at that moment, suddenly an arrow whistled through the air and pierced his skull. This stunned Hyrcanus, and he tried to figure out where the shot had come from. A man immediately approached him and began to apologize. It turned out that these were the same deceivers from the forest. The priest said that he confused his creature with a monster, and that's why he shot. He continued to make excuses, insisting that he was sorry. Hyrcanus was about to forgive them, but he noticed a watch stained with blood on the priest's hand, as well as the sword of the slain warrior. He instantly realized that these were bad guys, and began to pretend to believe them. He smiled and said that everything was fine and asked if they had any mana potion. The priest replied that unfortunately there weren't any, but they could help him level up since mana was restored as he leveled up. Hyrcanus pretended not to suspect anything and agreed. The priest assured him that they wanted to help, since they were to blame for what happened. Pointing at the monsters ahead, he called his group into battle. Then the three of them headed towards where the wolves were. Along the way, he quietly asked if everyone knew the plan, and his accomplices answered in the affirmative. The warrior whispered that he would be the first to take on the aggressive monster. The mage said that he would then put an attack buff on them. They will then supposedly accidentally release the monster on the unsuspecting hero. They hoped that he would panic when he saw the beast rushing straight towards him. However, their expectations were instantly shattered. They could not believe their eyes. As it turned out, the skeleton dealt with the creature with ease. Then Hyrcanus calmly stated that he was fine and suggested continuing. Players began to wonder what kind of creature he was in control of, and whether his level was higher than they thought. In this case, they decided to change the plan and began releasing several waves of monsters at once. They hoped to distract the hero while the warrior quietly sneaked up behind him. As the warrior prepared to strike, he was sure that they had already won, so he brought his mace down straight on the protagonist without hesitation. However, at the moment he attacked, Hyrcanus easily dodged, which confused the enemy. Before he could react, the warrior received a crushing blow from the hero. The priest panicked and screamed in despair, trying to understand what was happening. Then Hyrcanus snapped his fingers and summoned his companion. The skeleton responded instantly, its eyes glowing blue. Then, without hesitation, he rushed together with his master to attack the bandits. They screamed in horror, begging to wait. However, they no longer had the slightest chance of defense. A coordinated attack from Hyrcanus and his skeleton fell upon them, and soon their bodies fell to the ground. Coming closer to them, Hyrcanus made it clear that he knew such people very well. He reflected that such types usually gained trust, only to betray and take the spoils. He admitted that if he had thought the same way as before, he himself might have fallen for this primitive deception. The priest cried out in despair, begging him to wait and just take everything he had. But Hyrcanus no longer trusted anyone, and made it clear that it was too late, after which he mercilessly finished off the enemy. At that moment, the system announced that the player Ralph had been destroyed, and the 8 watches he was carrying had fallen to the ground. Seeing how many watches Ralph had, Hyrcanus felt very angry. This scoundrel turned out to be crazy. However, now he could get great benefit from the trophies. First of all, he was going to buy himself normal clothes. Turning around, the hero noticed that the skeleton was kicking the already defeated warrior. Then Hyrcanus turned to his companion and offered to take some of the trophies lying nearby. After this, he extended his hand and began to heal the wound left by the arrow that pierced the skeleton's skull. After a short time, the skeleton was completely restored. Hyrcanus noted with a smile that his companion looked truly pleased. He added thoughtfully that appearance didn't matter in the game, and true beauty was only revealed on the inside. At the same time, he himself stood in an awkward pose, and the skeleton stared at him in bewilderment. Hyrcanus, meanwhile, noted that the watch that fell from the priest was a real jackpot. He knew the chance of getting rare items from someone else's watch was less than 1%. But luck was on his side. Among the trophies was also a huge amount of gold. Picking up the mask from his dropped inventory, he thought that thanks to these fools, the process had gone much faster than he expected. He decided that he would soon start recording his gaming adventures, and that he would need a suitable style for this. But as he thought about it, he remembered something unpleasant. He remembered how in his past life he had suggested to his friend that they give everyone in the guild a traditional ha-ho mask. He was full of enthusiasm then, and said that the very next day they would rename the guild to Ha-Ho Mask. These memories suddenly darkened his mood, and he even considered changing his style completely. Hyrcanus swore that he would never again allow anyone to take away what was rightfully his. Consumed with rage, he firmly declared to himself that he would prove he was right, and that this was where his new story would begin. Putting on a sinister mask, He jumped up and called the skeleton to follow him. After some time, they found themselves in another dungeon. They passed through the portal together, and the system announced that Hyrcanus had entered the dungeon of the Cave of Mount Bema. The hero carefully examined the marks on the stones and immediately remembered that it was in this place that blue werewolves lived. He knew these monsters were dangerous, but with his new equipment, he believed he could clear the dungeon in 10 minutes. So he ordered his companion to move forward. However, after a few hours, he was in complete despair. Hyrcanus could not understand why no monsters appeared in the dungeon. After all, if someone had already cleared the dungeon, the system would have definitely sent a notification. Suddenly, he saw something strange on the stones, and suddenly a dark energy of colossal power burst out of the stone wall. The system informed the hero that he had discovered an instanced dungeon and asked if he wished to enter. Hyrcanus, amazed, fell to the ground and realized that this was why the monsters had not appeared. Instances would spawn randomly inside normal dungeons, and until they were completed, the normal dungeon would be locked. He knew perfectly well that such places were much more difficult, but in return, they gave double rewards. The hero remembered that once inside the instance, the player could not leave until he either completed the task or died. Getting up, he decided that it would be more logical to simply leave, since death meant the inability to play for 2 whole days. It would have been much easier to farm easy quests, but he knew that this was something else. The system confirmed the entry, and Hyrcanus stepped into the portal and told himself that everything would be fine until he died. But at that very moment, a blinding light enveloped his face. Looking around, he wondered if he was in the Colosseum and felt the oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, a powerful blow shook the earth. The next moment, a huge and ominous werewolf appeared in front of him. It was an infected werewolf of unknown level. The monster did not hesitate and immediately rushed to attack. Hyrcanus, who still hadn't fully understood what was happening, was unable to defend himself and crashed hard into the wall. The skeleton, seeing that his master was in trouble, became enraged and immediately took a fighting stance. However, Hyrcanus only laughed, calling his luck insane because a corrupted monster appeared before him. He was sure that this could be part of the main task. Then he called his companion and made it clear that if they did not defeat the werewolf, they could say goodbye to dinner. With these thoughts, he rushed into the attack. The skeleton, drawing his sword, prepared to follow him. He then laid the sword on the ground, allowing his master to use it as a support. Thanks to this, the hero was able to push off and jump straight at the infected werewolf. The creature let out a deafening howl. However, Hyrcanus used the curse remover skill. His blade instantly filled with the energy of a demonic spell. The werewolf, not understanding what the man was planning, froze, looking at Hyrcanus in horror. Then, in an instant, he lost one arm. The monster screamed in pain, and the system notified that the protagonist's skill had been activated, and the target's stats had been reduced by 10%. As the beast howled in agony, Hyrcanus glanced at his blade, noting that for a first attempt the result was quite good. But the werewolf, emitting a bloody aura and completely maddened, rushed at him. At that moment, a message appeared warning that the werewolf had gone berserk, and all effects placed on him had been cancelled. Hyrcan prepared himself for the worst, mentally noting that this was what he expected from the dungeon boss. Then he smiled, deciding that now was the right time to try something he had been saving for later. Activating the inventory, he summoned a stream of dark energy. It completely consumed his body and then exploded, releasing all its power. Then Hyrcanus emerged from the flash, dressed in battle armor, and laughingly asked where they had left off. This was a slot activation unique to Warlord. When activated, the slot would channel energy through the player's body, enhancing their stats and changing their appearance. At the same time, the form always remained unpredictable and was different for everyone. That's why most players called this mode the ultimate ability. Then Hyrcanus summoned the infected werewolf to show him what he was capable of. The monster roared with rage and rushed at the hero. However, he dodged his blows without much difficulty. After a few maneuvers, he jumped back to buy time. However, the werewolf again released a powerful attack. As he dodged, Hyrcanus thought that his opponent was clearly a boss, the beast's speed and strength confirming this. He wondered how many more attacks he could withstand. As the werewolf went on the attack again, leaving many vulnerable spots, Hyrcanus noticed one of the openings. His sword, radiating energy, fell on his opponent, dealing a crushing blow, and the monsters screamed in pain. Hyrcanus smiled, noting that it was moments like these that made the game truly exciting for him. But then, the earth trembled under his feet. It turned out that the werewolf was still alive and attacked again. The hero sighed, realizing that the enemy was still in a state of rage and it was dangerous to relax. As the beast swung its claws, Hyrcanus only smiled. He glanced to the side and wondered if his skeleton had forgotten something too. At that moment, the skeleton suddenly jumped on the werewolf. He dealt him a crushing blow and managed to cut off his second arm. Then Hyrcanus ordered his servant that it was time to use the technique they had practiced together. The werewolf was confused and lost the ability to resist. The combined attack of the master and his skeleton fell on him so quickly that he did not have time to react. In an instant, they dealt a multitude of blows, cutting the enemy into pieces. The system then announced that the infected werewolf had been defeated. Hyrcanus turned off Slot and noted with satisfaction that everything had not gone so badly. The system confirmed the completion of the Bima Mountain Cave mission, destroy the monsters, and awarded him 10 gold coins as a reward. In addition, the system announced that the skeleton warrior had defeated a high-level monster, and the bone shard skill had been upgraded to rank E. While the skeleton rejoiced at his victory, Hyrcan thoughtfully noted that instanced dungeons did indeed drop better rewards. The hero received the Infected Ranger's necklace, a unique story item that increased all stats by 18. Hyrcanus was amazed by this find. He understood that he would not be able to sell the necklace, but its value was higher than standard items. The surprise was heightened when he received 3 new titles at once. They were Promising Newcomer, Hero Aspirant, and Infected Ranger. The hero was surprised, deciding that perhaps this was the introductory title to the first chapter of the main storyline, the Infected Count. He was well aware that the main quests were the foundation of the Warlord world and represented the key storyline. And since the rewards for them were truly colossal, any player was eager to take part in them. The main quest was the heart of the game. Trembling with excitement, Hyrcanus thought that even in his past life he had barely reached the 4th chapter. He took what happened not as simple luck, but as a real jackpot, and decided to immediately leave the game. In the news, one of the players solemnly announced that the Hydra Guild had officially entered the final chapter of the Infected Count scenario. They intended to complete it within 3 months, but Jason paused the broadcast and felt deeply disappointed. What recently seemed like a jackpot in the game suddenly turned into nothing. He then became enraged and started banging his head on the table, realizing that the player and his guild were already in the final stage. Jason wondered if perhaps he had no choice but to step aside and wait for the next chapter. But soon an idea arose in his head. He hurried back to the computer, deciding that this might be his chance. The whole world was now watching the Infected Count scenario, and Warlord's first main storyline was coming to an end. He wondered if it would make a difference if he posted his video about the Infected Count right now. The hero suggested that it could go viral. Jason realized that he had done a good job recording everything that was happening. Now he needed to edit the recording and upload it to WTube. He realized that editing was the key moment and could only be entrusted to one person. A legendary figure from his past life surfaced in his memory. It was a girl, a famous editor named Romani. Seeing the hero's request, she wondered who this Hyrcanus was. While checking the request, Romani wondered what a level 15 player could possibly achieve. She assumed that they were talking about just the initial cave, and that it was just some rich newbie filming a video for social media. However, her gaze suddenly caught on one detail, and she remembered in amazement a certain person. The thought of who it could be filled her with genuine delight. Romani was a freelance video editor whose in-game nickname was Hellmouth. Meanwhile, the story moves to the city center, dotted with skyscrapers. In one of them, a woman in a red suit was watching the news on her tablet. Her subordinate entered the room and asked if she had called him. She replied that a new video about the Infected Count had just appeared. She noted that she found the video quite interesting, as it showed a level 15 player single-handedly defeating an infected werewolf. The man said that their team had also seen this player, but such monsters were too low-level to waste effort on surveillance. However, the woman only smiled mysteriously and noted that she liked the video. After this, she ordered the hero from the recording to be brought to her. This girl was Chelsea. She was the head of the Thunder Group Corporation, the greatest business conglomerate. In the game Warlord, She was named Thunder Queen Sirei. The next day, the main character looked at the screen of his phone in surprise. The video he posted the day before has already garnered more than 6,000 views. It seems strange and even awkward to him. In his past life, it had taken him months to achieve this result. Romani asked him if he had seen the number of views, and the heroes suddenly realized that the situation had changed in another way as well. She wrote first, which she usually never did, as she had a reputation as a mysterious and unattainable person. Moreover, she asked when he would send her the next video, and Jason admitted to himself that he had no idea what to do next. He understood that he would never find another monster like that infected werewolf. Therefore, he came to the conclusion that it would be better to return to recording videos only when he reached level 50. Nevertheless, he still launched the VR device, started logging into the game, and thought that he should strike while the iron was hot. Meanwhile, Cheb, known as the Killer, was watching the video of the hero again. He noted that no matter how many times he watched it, the player's movements always looked impressive, but at some point he thought about it. The face and manner of movement seemed vaguely familiar to him, as if he had already seen this person. At that moment, a girl approached him, Yell, a member of the Red Bulls. Cheb explained that he was talking about Herkin, the player wearing the Haho mask, and that he was currently one of the most discussed topics. Yell noted that if her friend had watched the video countless times, it was no wonder it seemed familiar to him. The blonde, filled with excitement, exclaimed that newcomers were always reserved, but this player acted completely differently. Yell, tired of his enthusiastic words, sharply shouted at him to shut up. Pushing him in the shoulder, she added that if he continued to talk nonsense, then at least let him go inside. There were only 5 minutes left before the broadcast. Cheb only smiled slyly in response, winked and remarked that he really liked her. Yell, crossing her arms over her chest and taking a deep breath, said that if this was true, then he should prove himself in the next stream. After all, more than 200,000 people bought tickets just for him. Soon, the audience was already greeting the leader of the Red Bulls and the 9th-ranked warlord, Matador Chiba. When the broadcast began, all the guild members gathered at the dungeon portal. The portal to the dungeon was supposed to open soon. The countdown began and the Matador moved forward, leading his soldiers. Cheb, pointing his blade forward, called on everyone to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Figus Castle Raiders Association. There, Hyrcanus, with annoyance on his face, tried to comprehend what was happening. He was disappointed. There wasn't a single worthwhile mission on the list. It was to be expected since this was a newbie village. But what struck him was that there wasn't a single decent quest here. The hero even considered taking a break from recording the video. Suddenly, an old man approached him and recognized him as the very adventurer who had cleared the dungeon of Mount Bima. Hyrcanus remembered the old man who had introduced himself as Khotan the last time they had met. He asked to give him a little time and took the hero to a more secluded place. There he said that he had heard about everything that had happened, and knew that the adventurer had encountered a mutated creature in the cave. Hyrcanus was perplexed, because he did not remember any such task, and claimed that he had only seen a werewolf with strange eyes. Khotan chuckled and noted that this was exactly what he suspected. The monster was most likely infected with the power of the infected. Hyrcanus was skeptical of his words, thinking that the old man had lost his mind. He added that although he could not name a specific name, it was the hero's power that caused the monsters to go crazy, and many became its victims. For this reason, the association has offered a reward for their capture. However, before he could finish, Hyrcanus grabbed his hand. He declared that he would like to help in the hunt for this villain. The hero did this thinking that there was a hidden quest in front of him, and therefore he couldn't miss the chance. Khotan tried to explain that it was too early for him to take on such a challenge, but Hyrcanus insisted, assuring him that he could handle it. The old man, embarrassed by his pressure, finally agreed, promising to give him a chance depending on how well the hero proved himself. He mentioned that in Banzu Castle, east of Figus, there was someone named Ahimbri. Khotan continued, explaining that this man would be able to guide him and that he would write a letter of recommendation for the hero. Thus, a new quest, the teachings of Ahimbri, appeared, where the goal was to find Ahimbri and present the letter of Khotan, and the reward was a skill book. As he left the association, Hyrcanus could hardly contain his emotions. He didn't believe that everything that was happening was real. The hero wondered if he had really been tasked with becoming a Himbri's apprentice. He was one of the 7 disciples of the great mage Bogan, and all the mages dreamed of meeting him for the sake of rare skill books. In other words, he was an incredibly important character in the game world. He ran forward happily, thinking that this opportunity was most likely given to him thanks to his title and main mission. He figured that if everything went well, he wouldn't have to worry about video material anymore. However, he suddenly stopped, remembering that he had almost forgotten to do one important thing. He then headed into the forest, used the bone fragment skill, and summoned his companion. A skeleton appeared before him, and Hyrcanus realized that he still hadn't checked the rewards from the last battle. So he decided to start with a werewolf skull, which he never sold. The system asked him if he wanted to use the werewolf skull to empower the skeleton warrior, and Hyrcanus agreed. At that very moment, the system announced that the skeleton warrior had acquired werewolf traits and received 2 additional points to his stamina. Realizing that the time had come to use the corrupted ranger's necklace, he put it on without hesitation. The system reported that the necklace's effect had been activated. All of the hero's stats had increased by 18. Hyrcanus felt that his preparations were complete, and everything was going as it should. Then he took out 2 more bone fragments. The hero threw them to the ground, summoning 2 new skeleton warriors. The lead skeleton was confused when he saw 2 new skeletons behind him. Then Hyrcanus explained to him that now there would be 3 of them, and from now on they would have to fight as one. So they should get along. Having set off with the new summons into the depths of the forest, the hero thought about what kind of monsters could live in the area. Meanwhile, the skeleton went berserk, believing that he should be the master's only disciple. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, they met a level 25 forest bear. The monster rushed to attack, forcing the hero to dodge. The blows of his powerful paws flew every now and then literally a couple of centimeters from Hyrcanus' head. But at some point, the bear found an opportune moment and rushed forward with a roar. Hyrcanus panicked and thought he wouldn't have time to dodge. However, he suddenly smiled, snapped his fingers, and noted that he had managed to attract the attention of the beast. One of his skeletons rushed at the enraged bear, but despite the element of surprise, he received a powerful blow and was thrown back, and several of his bones were cracked. An angry Hyrcanus wondered if his summoner had truly believed that such a predictable attack would work. He ordered the attack again, and then the second skeleton rushed to attack, but the hero again received the same result. The skeleton was thrown away. The hero finally lost his temper and started shouting, repeating that he needed to attack from the blind spot. When he noticed that the second skeleton had repeated the same mistake, his rage only increased. However, the third skeleton suddenly stepped forward and stood in an awkward pose. This made the owner smile. He thought that perhaps this one would show a better result. Then the skeleton jumped on the bear, preparing his sword to strike. It seemed that he would definitely succeed the third time. However, the monster easily swung its paw and threw him away, completely cutting off the skeleton's head. Hyrcanus nearly exploded with rage and disappointment, and in the end, he had to finish off the beast himself. After the victory, he wondered if his skeletons had any intelligence, as their behavior seemed senseless. He ordered them to collect their heads and return to the ranks. While they were fiddling around, he explained that the monster always turns towards the source of the attack, so you need to hit from the blind spot. He even drew a diagram on the ground, asking what would happen if he attacked straight from the front. The skeletons just twisted their faces as if they didn't understand anything. This drove Hyrcanus to despair, and he ordered to forget about everything. However, he admitted that there was progress. His skill rank had increased, and he could now summon 3 skeletons at once. However, there remained a serious problem. His calls were unable to fight together. They merely repeated each other's movements, but did not act as a team. This led to the fact that, despite the increased mana cost, the effectiveness of the units became even worse. Hyrcanus thought about this, but then decided not to delve into it too deeply. He had already reached level 20, which was what he had been aiming for, although he understood that he wouldn't be able to film combat videos anytime soon. So he stood up, ordered the skeletons to rise, and announced that they would now train on their way to Banzu Castle. He had originally expected to be able to sit on the sidelines, as befits a necromancer, leaving the fighting to the summons. But now it became clear that he would have to take part in the battles himself. Sometime later, he arrived at the Raiders Association branch in Banzu Castle. The place was already full of players of different classes. Soon, one man came out of the room. The crowd immediately came to life, wanting to know what task he had received. They pounced on the poor guy, literally tearing him to pieces. At that moment, Hyrcanus entered, deciding that the people around him resembled a pack of hyenas. He covered his face and came to the conclusion that such people were found everywhere. They don't even try themselves. They just try to profit at someone else's expense. Suddenly, someone called out to him. One player asked if Hyrcanus had received a good task and offered to complete it together. But the hero didn't even bother explaining and rudely sent him away, heading upstairs. He thought that no one could know that he was carrying out Ahimbri's task. Upstairs, he handed over a letter of recommendation from Khotan. The caretaker checked the document, confirmed its authenticity, and politely asked to go to the second floor. Meanwhile, other players desperately tried to follow suit, claiming to be in the same group as Hyrcanus. The hero himself wondered what kind of reward Ahimbri could give. He was sure that it had to be special, since it was a hidden quest. Furthermore, he hoped to build a long-term relationship with this NPC, entering the designated room and politely asking permission to enter. However, the hero was amazed by what he saw inside. The room was in chaos, with books everywhere, so thick you couldn't even see the floor. A man appeared among the rubble and asked in surprise who Hyrcanus was, since he did not remember making an appointment. As it turned out, it was the same NPC named Ahimbri. Hyrcanus handed over a letter of recommendation, introduced himself, and explained that he had come on behalf of Khotan. Ahimbri glanced at the letter, noticed that Hyrcan was a novice dark mage, and concluded that he was quite skilled for his level. Then Ahimbri nodded and began presenting the reward. After receiving the skill book Bone Armor and Helmet of Madness, Hyrcan realized that he had become the owner of two extremely rare skills. Having thanked Ahimbri for his generosity, he could not hide his happiness. But he declared that the conversation was over and asked the hero to leave the room. The system immediately notified that the task of Ahimbri's teaching had been completed, and he also warned Hyrcanus to be careful on the way back. Hyrcanus found this odd and asked the NPC to wait, wondering why the quest had ended so quickly. He wondered if Ahimbri was going to give him another task, since he clearly hadn't come here for a couple of skill books. In desperation, he began calling loudly for the man, claiming that he was ready to do anything. Then the NPC grabbed his hand and asked if he was really willing to fulfill any condition. When the hero nodded, Ahimbri thanked him with a maniacal smile on his face. As a result, Hyrcanus received a new task, Egg from the Nest, which required him to retrieve an egg from the nest, and there was no reward for the task. This left the hero in shock. He felt that he had been deceived by the NPC. Meanwhile, a knight was strolling through the city, causing passers-by to become noticeably nervous. They began to guess that his equipment must be extremely expensive. The knight continued on to the Raiders Association branch. He thought that the Mask of Haho was there. Hyrcanus was very disappointed after leaving Ahimbri's room. He began to suspect that NPCs might be deceiving players. He thought he would receive a quest related to the main storyline, but instead he was faced with a mysterious quest with no reward. Still irritated, he wondered if it was worth doing at all. Suddenly, a strange man appeared right in front of him and asked about the details of the task. Soon, several players gathered around him, trying to find out what task Hyrcanus had received. He panicked when he remembered that he had forgotten about them. The hero considered for a moment whether he should just eliminate everyone. Suddenly, a knight appeared in the room, releasing energy and scattering the players. After this, he sank down right in front of Hyrcanus, who was lying on the floor. He asked the hero to give him some time to talk in a quieter place. Hyrcanus found this strange and did not understand who this man was who had appeared so suddenly. At first, he ordered the knight to retreat, but he approached and quietly addressed him, calling Hyrcanus the Mask of Haho and asking for his cooperation. This frightened the hero very much because he had never heard anyone call him by this name. Soon after, they headed to a city alley. The knight apologized for the inconvenience. He then tapped his watch, explaining that it was impossible to have a normal conversation outside. After this, the knight appeared before the hero in his true form. It was a man with glasses. Hyrcan thought, judging by the equipment, the knight should be at least a ranked player, but he didn't recognize him. The knight asked if Hyrcanus was really the Mask of Haho, and the hero, becoming nervous, decided to play the fool. He asked who Maskahaho was, claiming that he had come just for a chat. But in reality, he wanted to understand who he really was. The knight, a little irritated, asked if Hyrcanus had recently received a quest from an NPC named Ahimbri. Hyrcanus then demanded an explanation, asking who he was and why he should share such information. Pretending not to know anything, he asked if he was looking for a fight, knowing full well that he himself didn't know who the man was. All he knew was that he had to keep pretending. He was curious what the mysterious stranger would do. The knight was silent for a moment, then extended his hand and admitted he had made a mistake, apologizing. Then Hyrcanus sighed with relief, shook his hand and said that everything was fine. Then he turned around, intending to leave, showing that he would forgive only this once. The knight only silently watched him leave. At this time, another player, emerging from the shadows, informed his comrade that he doubted that Hyrcanus was the one they were looking for. The knight noted one thing. The hero was clearly not an experienced player. After all, if he had been playing Warlord for a long time, he wouldn't have so carelessly shown his wrist with a watch. Another player wondered if they should continue monitoring the Ahimbri NPC, as the infected count quest was almost complete. The knight explained that the quest Hyrcan received was the main story mission, so he couldn't take unnecessary risks. The magician agreed with him and decided to return to his place. Meanwhile, Hyrcanus, who had been watching their conversation from the window, quickly realized that there were actually two players there. He concluded that they were clearly from some organization, since they acted in a coordinated manner. However, he also thought that if it were an ordinary guild, they would have already made an offer after introducing themselves. This reinforced his opinion that these were unusual players who should not be underestimated. The next day, Hyrcanus was still puzzled by what had happened, suspecting that the mission was hiding something more. He assumed that these players had seen his video and knew in advance that Maskaho would receive the task, since they let him go so easily. Therefore, he believed that they did not care who was really hiding behind the nickname Maskaho. The hero understood that if he continued the quest, he would encounter these players again. And to avoid the meeting, he will have to temporarily stop publishing videos. He wondered why these lunatics were always ruining his life, especially when he had enough problems with Chelsea. Meanwhile, Chelsea had just been knocked out of the game. Her secretary Penny entered the room, praising her hostess for the work she had done. She handed her a bottle of water and asked how the guild entrance exam went. The woman took the bottle and declared that all the candidates were complete trash. She wondered how they could be so useless. She then asked if there was any news about Maskaho, whom she had mentioned earlier. Penny hesitated a bit, but said that he seemed to have joined a different guild, since he hadn't responded yet. This infuriated Chelsea, and she demanded that the information be verified. A frightened Penny assured that she would look into the situation again and would not return until she was sure of the veracity of the information. While Chelsea was changing, she asked what the chairman had said. However, Penny replied that he had not said anything yet. Chelsea smiled and explained that if he was being quiet, it meant Warlord was doing very well. After she got dressed, she emphasized that the hero tried to force the marriage when she told him about her experience in the game. Chelsea then ordered her assistant to gather a new batch of candidates and report back the results the next morning. Penny was surprised and asked if she really had to do it so soon since it was unexpected. But Chelsea ignored the secretary and left the room. And then Penny thought that her boss had a terrible temper. Later, while in the dungeon, Hyrcanus noted that he had not been here for a long time. Now they came to the swamp with the lizards. He decided that since Ahimbri was currently in Banzu Castle, the quest must be somewhere nearby, considering it was related to finding the egg. By his logic, the egg could have belonged to some bird, reptile, or insect. Looking through the locations available to him at the current level, he realized that the swamp with the lizards was the only option. He called one of his subordinates and noted that the monsters here were high level, so he would have to use a boost. He knew he had to draw a mark and cast the appropriate spell. Activating the helmet, Hyrcanus watched as his subordinate creature began to change. His gaze filled with bloody energy, and a powerful aura quickly spread around him, stunning the hero. He was extremely excited to see his subordinate being transformed into something incredible. Hyrcanus decided to test his strength and ordered the creature to attack him. However, he forgot about the note in the skill that there was a chance of losing sanity. The creature took a deep breath, its eyes filled with bloodlust, and lunged at its master. Not expecting such a reaction, the hero was very scared. However, Hyrcanus landed a powerful blow to the creature's skull, sending it high into the air. When the skull landed with a thud, the hero demanded to know how he dared to attack him. He decided to take a closer look at the skill to check for bugs, but found nothing. Hyrcanus suggested that perhaps the skill had somehow not worked properly. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice that a level 30 lizard had emerged from the swamp behind him, ready to attack. The hero turned and noted that it looked like the test targets had arrived just in time. He activated his skill again, and the system notified that when the Helmet of Madness was activated, the attributes of the subordinate creature would increase. Hyrcan also activated Bone Armor, equipping the skeleton with armor, although only the chest plate was currently available. All the skeletons were ready for battle. This even made the lizards a little wary, as they weren't expecting any resistance. Then Hyrcanus ordered his subordinates to destroy the monsters. The creatures unleashed a series of attacks, forcing the lizards to go on the defensive. One of them took advantage of the enemy's distraction and appeared behind him. After this, he dealt a powerful blow, destroying the lizards. The system soon announced that the skeleton warriors had killed 3 lizards, receiving 864 experience points, and the hero had risen 2 levels. Hyrcanus watched his subordinates and burst into laughter, full of delight. He informed the skeletons that for the next week they would hunt monsters while also searching for the egg. While Hyrcanus was praising his creatures, a woman watched him from afar. Seeing the hero, she licked her lips predatorily. As it turned out, this girl's name was Ilya. She believed that her incomparable beauty was obvious to everyone. She didn't like to brag, but there was no point in denying it either. No matter what she did, everyone loved her. Life was always easy for her. When she was in trouble, her servants always came to her aid. But now, as she took a step, she slipped in the mud and fell face down into a puddle. Ilya felt disgusted and nauseous from everything that was happening. She wanted to get away from this place. Annoyed, she remembered that one of her servants had brought her here to help her level up. However, the idiot died, and now she is stuck here. Watching the hero from a distance, she knew that the monsters were too strong and the terrain was difficult. Taking a closer look, she decided that perhaps she had found herself a new slave. Hyrcanus seemed like easy prey to her, and she decided to act. Suddenly, the hero heard a strange sound behind him. Turning around, he saw Ilya stumble and fall to the ground, begging for help. She pretended to be sick and claimed that she had injured her legs because of the monsters. However, in her heart, the two-faced girl hoped that the fool in front of her would fall for it and help the lady in distress. But the hero paid no attention to this and simply continued on his way. This left her in complete amazement. Ilya did not understand why he did this. While she was screaming for help, Hyrcanus thought that this girl reeked of big problems. Meanwhile, Ilya bit her lips in rage. She was furious, not understanding how he could ignore her. Meanwhile, Hyrcanus continued his journey, fighting several monsters along the way. He was getting bored watching his subordinates handle all the tasks themselves, and noticed that the same woman was still following him. He realized that he had been ignoring her to save time. However, she continued to follow him closely. Remembering the faces of his traitorous friends, he became angry, believing that if they were already in the game, then at least they should play fairly. Then, Hyrcanus decided that it was better to deal with this now. He finally turned and asked the woman what she wanted. Ilya said that she had dropped her sword in the swamp and asked for help finding it. But Hyrcanus said that after that, it would be better for her to disappear from his sight. The woman was delighted and began to thank him without stopping, assuring him that she would not forget his help. However, deep down, Ilya thought that she had once again deceived another idiot. After a walk through the swamps, they finally found the sword they needed. Ilya again thanked the hero for his invaluable help, but he said that everything was fine, reminding her of his promise to disappear after finding the sword. He then took a deep breath and ordered his subordinates to take the sword, to which they quickly responded. Meanwhile, the woman laughed and thanked him once again. She thought to herself that necromancers were worthless without their subordinates. Then she took advantage of his inattention and tried to attack him. But when she was already close to success, Hyrcanus quickly turned around and said that she was too slow. While Ilya was still confused, trying to understand what had happened, the hero grabbed her by the clothes. After that, he swung and threw the girl high into the air. She ended up falling straight into the swamp. Immediately after this, Ilya emerged from the water and began to curse him. Furious, Ilya demanded to know if he really thought he could get away with it. Her fans would definitely find and destroy him. But Hyrcanus laughed and said that she should look back. She turned around, not understanding what was there. Then the girl saw several lizards who were ready to attack her. While Ilya tried to defend herself as best she could, Hyrcanus made it clear that she was still far from being able to deceive him. He added that he saw her intentions from the very beginning. The hero thought to himself that he had been deceived too many times and could not afford to do it again. He turned around and announced that Ilya had already wasted too much of his time, then called the skeletons. However, Hyrcanus became angry when he noticed that his subordinates began to copy the flirtatious gestures they saw in the woman. He became angry and ordered them to stop learning strange things. Otherwise, he would destroy them completely. At this point, a system message appeared stating that player Ilya had been eliminated. He remembered her cries about bodyguards and decided that they probably didn't exist at all. He even suggested that someone like her couldn't have them. Meanwhile, a group of Ilya's fans were watching Hyrcanus through a recording device, and the guys were furious. Sometime later, still in the dungeon swamp, one player was injured. Hyrcanus, thrusting his sword into his shoulder, listened to the boy's speech about how he had come to fight the enemy of Lady Ilya. Then the hero wanted to find out why the player was going to such lengths for her. He himself had received nothing, and wanted to understand whether he thought that Ilya would meet with him for revenge. The player suddenly smiled. This behavior puzzled Hyrcanus. Then the player laughed ominously and shouted that he was doing this out of love for Ilya. Then Hyrcanus mercilessly destroyed him. It seemed to him that everything that was happening was some kind of stupid joke. Then he remembered the girl who had tried to deceive him earlier. This crazy woman tried so hard to scam him. In the end, she paid for it. He never thought that what she said about fans would be true. After all her words seemed like the whining of a dog driven into a corner. But now he realized that because of this, he encountered crazy people like her every day. He was delighted, believing that his patience and readiness for the unexpected were due to the lack of missions. He especially felt this when these people appeared around him, trying to get him. Then the hero wondered whether it was worth finding that woman again and punishing her. However, he quickly decided that it was better not to do this, so as not to create new problems. The system then notified him of the receipt of another watch that did not belong to him, 5,000 gold coins, leather boots, and a promise necklace. Hyrcanus suggested that the necklace might be one of those super rare items that could sell for 800,000 units. He was delighted and exclaimed that love was wonderful, and thanks to this idiot, he would finally be able to treat himself to a sumptuous dinner. Suddenly, a man appeared from the forest, shouting that the hero was right in front of him. Hyrcanus turned around, excited, saying that he was the one who killed Ilya. However, he found himself face to face with several warriors. He started running away, not expecting there to be so many of them. The hero even turned around to count how many people there were. He refused to believe that so many people were obsessed with one woman. After some time, he decided to stop and called his subordinates. One of the players noted that these were the same skeletons they had heard about and decided to let a friend deal with them. The player took a deep breath and used the power of love skill, easily cutting down all the skeletons. Then Hyrcanus realized that the opponents were above his level, and there were so many of them that it was impossible to fight them directly. Then he increased the speed of his movement and left them behind, swearing that as soon as he rose in level, he would find them and destroy them. After such an intense run, he stopped to catch his breath. He realized that getting rid of his pursuers was difficult due to his low level, and that he just needed to keep moving first. Suddenly, he felt something strange in the air. Then the hero looked around, wondering where he was. Realizing that the place was very different from other locations, he realized that he had never seen such a black swamp before. After a little reflection, he came to the conclusion that his guesses were correct. Meanwhile, the players searched for Hyrcan, wondering where he could have gone. One player shouted that he might be ahead because he could see a skeleton. As it turned out, there were the main character's skeletons ahead, dancing as if in a club. The players were amazed by what they saw. The fat guy got angry. He cursed Hyrcanus and said that he had harmed Lady Ilya, and now he still dared to insult them. Without thinking, he rushed straight at the skeletons. But at that moment, a huge creature emerged from the swamp. Without thinking twice, it grabbed the player. The monster wrapped its tongue around him, pulling him into its huge mouth. His friends were dumbfounded with horror before this giant. It was a level 40 dragon lizard, the boss of the lizard swamp. Meanwhile, Hyrcanus hid, watching as the players faced the boss. He never expected that the nest would turn out to be a dragon lizard nest. He knew it was a boss with huge defense, HP, and attack, and that a group of 20 level 40 players was needed to defeat it. He also recalled that, according to rumors, the raid on the dragon lizard had already been completed some time ago. Normally, this boss shouldn't appear here. However, if someone with the appropriate quest enters the area, as in his case with the egg from the nest, the monster will respawn. In other words, since the dragon lizard is here, this must be the location of Ahimbri's quest. It made him wonder if Ahimbri had really sent him here to defeat this creature and take the egg. Then Hyrcanus became angry, considering the NPC a real swindler. But he also realized that he had luckily managed to gather good allies, and he decided that everything would be fine. One of Ilya's fans shouted that the dragon lizard was too strong and they should retreat. However, Hyrcanus appeared and declared that they could not do that. He used the skeleton fragment skill and summoned his warriors. Players observing Hyrcan's skeletons noticed that they were surrounded. One of them, shouting that everything was fine and they just needed to break through, was suddenly hit by a lizard. As a result, he was thrown high into the air. Taking advantage of their distraction, Hyrcanus quickly ran away. He ran at full speed, mentally thanking those players and telling himself that he would never forget their sacrifice. He also thought that now that the boss was busy, it could only mean one thing. He can go straight to the lizard's nest to steal the egg, assuming it should be empty. Soon, Hyrcanus reached the right place. Having landed in the nest, Hyrcanus was delighted, believing that all he had to do was take the egg and leave. However, he was amazed by what he saw there. To his great surprise, he did not find the egg. Hyrcanus began to search frantically until he finally found it and stared at it. It was a stone with a strange purple seal in the middle. He noticed that the object he found looked suspicious. Moreover, its shape is more reminiscent of a stone than an egg. He was then startled by a system notification that his skeleton warrior had been destroyed. Hyrcanus turned and assumed that the dragon lizard was returning after spotting the intruder. After some time, the boss returned to the nest. Hyrcanus tried to hide and realized that he was now completely in danger. He also realized that with the boss's return, he would no longer be able to explore the nest. However, looking at the object that looked like an egg, he decided that since that was the case, he would have to take it, even if it was not actually an egg. Meanwhile, Ahimbri closely monitored the execution of the task. Returning to the place where the players fought the boss, he saw that their bodies were scattered across the swamp. Then, Hyrcanus approached one of them, laughing. Taking the player's watch, he noted that the Warlord game is really interesting. There are so many crazy people around because everyone has too much freedom. The player became angry and cursed him, but Hyrcanus put his sword to his face. When the player became frightened and fell silent, Hyrcanus told him to listen carefully. He explained that before this he was just playing, but now he has a lot at stake in this game. He made it clear that next time they would not get off so easily, and that this warning applied to them and that woman. Having said this, he turned around and ran at full speed. He used the bodies of Ilya's fans as islands to escape the swamp. After walking a little, he thought that if these players continued to pester him, even after the warning, a real war would start. He then decided to make some money by mining from the swamp. Hyrcanus decided to post information about a dragon found in a swamp on the game forum, indicating that he would sell the exact location for 100,000 gold. Returning to where Ahimbri was, Hyrcanus placed what he took to be an egg on the table. He then awkwardly announced that he had brought what was requested. He hoped that this was a really useful item. He didn't want to search the entire map for that ill-fated egg again. The NPC's observation of the object made Hyrcan nervous. However, Ahimbri soon confirmed that this was exactly what he was looking for, thanking Hyrcanus. He was delighted, realizing that he had finally managed to bring the right item. Ahimbri noted that Hyrcanus had acted faster than expected, and thought that someone like him would take much longer. Hyrcanus was surprised by the NPC's behavior, but stated that he had done everything he could, and wanted to know if he was entitled to a new task. Then Ahimbri asked if Hyrcanus knew what this object was. He explained that while exploring the mutant area, they found this object, called the Stone of Infection. Hyrcanus was shocked, realizing that this was why those players were hunting him. The thing is, the Stone of Contagion is an important starting item related to the main storyline. He realized that they simply wanted to make sure that no one else got an item that could affect the progress of the main quest. At the time, he believed he had been tricked into giving the quest and didn't expect it to be part of the main story. Ahimbri then apologized, saying that he understood that the task would be too difficult for Hyrcanus. However, given the encounter with an unknown and powerful creature, he needed to test the hero's willpower. He asked seriously if Hyrcanus was ready to fight the infection. Hyrcanus clenched his fists, thinking he had enough willpower, and if this was part of the main quest, this was a unique opportunity. Then he cried out that he swears this on his body and soul. But Ahimbri answered that he should not hurry. Ahimbri explained that Hyrcan had seen how strong the monsters were and didn't think it was worth giving such a task to a newbie. The hero was shocked, doubting that his level was really too low to continue the quest. Suddenly, the NPC changed his expression and said that if Hyrcanus asked him to accept him as a student, he might agree to help and train him. Soon after this, Hyrcanus left Ahimbri's room. Soon, the system notified him about the completion of the quest Egg from the Nest, receiving the title of Ahimbri's apprentice, and the beginning of the quest, The Teachings of Ahimbri. Hyrcanus remembered the pitiful scene he had had to play out and became angry, considering Ahimbri to be a real swindler. Meanwhile, in one of the dungeons, the players destroyed a formidable monster. They shouted that the battle was over, and those who needed help should go to the healers. One of the players informed the captain that their guild had finally achieved something significant. The captain then ran to the other player, thanked him, and noted that he had turned out to be stronger than expected. This player turned out to be a knight who was hunting Hyrcanus. He replied that it was not a problem, and it was all thanks to the support of other players. But the guild captain insisted that this was not the case, stating that if it were not for them, at least 5 members would have died. The captain then took out a bag of coins and said that was all they had to offer. The knight remarked that this was not the promised reward, and the captain sheepishly admitted this, adding that it was simply an extra charge. The knight, suddenly becoming serious, declared that he would not accept the reward, as he did not like to break the rules. This confused the guild captain, and he apologized, believing that the knight was simply helping for the money. While the captain was wondering why the ranker had undertaken such a raid, the knight left, announcing that he was going to retrieve the items from the nest as promised. The captain tried to warn him that there was probably nothing valuable in the nest. Meanwhile, the knight thought that he was incredibly lucky, since he did not expect to receive the infection stone. He remembered how excited he was when he heard that the swamp dragon had appeared, assuming that Haho's mask might already be able to complete the quest. But since the dragon was still alive, he concluded that the hero had probably failed. The player rushed into the nest and thought that defeating the boss was not something that could be achieved through game mechanics alone. He was delighted, realizing that now all he had to do was take the infection stone and prevent Haho's mask from completing the quest. However, disappointment overtook him when he realized that there was no infection stone. The knight trembled with rage and cursed Hyrcanus, screaming at the top of his lungs. Meanwhile, Hyrcanus himself exited the game and stared intently at his phone. He took a deep breath and thought that the moment had come to act. During those difficult days, he kept telling himself that if he could just hold out a little longer, everything would work out. But now he was nervous and decided it was time to put an end to his doubts. Jason gathered his courage and decided that he would take action. Now he was planning to order a steak. He had been skimping on food all this time, but now that the main quest was complete, he felt he could afford a steak. Moreover, he earned extra money. The hero considered it a well-deserved reward and decided to convert it into real money. As soon as he checked the account, he was delighted to see a large balance and thought that it was finally time for a steak. But then he noticed how money began to be written off from the balance to pay off debts, utilities, and rent. The hero began to pound his fists on the floor, wondering why he worked so hard if he still ended up broke. Then he received a message from Romani, asking if he was still alive and if he had quit WTube for good. Then Jason picked up his phone and realized he had forgotten to tell Romani about his situation, and that he would no longer be able to film because of the harassment. Suddenly, the hero felt uneasy and wondered if he should be overly cautious if he was actually starving. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. After all, he was just an ordinary player who enjoyed the game. Irritated, he stood up and decided that he would no longer worry about anything and would do as he saw fit. Then he logged back into the game and headed to an ominous area that looked like a cemetery. 3 of his skeleton warriors also arrived with him. The system notified that he had entered the Forest of Death territory. He told his subordinates that no matter how many times he came here, the place always evoked fear. The hero decided that this was probably the best place to level up his experience, and the dark atmosphere would also be good for attracting views. Then he turned around and ordered the skeletons to hunt. He also added that they now have a new partner who is responsible for strategy. His new warrior is a skeleton mage, a skill given to him by the cunning Ahimbri. He found it to be an excellent skill, although it did consume a lot of mana. Looking ahead, he noticed a hand emerging from the ground and decided that this was their next target. Soon, several skeletons began to rise from the ground. All of them were level 33. This puzzled his skeletons, as the enemies looked exactly like themselves. Hyrcanus looked around and wanted to understand what his subordinates were doing, because they were supposed to be hunting monsters. However, it was clear that they were terrified of fighting copies of themselves. But Hyrcanus remained indifferent, confident that the skeletons would understand that the evil spirits were different from ordinary monsters. However, he saw that they were hiding out of fear and immediately asked what they were doing. Irritated, he snapped his fingers and ordered them to stop wasting his time, as there was a lot of work to be done. Then, one of the skeletons rushed forward without hesitation. With one swift blow, he struck down the skeletal enemy. He watched as the enemy froze for a moment. However, he then began to move again, which left the skeleton puzzled. Hyrcanus noted that conventional attacks would not work. Then he took out a war hammer from his inventory, which added 35 to strength. With one simple blow, he completely destroyed the skeleton. He then delivered a blow to his skull, sending him flying, and considered it the perfect result. Turning around, the hero asked his subordinates if they had seen what he had just done. They should have just been smashing skulls, but instead they trembled, afraid that he would do the same to them. Hyrcanus then explained that the goal was to destroy 100 skeletons in 100 minutes, as he was recording the video. The hero warned them that if they failed, he would leave them there to rot. These words immediately made the skeletons rush to hunt. Soon, the system notified that Hyrcanus had destroyed several skeletons and leveled up. He praised the skeletons and thought that they ended up doing better than expected, which gave Hyrcanus confidence in the success of the upcoming video. At that moment, he felt a strange sensation, and then the ground began to shake under his feet. Soon, a massive level 35 skeleton warrior appeared in front of him. Hyrcanus tensed, realizing that this was a rare monster that appeared randomly, and that it could be reborn in the future. However, the desire to eat was so strong that the hero could no longer distinguish where the skeletons were and where the cows were. So he ran towards the enemy at full speed with his subordinates towards the boss. In his mind, he was already imagining how he would enjoy the steak after his victory, wondering whether it would be fried or baked. But when he saw the skeleton warrior swing a huge axe, he had to jump back sharply. The impact was so strong that it left a huge dent in the stone wall. Retreating to his skeletons, Hyrcanus thought that it was terribly scary. He almost died without even having time to react. Luckily, he was the first to aim a blow at the monster's arm. The skeleton quickly struck back. However, Hyrcanus anticipated this and, together with his servants, struck the monster with a hammer, throwing it to the ground. Hyrcanus first checked to see if his skeletons were in order. He thought that everything went easier than expected. At first, the hero did not notice how the skeleton warrior rushed at him again. However, at the very last moment before the strike, he noted that the creature turned out to be very impatient. He then reported that one of his subordinates was still capable of delivering the final blow. The skeleton mage began to focus his fire magic and released it, hitting the enemy on target and setting his bones on fire. The system notified that the hero had destroyed the skeleton warrior and received a large amount of experience. Hyrcanus took a deep breath, realizing that this was on the edge. Looking at the burning remains of the creature, he decided that the video should get at least 10,000 views. Despite this, he was still hungry and decided that he would definitely fry a steak. At that moment, the system reported that the location boss noticed the death of one of his subordinates, which confused Hyrcanus a little. The system then continued to warn that the field boss had detected an intrusion, and finally, that it was awakening. A giant magic circle appeared next to them. Gradually, a head appeared from it, then a body, and soon a colossal creature completely materialized in front of Hyrcanus. He was dumbfounded, Not believing his eyes, a level 40 skeleton boss, the Golden Lich, appeared in front of him. He realized that this was the boss of the Forest of the Dead and the first boss of the Mage class. He was also known as the Rookie Killer. Hyrcanus remembered that the condition for his appearance was defeating several skeletons. Although he had not taken this into account at the time, he understood that defeating the boss was almost impossible. But if he succeeded, it would be a huge win. He thought he might be able to cope if he strengthened his skeletons. But when he tried to call them into battle, they disappeared. The system notified him that his skeletons had been scattered due to a lack of mana, and Hyrcanus was dumbfounded. He began to panic. Now he was all alone. But he soon realized that this was normal, since he had summoned all four and forced the mage to use spells. So there was no mana left. Standing before the colossal creature, he realized that there was no other choice. Hyrcanus grabbed his watch and decided it was time to warm up his body for the first time in a long time. After this, the hero activated the slot with a sly grin. Soon, he was already in his battle armor. The hero stood facing the boss and challenged him. Without hesitation, he took the initiative and rushed into the attack. The Golden Lich quickly began to focus his abilities. When he was ready, the boss released a powerful attack. This time, Hyrcanus had to dodge the blow. He understood that even one shot would kill him. The boss continued to attack with multiple blows, living up to his nickname, Rookie Killer. Hyrcanus realized that there was no chance of victory if he allowed the boss to cast spells freely. He jumped up, and at the moment of impact, he realized that the main thing was to prevent the boss from casting his spell. He delivered a powerful blow to one of the golden skeleton's palms, stopping its attack. At that moment, the Lich looked up and looked in horror at his destroyed seal. Hyrcanus noted that the boss's hands were connected to his spells. He quickly realized that all hands had to be destroyed. At this point, the boss started acting strangely. The system notified that the boss was looking directly at Hyrcan, which confused him. The system then alerted him that his boss had analyzed him and was assessing his skill level. After making several hand gestures, the golden skeleton released a powerful wave of dark, negative energy. Hyrcanus was frightened, not understanding what was happening. In the blink of an eye, he was struck by an attack of dark energy. While he was dodging, he tried to understand what was happening. At the last moment, Hyrcanus realized that he would not be able to dodge another attack. So he jumped to the side and the attack hit the ground, throwing him far across the area. Hyrcanus rolled somewhat awkwardly across the ground, but managed to regain his balance. Lying on the ground, he caught his breath and pondered the boss's insane attack pattern. He didn't remember it being like this before. He wondered what the catch was here. He wondered if the boss was hiding his abilities or if his balance had been changed in a patch, like the Minotaur in the tutorial mission. This thought saddened him, since he had a poor memory of the details. After all, years had passed since he had hunted the golden skeleton. Nevertheless, he grabbed the weapon and thought irritably about the difficulties of the situation. Looking at the creature in front of him, he wondered how he could defeat it. The boss attacked again, and Hyrcanus dodged again. He continued to do this with every attack. For now, this was the only thing he could do against the Golden Lich. As he approached the boss, he realized that he could dodge if he knew the trajectory of the attacks. However, this left him without the ability to counterattack. Hyrcanus realized that he urgently needed to find the blind spot. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The skeleton boss grabbed it with one of his hands. Then he pulled it towards him and began to twirl it above his head. After this, the Lich let out a powerful roar right in front of Hyrcan's face. At that moment, the hero thought that it was all over. As he watched the creature prepare its attack, he considered the number of patterns. However, the hero then smiled, remembering that he had a trump card. Hyrcan used the demonic infection skill, placing a debuff on the boss. The system notified that the target's characteristics have been reduced by 13%. Then the hero took advantage of the moment, broke free from the grip and rushed at the boss. Hyrcanus admitted to himself that he had not known how the opportunity for a strike would open up, but the boss himself provided it. Then he concentrated his power into his fist. After this, the hero powerfully struck the golden skeleton right in the face. A powerful explosion accompanied the impact, and the bones of the skeleton cracked and broke. This spectacle delighted Hyrcanus. Gradually, the golden skeleton began to disappear. Soon, the system reported that Hyrcan had defeated the golden skeleton, received experience, gold, the title of Skeleton Slayer, and increased his level. Finally, the hero breathed a deep sigh of relief. Having deactivated the slot, He thought it was a close call, and was sure he would have failed if the fight had lasted another 10 minutes. He opened the status screen and was happy to see that he had reached level 36, but also realized that things would get more dangerous from here. Even though 141 mana was enough considering the minimal investment, he knew it still wouldn't be enough. Until this point, Hyrcanus had been moving forward thanks to his titles and leveling up. But now that wasn't enough. After all, he had increased the strength of his skeletal warriors, but what good was that if they disappeared at the most inopportune moment? He lowered his head and thought that he had already obtained all the mana-related titles that could be achieved at this stage. Suddenly, he smiled and decided that he didn't care, and he didn't even think about it anymore. Hyrcan cast aside his doubts, deciding that for now he would send the video to Romani and focus on reaching level 40. Sometime later, after he sent the video he had shot from the dungeon to his editor, she watched it. At some point, Romani paused the video. Sitting at the table, the girl took a deep breath. After this, she hit her teddy bear with all her might, wondering if Hyrcanus had gone mad. But suddenly her mood changed. She began jumping around the room, admiring that Hyrcanus had managed to defeat a boss stronger than himself. Sitting back in her chair with relief, Romani noted that the video was so good that it required almost no editing. Then she thought about a title for the video. Romani wanted to come up with something cool, but suddenly decided to call it King of Solo Leveling. Later, the hero went to the Banzu Castle Raiders Association branch. There, Hyrcanus appeared to a Himbri, declaring that he had returned and become stronger, as the NPC had asked. The man noticed that Hyrcanus was all dirty and asked what happened. But Hyrcanus laughed and simply asked the NPC to give him the promised reward. A Himbri agreed and said that the reward would be handed over. The system soon reported that Hyrcan had completed the quest The Teachings of a Himbri Part 2 and had received the Skeletonist's skill book. Hyrcan was amazed by the rarity of the skill book, knowing that it was a unique necromancer skill that was not available on the market. He warmly thanked the NPC for such a great gift. A Himbri also showed Hyrcanus that he had received the Ring of Contagion, and that to use it, he needed to use the Stone of Contagion. This ring is unique in the game's history, giving 2 bonus points to class stats and 9 points to all attributes. When combined with the Infected Ranger's necklace, all attributes are increased by an additional 21 points. Hyrcan was overjoyed to realize that the ring was only awarded to the first players to complete the main storyline. He jumped to grab the ring and began to thank the NPC. However, a Himbri closed his hand and said that he was not sure he could just give it away. He turned away, leaving Hyrcanus puzzled. Then a Himbri turned again, laughed, and declared that if Hyrcanus wanted the ring, he should try to take it. Hyrcanus laughed, not understanding why there was such difficulty. However, he still activated the slot, put on his combat armor, and rushed at the man with full force. Eventually, Hyrcanus managed to get hold of the ring. He was exhausted and wondered what kind of crazy old man the NPC was. But in the end, Hyrcanus received the ring in the next quest. A Himbri reported that he had lost contact with an agent named Migi and suggested that Hyrcanus visit Zuru Castle. Remembering this, he decided not to take revenge on this guy for now. However, the hero understood that the area of Zuru Castle was high level and that he should level up along the way. Then several messages appeared on his watch. Romani wrote that she had posted a video of a golden skeleton and asked him to take a look. Hyrcan opened the video and immediately saw more than 2 million views and numerous comments of praise. Hyrcanus was horrified when he looked at his total earnings. The hero was shocked, not understanding what was happening. He fell to the ground and began counting the zeros in his account. In the end, he counted as many as 8 zeros on his account. Soon the hero was drooling, thinking that he could now eat whatever he wanted. Then he remembered the jackpot he had just hit. He knew the reaction would be good, but not that good. Just when he thought it was time to leave the game, his watch alerted him to a new message. It was a message from the Thunder Hunters Guildmaster, officially inviting him to join the guild. Hyrcan was furious, remembering that the Thunder Hunters were the guild of Chelsea, the woman who had removed him from the game. He remembered how persistently they had tried to recruit him back then, and he was sure they were still doing the same. Furious, he brushed the message aside, deciding that he would never join the Thunder Hunters. After some reflection, he remembered his past. He was just as angry that time when he received this invitation. Hyrcanus wondered why Chelsea continued to insist, especially considering he was already in the guild. One of his friends noted that he was lucky, as Thunder Hunters is one of the best guilds among the top 30. The guild leader was the daughter of a wealthy family, so joining promised a high salary. Another guy added that this explained their interest in Hyrcanus, since he was really good at the game. In the end, friends said that Hyrcanus was too good for them. However, Hyrcanus took a deep breath and demanded that they stop discussing this. He made it clear that he didn't care about the high salary, and the money would come later, when his own guild became the strongest. Besides, he preferred to play with his current guild. His friend gave a false laugh and agreed with him. After the hero remembered all this, he felt even more irritated. Hyrcanus still couldn't believe it was worth stabbing him in the back. He started slapping himself in the face and thought that it was not yet time to get lost in the euphoria of money. He had too much work to do, so there was no point in rejoicing over small victories. Then he took out the skeleton fragments and threw them. A moment later, the fragments began to glow with a bright blue light. Soon, his skeletons appeared before him. Then Hyrcanus said that it was he who did everything in the raid on the golden skeleton, and they did nothing. He explained that they would now begin training again because they needed to work more cohesively and could not repeat past mistakes. He asked if they were ready for this. For a moment, he saw his old friends in the faces of his skeletons, but quickly realizing that it was not them, he was delighted. Thinking that this time things would be different, he urged his minions to become the strongest. Hyrcanus then announced that their next target would be Tsuryu Castle. Then he asked if they would agree to train along the way. All of his skeletons nodded in agreement. After this, Hyrcanus summoned his weapon and explained that the training would be simple. They would have to run to Tsuru Castle. Those who fell behind would be punished. So everyone ran at full speed, fearing the consequences. Meanwhile, Sirei was sitting on the street and thinking about something of her own. A magician approached her and asked what she was thinking about, but his mistress, sitting on the carcasses of several defeated monsters, said nothing in response. Then the magician announced that the meeting would begin soon. It was Hatch from the Thunder Hunters Guild. Suri asked how the infection quest was going, but Hatch reported that they hadn't found any leads for the next task. Sira was angry and couldn't believe that they allowed the Hydra Guild to take over the main quest before them. Hatch said they were going to a meeting with the leaders of all 30 major guilds, but Cerise stressed that meeting such mediocrities would not bring any benefit. Despite this, Hatch asked the guild leader to be careful, after which the woman left. Soon the hero went to the moneylender from whom he borrowed money. As soon as he arrived, he threw down the bag with money. He stated that he would pay the entire debt with interest, which greatly surprised the merchant. Jason, looking at the stunned man, handed him the money and asked if everything was okay. Then the main character bought rare skill books, and it seemed like everything should have been fine. But when he returned to the game, he realized that he was again left without funds in his account. Hyrcanus noted with regret that he thought he was ready, but seeing an empty bank account was painful. But he quickly decided to forget about it and focus on learning the new skills he had just acquired. The system notified him that he had acquired the skin grafting skill, which increased his defense by attaching monster remnants to his skin. Hyrcan decided to test the skill right away, and the system asked if he wanted to use the skeletal warrior's horns for enhancement. He agreed, and the system reported that he received the essence of a skeletal warrior and 5 defense points. After this, the hero looked at his hand. Soon, a sword materialized right in his palm. With it, Hyrcanus tested the skill by striking himself. He was pleased with the result, noting that everything was fine with him and the effect was better than expected. Then he moved on to the next book. The system notified him that he had acquired the Curse of Sloth skill, which allowed him to cast a spell that slowed the movements of targets. Hyrcanus found the skill interesting, looked at his subordinates and tried it out on them. He soon became convinced that he could be useful in battle. Finally, he opened the last book, and the system reported that he had obtained the Golem Summon skill. Hyrcanus knew that this was the most difficult skill and the one he wanted the most. He immediately tried it out, which surprised even his skeletons. Smiling, he looked at the subordinate golem and noted that he could now summon it. Then he exclaimed that a necromancer without golems was worth nothing. Judging by the size of the new entity, he realized that the golem was more reliable than any tank. Smiling, he snapped his fingers, activating the golem's passive copy mode. At that moment, the golem's eye lit up with a blue light. As it turned out, the hero created a connection with the creature. Hyrcanus realized that the golem's movements were now synchronized with his own. By combining the golem's power with his own movements, he expected an extremely effective interaction. However, The golem simply stood there. This reaction shocked all the skeletons and infuriated Hyrcanus. He even wondered if it was a bug. However, a moment later, the golem copied his previous movements. However, the speed of his movements left much to be desired. The hero refused to believe that this was his maximum speed. Then he laughed and wondered what to do next. He had already managed to make grandiose plans, but this disgusting game destroyed everything. Meanwhile, a meeting began among the guild leaders. They all gathered around an oval table in the form of holographs. Elsewhere, Nergal, the leader of the Ares Guild, thanked everyone for being there despite being busy. Matador Cheb, leader of the Red Bulls Guild, laughed, noting that he recognized several familiar faces. Berg, the head of the Oskel Guild, only sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Suri, the leader of the Thunder Hunters Guild, remained silent. Berg wondered if all of the 29 invited guests had arrived, as only 4 showed up for the meeting. Cheb laughed and noted that more people came than he expected, since they were talking about the top 30 guilds. Nergal pointed out that the meeting was sudden and explained that usually the leaders of the top 30 militant guilds compete with each other. He then took a serious tone and announced that the Hydra Guild had discovered the identity of the infected count. Now they planned to carry out the final raid in a month. Cheb, hearing this, laughed, noting that this was crazy since other guilds did not even come close to Hydra's results. However, his speech was interrupted by a sharp blow on the table. Berg became furious, declaring that it was all over if they allowed the Hydra Guild to obtain the corrupted count. It will then completely monopolize all future major assignments, sponsors, advertising, and content. But Suri, answering him, ordered him to be silent. She made it clear to him that if he was afraid, he should just sit quietly and not disturb anyone. Berg took this extremely negatively, quickly took out his claws and asked if she wanted to fight. But Cheb asked everyone to calm down. Nergal agreed and emphasized that the conflict between them would only benefit Hydra. He explained that this is why he is proposing an alliance against Hydra. The 4 guilds present must agree not to fight until the missions for the infected count are completed and to share all information. Cheb admitted that he was not a supporter of union schemes, but believed that there was no other way out. Having encountered no objections, Nergal ended the meeting, although Suri was still dissatisfied, but said nothing. Later, after the game, she headed to the shower. Chelsea found the meeting humiliating. They couldn't handle the boss of the first chapter alone and were forced to team up with other guilds. She understood that there was nothing she could do for now. If Hydra got the infected count first, it would be all over for them. So for now, all she could do was wait. Chelsea then ordered all guild members to monitor Hydra and report any suspicious activity. She declared that the infected count must be theirs at any cost. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the game, to the Tsuryu Castle branch of the Raiders Association. Hyrcanus was surprised and wanted to understand what was happening. He was informed that he had already been asked to go to the Boboru Forest, where Agent Migi had disappeared. He had to look for traces there. However, Hyrcan noted that the Boboru Forest was teeming with level 70 monsters, and if he went there now, he could die instantly. The raiders sighed and explained that this was why he was turning to Hyrcanus, a Himbri's apprentice. He emphasized that if the hero refused, he would lose his status as a seeker of infection, which only increased his fear. After leaving the association, Hyrcanus sat down by the fountain. He began to reflect on his situation, realizing that he was in complete trouble. He opened the quest window and saw that he had to find the missing agent, Migi, who was investigating the contaminated stones. Hyrcanus was furious, realizing that losing his title as Seeker of Contagion would deprive him of his participation in the main quest. He realized that taking on all these high-level quests had backfired on him. Normally, he wouldn't have been able to complete them, but somehow he managed, and moved on to the next stage. Moreover, he has now accepted a quest intended for players level 60 and above. He found himself at a crossroads, wondering what to do. He couldn't give up on the main quest, but going into the Boboru Forest was mortally dangerous. At that moment, he heard a player asking the mage if he thought the Hydra Guild would complete the main quest. The mage explained that the rest of the top 30 guilds hadn't even started the main quest yet. The player then inquired about what would happen to the other main quests if the infected count was defeated. Hyrcanus was frightened, but he quickly smiled, looked at his watch and realized that perhaps he would not have to go to the Boboru Forest at all. Meanwhile, someone was watching the huge castle from afar and reported that nothing special had happened. The man declared that their mission was almost complete, as sitting and watching the castle for hours every day was starting to drive him crazy. He asked his friend if he agreed with this, but when he didn't receive an answer, he called out to him, and his friend turned out to be Naital, the 8th commander of the Hydra Guild. The guy wanted to know what the reward would be for defeating the infected count, and whether Hydra would become the strongest guild. But Nathal sternly replied that there was no point in getting ahead of themselves and reminded them that their mission was to secretly observe the infected count's castle. They couldn't let their guard down and reveal information because true professionals know how to stay calm. Suddenly, a player ran up to them and shouted that he had found Natal, which infuriated him. The player turned out to be Kims, a 3rd-rank player from the Red Bulls Guild, who smiled and said that a long time had passed. Nithal, shaking with rage, asked what a member of the Red Bulls was doing here. Kims explained that the boss on that mountain was a high-level one, and he had come to defeat it, asking if that wasn't their task too. Nate looked at his friend, realizing that he couldn't reveal the true mission, and answered in the affirmative. Then Kims came over and asked why he looked like he really needed to go to the bathroom, which made Nathal even more angry. Kims turned around and said he was leaving, and told Nathal to go about his business, which made the redhead even more furious. Kims had already moved away, and Natal was shouting at him to come back. After walking a little, Kims touched his watch and reported that the 8th Hydra commander was in place, and it seemed that the information received was correct. Sheb said it was impossible to believe that the anonymous source about the infected count's location was accurate. Then Yell admitted that at first she thought it was a prank, but they still sent Kims just in case. She noted that they were given such important information too easily and wondered about the motives. Then Kims intervened in their conversation, saying that they were in no position to find fault with this, since they had almost lost everything because of Hydra. He asked if he could start a fight to buy time, but Cheb forbade this, saying that it was better to retreat. If this is indeed the location of the infected count, most of Hydra's forces are there, and they can't afford to lose one of their best fighters. Kims was so distracted by the flattering words that he didn't notice that someone jumped on him from above. The next moment, a powerful explosion occurred at the place where he stood. Cheb and Yell immediately became worried about their friend. When the dust settled, Kims noticed a sword pointed straight at his face and realized they weren't the only ones who had gotten the tip. He laughed and noted that this was the crazy Chihuahua, or rather, the princess from the Thunder Hunters Guild. Princess Haley immediately demanded that Kim tell everything he knew, otherwise she would destroy him on the spot. Meanwhile, in the forest, a bear monster attacked the hero's golem. However, the golem successfully repelled the blows. Over time, the golem finally noticed the bear's weak spot and counterattacked. Meanwhile, the hero watched the fight. His skeletons, like movie theater audiences, munched on popcorn and watched the action. Hyrcanus was puzzled. He checked the status and wondered why everything was so quiet. His letters were sent, and he should have received replies, but there were none. He realized that there was only one way to resolve the situation without going to the Baboru forest. It was to force the completion of the mission. He knew that the main story of Warlord consisted of many chapters, and the current one was the first, with the infested count. Once this boss is defeated, the chapter will end. Moreover, all related missions will also be closed automatically. The hero took a deep breath, realizing that even if he tried to defeat the infected count himself, he wouldn't make it in time. So he decided to move on to the next chapter using the remaining time. Hyrcan began sending information about the boss to other guilds, hoping that someone would handle it, and was surprised why no one responded. At that moment, the system notified him that the Hydra Guild had begun a live broadcast. Meanwhile, his golem was badly damaged in the battle. His arms were broken off, and now he had nothing to fight with. However, the giant bear did not stop attacking. Then Hyrcanus intervened and hit the bear on the head. He ordered him to calm down, explaining that he needed peace and quiet to follow the stream. As he sat down and began watching the broadcast, he heard the presenter greet the viewers. He reported that the Hydra Guild was the first to discover the identity of the infected count and was planning to conduct a raid. The date for the raid had already been set. The hero really hoped that this would happen within a month. However, everything was better than he thought. The raid was supposed to take place in 3 days. The stream ended soon after, and Hyrcan noted that the date came earlier than he expected. But that was predictable. He laughed, thinking that everything was going perfectly, and ordered the golem to continue the fight with the bear. While watching the battle, He noted that the Hydra Guild was probably worried since he had spread the information to the other guilds. He knew that if it really was Hydra, there was no need to worry. They were significantly ahead of the other guilds in terms of progress on the main quest. The hero came to the conclusion that after completing the mission, his main enemy would disappear, and in 3 days, his happy life would begin. 3 days passed, and the system reported that all members of the Hydra Guild had died in the raid, and the mission had failed. Jason was completely perplexed. In irritation, he threw the phone on the ground. Jason was outraged, wondering why the raid had started so early without a plan. He wondered if he had overestimated the Hydra Guild, and whether it was worth looking for alternatives. He soon noticed that the Red Bulls Guild had begun their broadcast. He grabbed the phone and wondered if Cheb, known as the Killer, was from there. In-game, Cheb commented that the location was resetting, and he assumed that the Hydra raid had failed. He asked the soldiers if they saw what happened. He explained that the infected count was a powerful enemy, capable of destroying even Hydra, and the lack of supplies reduced the chances of success. However, Cheb slammed his sword into the ground, making it clear that the Red Bulls Guild accepted the challenge. The soldiers shouted that they were ready for the upcoming battle. Jason wondered if the Red Bulls would actually begin the quest with the infected count, as even their skill was not enough. He was then surprised to hear that another player would be joining the raid. Soon, a woman in heels came out to the Red Bulls Guild. As it turned out, it was the guild master of the Thunder Hunters, the Thunder Queen Siray. This confused Hyrcanus. It took him a few moments to realize they were talking about Chelsea. Previously, both guildmasters met at the Red Bulls camp. Cheb noted that the meeting with the Queen of Thunder was unexpected and wanted to understand whether she was declaring war. He would never have thought that she herself would seek a meeting with him. Siray explained that for now they remain allies. Then Cheb noticed that one of his men had been beaten. However, Siray said that it was nothing special, just their way of greeting strangers. Then she focused and decided to get down to business. The girl noted that she heard that he had information about the infected count. Cheb tried to play dumb, but Siray said there was no time for games. She found out that some members of the top 30 guilds had received information about the infected count. Anyone would have noticed someone like Cheb suddenly taking action. Cheb laughed, admitting that she had caught him, but no one knew who had given the tip. Then Siray smiled ominously and asked if he really thought Hydra would succeed. However, Cheb replied that he was unsure, and Siray noted that the Hydra Guild would fail, as they had moved the raid date to be first. However, the infected count is the first boss, and it would be more beneficial for them if the others acted first to gather information. Cheb became serious and asked what her real goal was. In response, Siray smiled slightly. However, she then slammed her sword down on the table, surprising even the leader of the Red Bulls. Kims prepared himself for the worst, but Cheb motioned for him to remain calm. Siray then offered to cooperate in the raid on the infected count and promised to let Cheb strike the first blow. Cheb was surprised, thinking she was bluffing, but now he realized that it was expected. Watching her fight and kill raid monsters, he realized she wasn't just bragging. Still, he understood that the infected count was no easy opponent. The count himself, laughing arrogantly, noted that he was not even harmed, and immediately ordered his creatures to attack without stopping. Thus began a fierce battle between the infected count and the two guilds. The battle dragged on, and Cheb noticed that the allied forces were gradually beginning to wear thin. Siray, watching the enemy tensely, noted that more and more monsters were arriving. Then Cheb took a step forward, unleashing his terrifying power. He shouted to the Thunder Queen that he would clear the way for her. Then he launched a powerful blow forward, and she rushed after him. Cheb's powerful attack strike headed straight for the infected Earl, with the Thunder Queen flying right behind him. The boss became furious and counterattacked, asking how they dared challenge him. Siray tried her best to dodge the countless attacks. Then she jumped into the air. The girl was confident as she prepared to strike, but suddenly something touched her, and horror appeared on Syrah's face. It turned out that the infected count was directing his attacks into the ground so that they would pop up behind her and intercept her in midair. Cheb, alarmed, shouted, trying to find out if she was okay. However, Siray took a deep breath and smiled slightly. She then launched a series of attacks and broke free from his clutches. After this, Siray rushed towards the infected count. With full confidence in her eyes, she managed to deliver a powerful blow to the boss. She cut the infected count's body in half with her sword. Cheb breathed a sigh of relief and admitted that she was scarier than he expected. Then Suri saw a system message that the Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters guilds had defeated the boss. The protagonist was stunned to learn that Chelsea had defeated the boss of the first chapter. He threw the phone on the ground and muttered that it didn't matter. He just needed the Count to be defeated, no matter by whom. He hoped that Suri would enjoy her victory while she could, as it would be her last. In the end, he knew that he would be the one who would win in the end. After some time, in the dungeons of the Balkas Mountains, the main character was with his skeletons. He reflected on how he was a chieftain player who was somehow reincarnated and dreamed of becoming the strongest in the game. While thinking about this, he suddenly heard a deafening noise around him. Before he had time to understand what was happening, a herd of wild boars was already rushing straight towards him, and Hyrcanus was forced to flee. A few hours ago, he approached the entrance to the Balkas Mountains. However, the hero saw that the field was blocked. The skeleton was confused, but Hyrcanus explained that the field was closed until a certain condition was met, which he had not yet achieved. Entry was restricted at the moment. However, he understood that the Balkas Mountains were the main setting for the second chapter of the storyline. After completing the main quest of the first chapter, the entrance opens automatically. When Hyrcanus crossed the barrier, the system notified him that he had entered the Balkas Mountains and was given the title of Pioneer of the Year of Balkas. The hero was delighted, thinking that no one had discovered this place yet. He called his minions and declared that it was his time to shine. But immediately he encountered several monsters. These were level 60 wild boars, ferocious creatures that banded together in packs. Hyrcanus, being only level 41, was shocked when he met them right away. In the present time, the boars were furious and rushed after the main character, while Hyrcanus continued to run, amazed at his bad luck. He realized that someone had probably already noticed that the blocked field had opened, and there was no time to waste. The chances were low, but the attempt was still mandatory. Then he shouted to his servants to activate their helmets and attack the boars. However, the creatures proved too strong and easily destroyed his skeletons. As he retreated, the hero saw that all his skeletons had died with one blow, but the protagonist only smiled. Considering this a bait, he activated the laziness curse skill on the wild boars. Approaching them, he informed them that they would not be able to move for some time. Then, taking his sword, he rushed into battle. Hyrcanus was going to take revenge for the destruction of his skeletons. However, he suddenly stepped on a banana peel and fell right in front of the animals. After this, another skin fell on his head. Hyrcanus became furious, trying to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, a level 50 armored monkey, known for bullying people, sat on a tree branch. Hyrcanus became angry and told the monkey to wait, as it was about to be punished. But at that moment, the system notified him that the debuff effect had worn off. He turned around in panic, realizing that the situation had become critical. Suddenly, a bright flash blinded him, and the head of one of the boars was completely destroyed. Hyrcanus was stunned, trying to understand what had happened. There was someone in the tree who was shooting a crossbow. The stranger fired a multitude of arrows, which destroyed several boars in the blink of an eye. The protagonist was amazed at how easily the monsters were defeated, and wondered how this was possible with just one shot. Then a mysterious figure approached and asked if the hero was hurt. Hyrcanus turned and saw the man, wondering if this was the man he thought he was. Meanwhile, the story moves to Zuriyu Castle. The two raiders who were there were surprised by what they saw. One of them noticed a knight leaning against the wall and asked if it was the White Mamba's armor. The other nodded and asked if it was a rancor in front of them. The knight, visibly irritated, adjusted his glasses and asked if his partner had discovered the informant's identity. At that moment, the mage who appeared from the shadows said that none of the guilds knew who provided the information, which, however, was logical. After all, we were talking about a person who knew the Count's identity and shared the information for free. It is impossible to find someone like that. The knight wanted to know if his friend had any news about the Mask of Ha-Ho, and the mage replied that TOT was just posting regular hunting videos. The mage continued by saying that it was impossible for a newbie who had just started the main storyline to be involved in all of this. He then asked where the knight's next mission would be, and the knight said it would be to the Cleansing Guild. The knight assured him that he could handle the assistant's task and asked his friend to focus on finding the one who leaked the information. He stressed that the identity of this man was unknown, but vowed that he would make him pay for upsetting the balance of the world. Later, the story moves to a humble hut in the Balkans Mountains. There, the old man who saved the main character from the boars asked if he really was the apprentice of the magician Ahimbri. Encouraged, Herkin confirmed this and thought about how lucky he was to have met Mavun, the main NPC from the Chapter 2 storyline. The old man said that he was lucky to spot the hero in time when he was patrolling the area. Hyrcanus knew that Mavun was skilled enough to have once been a fencing instructor to the prince, but due to an accident he was expelled, after which he became the captain of the guards guarding the Balkans Mountains. Therefore, Hyrcanus was sure that he should meet this NPC in the second chapter, and he felt incredibly lucky. Then Mavun admitted that he did not know what brought Hyrcanus here, but there was nothing in this place except monsters, so he urged him to return before something more serious happened. Then Hyrcanus, smiling, announced that the infected count was dead. He thought that there was no point in waiting for the old man to explain, since he already knew how to get to the second chapter. Hyrcanus added that even after defeating the count, there were still infected monsters left, and by tracking the source, he ended up here. Mavun said that he had some guesses, but no proof yet, so he asked the hero to help gather information. Suddenly, the system notified that Hyrcanus had received the title of First to Meet the Ranger of the Balkans Mountains and the title of Initiator. Having received two rare titles at once, Hyrcanus was delighted and assured the old man that he could indeed help. Thus, a quest from Ranger Mavun was created, according to which Hyrcan had to defeat 50 monsters in the Balkans Mountains. Without wasting any time, Hyrcanus left the hut. He thought everything was going perfectly since he still needed to level up. He decided to attack the lighter monsters first, leaving the stronger ones like wild boars and war bears. Remembering how the armored monkey had teased him, he decided to start with her. Now the hero was thinking about how to make her pay for her ridicule. Later, still in the dungeons of the Balkans Mountains, one player slipped on a banana peel, followed by another. This went on for some time, and the monkey just sat on the branch and laughed. Then another player appeared. The monkey immediately focused its attention on him, preparing to attack. At that moment, Hyrcanus suddenly appeared behind the monster and announced that he had finally found him. The monkey turned awkwardly and looked at the player. Then the main character, with a terrifying expression on his face, declared that he intended to destroy her. Without hesitation, he grabbed the sword and rushed at the monster. But the monkey easily dodged all attacks. Hyrcanus tried everything to strike, but the monkey always dodged him. Then the monster suddenly increased its speed and quickly ran away. The hero chased after it in rage. As he walked, he thought about how annoying it was that the monkey was so fast, and how the trees were hindering the attack. Stopping on a branch, he prepared for a different tactic. The hero then threw his sword to strike the monster. He noticed the attack and was very scared. Hyrcanus's sword hit a tree near the monkey, frightening it even more. The weapon was literally a couple of centimeters from his body. The monster began to laugh, but Hyrcanus explained that the sword throw was just a distraction. At that moment, a golem appeared behind the monkey. With one powerful blow, he inflicted devastating damage. Hyrcanus watched from afar, and the system soon notified him that he had earned the title of First to defeat the armored ape and destroy it. Meanwhile, the defeated monster lay somewhere below. The hero was delighted and decided that it was time to start hunting the rest. Meanwhile, several cameras were filming the momentous event, but Cheb and Siri took the stage as the victors of the raid. Everyone around congratulated the Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters Guild on successfully completing the raid on the boss of the first chapter. The reporter approached the Queen of Thunder and asked if she had anything to say. She just smiled slightly and said that they were lucky this time, but they would continue to try for future success. Outside the camera, however, Siri looked unhappy. Haley, who was walking with her, noted that she was the best. She thought all was lost when the last wave of monsters appeared. But then Suri intervened and single-handedly defeated the infected count. However, Siri emphasized that they were lucky and that they couldn't have managed without the Red Bulls. She knew that to achieve complete victory, they needed the skills of one player. She was referring to a player named Maska Haho. Frustrated, she asked Haley to call Hutch, and the girl asked why the Queen of Thunder needed this loser. Suri became serious, explaining that there was a target to hunt. At this point, the system notified the hero that the durability of his equipment had reached 0 and it had been destroyed. Hyrcanus, looking at the sword with irritation, realized that it was time to look for new equipment, but he realized that he didn't have the money for it. Therefore, the only option left was to hunt for gems. They dropped from monsters extremely rarely and were used for crafting items. Each of them also had special effects depending on which monster dropped the stone. Hyrcanus came to the conclusion that the gems obtained from the armored monkeys were especially valuable for the creation of equipment. So he summoned his skeletons. Full of determination, Hyrcanus told them that he intended to exterminate every last such monkey. However, after 9 hours, he was in despair. Not a single gem had fallen out. Looking at the mountain of bodies of countless monkeys, he was tormented by the question whether he should have received at least one gem. With a wild expression on his face, he exclaimed that he would try again, hoping that this time his luck would turn around. At that moment, a stranger unexpectedly approached him. An armored warrior called out to him and declared that Hyrcanus must be the very same mask of Haho. The hero became wary, trying to understand who this man was who had appeared literally out of nowhere. Looking more closely, he noticed that the stranger was wearing a full and obviously expensive set of dragon armor. He was also armed with an orc hero's sword, indicating that his level was at least 70. Hyrcanus then assumed that it was one of those strong players. The stranger called himself Quixote. Then he suddenly started making strange movements. Then, frozen in an awkward pose, he formally challenged the hero to a duel. Hyrcanus was confused and wondered who this eccentric was who stood before him. Quixote explained that he had heard about Mask Haho's growing popularity on WTube and believed that by defeating him, he too could become famous. Hyrcanus decided that he was just another loser looking for attention, so he turned away and said he was busy. Quixote did not retreat, he shouted, asking to wait. And Hyrcanus, irritated by the lack of gems, was now forced to tolerate this madman. Then the stranger shouted out that he was ready to pay 5,000 gold if the hero agreed to a duel. Hearing this, Hyrcanus instantly changed. Turning around abruptly, he ran up to the player, happily accepted the challenge, and called him his favorite client. Quixote considered himself a hero of justice. He believed that his talent always made him the center of attention in any game. At least that's what he thought until he came to Warlord. Nobody paid any attention to him here. All that was heard everywhere was talk about whether people had seen Maska Haho's new video. It drove Quixote crazy. In a rage, he pounded the ground with his fists and shouted that this man was putting him to sleep, because they started playing at the same time. He knew that his opponent was lower level, his items were weaker, and he couldn't understand why everyone loved him. At some point, waking up, he realized that he had wandered somewhere. Looking around, I saw a player surrounded by small creatures. Looking closer, he realized it was the mask of Haho. But a question immediately arose in Quixote's mind about why he was hunting in a closed area. Then a brilliant idea came to Quixote's mind. He decided that he should make a video of his victory over him. Then you can take all the glory for yourself. Now, Quixote took off all his equipment, leaving only his helmet, and offered Hyrcanus 5,000 gold pieces in case of defeat. Hyrcanus was perplexed and indignant as to why this man was undressing if he was going to fight. Quixote explained that he was doing this for the sake of a fair fight, emphasizing that, according to rumors, the hero's armor had recently broken. Quixote wanted a one-on-one fight, so that no one could say that his victory was achieved only due to his equipment. Hyrcanus still doubted whether he could be taken seriously in this form, but Quixote rushed forward without hesitation, demanding that the chatter stop and the fight begin. The hero dodged the first blow and remarked that the enemy should listen when spoken to. However, he did not pay attention and continued to attack furiously, forcing Hyrcanus to constantly go on the defensive. Soon Quixote became enraged and began shouting, demanding that his opponent finally start fighting back. Hyrcanus, continuing to dodge, replied that he should let him force it himself. These words made Quixote furious. Then he activated the stimulator skill, dealing a powerful blow. Hyrcanus did not have time to dodge such a sharp blow, so he was thrown aside like a rag doll. Lying on the ground, he realized that the enemy had just used a warrior ability that briefly increased speed. Watching his shining aura from afar, Hyrcanus realized that despite his foolish appearance, this player's level was higher than his own, so a direct fight was a bad idea. So he came up with a plan. When he got up, he saw that Quixote was happy, and it seemed to him that Hyrcanus was finally ready to take the challenge seriously. He demanded to show everything he was capable of, assuring that he intended to prove that he was stronger than the Mask of Haho. Activating the stimulator again, he rushed into the attack. Kyoto was already ready to deal him another crushing blow. However, Hyrcanus threw a handful of earth in his face. While the enemy was trying to clear his eyes, the hero knocked the support out from under his feet, causing him to fall. Kyoto rolled head over heels on the ground several times. He then explained that if the enemy's strength parameter is higher, then this can be covered by the skill. After these words, he delivered a powerful kick straight into his opponent's face. A crushing uppercut followed. This combination of attacks sent Kyoto flying into a tree, and he, shaking with anger, accused the hero of cowardice and declared that this was not a skill at all. In response, Hyrcanus chuckled and noted that in a fight for life, no one cared about such reasoning. He made it clear that Kyoto only lost because he chose to cling to his pride instead of focusing on winning. After that, he activated the skin grafting skill and the armored ape skin item. The system then notified him that the hero's stats had been enhanced by the attributes of these creatures. Kyoto thought in horror that if he missed even one blow, he would die. Hyrcanus, with a gloomy expression on his face, reminded him that it was he who had started this battle, and therefore he must now be prepared for its outcome. As Kyoto rushed at his opponent, he screamed, begging him to wait. Then he suddenly burst into tears and admitted his defeat. However, Hyrcanus was no longer able to stop the attack, and his blow was followed by a powerful wave of destruction. Luckily for Kyoto, Hyrcanus managed to change the direction of the blow at the last moment and brought it down near his opponent's head. The tree, as well as everything behind it, was completely destroyed. Kyoto shook with horror, thinking that it was so scary that he almost forgot that he was in a game. Then Hyrcanus laughed and demanded that he already give the promised 5,000 gold coins. He added that he was confident that his opponent would be much happier to resolve the matter peacefully than to leave the game for 2 days. Taking off his helmet, Kyoto exclaimed that Mask Haho was an amazing person. He stated that his opponent was incredibly strong and impressive, which only made Hyrcanus frown, wondering what had come over him. The blonde admitted defeat and handed over 5,000 gold coins. He also gave the hero his sword. Raising the weapon in his hands, Hyrcanus realized that it was the legendary sword of the orc hero. Hyrcanus estimated that such an item would cost at least 15,000 gold at auction. Nevertheless, he tried to remain calm and asked why Kyoto was giving him such a rare thing. He admitted that he was blinded by the thirst for popularity, and all this time made almost no effort to actually become stronger. It was Hyrcanus who helped him understand this, so Kyoto asked him to accept the gift, emphasizing that he was worthy of being called his brother. Hyrcanus was stunned by what he saw, and doubted whether this was really why he had given him the sword. But he immediately noted that perhaps behind all his stupidity there was some charisma. Nevertheless, he kicked the blonde and sarcastically asked if he really expected to hear such words from him. Then he told him to get the hell out and ordered his skeletons to deal with the impudent fellow. Later, Kyoto, with a swollen face, declared that his full name was Don Kyoto and promised to return when he became worthy of the title of brother. Hyrcanus, leaving with his subordinates, heard him shout after him that he would wait for their next meeting. The hero smiled, noting to himself that Kyoto seemed to be genuinely enjoying the game. However, he soon looked at the new sword. Hyrcanus said that now he no longer needed to hunt armored monkeys. This should have been enough to move on to the next task. However, a little later he suddenly turned to his skeletons and remarked that perhaps it would be worth killing another 100 of these monkeys. He had a feeling that this time something especially valuable would fall out. But his skeletons clearly did not share their master's enthusiasm, and unanimously clung to him, assuring him that the sword was enough. Returning and handing over the ordered items, Hyrcanus watched as Mavin counted the spoils. He reported that there were 950 armored monkeys, 104 fanged wolves, and 76 poisonous lizards. He praised the hero, saying that he did an excellent job. Also, thanks to him, the investigation is progressing well. But at the same time, he noticed a strange expression on Hyrcanus's face and asked what caused it. He became embarrassed, apologized, and explained that he was simply thinking about how to spend the money he had earned. Then Mavin warned that the next mission would be especially dangerous. Pointing to the map, he explained that a fighting bear had appeared near the mountain peak. These creatures, according to him, were about 4 meters tall and wore armor similar to human ones. Therefore, If Hyrcanus can find out where exactly their armor and weapons come from, it will greatly help in the investigation. Hyrcanus rose from his chair and remarked that, in other words, he was required to defeat the bears and bring back one of their weapons. Mavin asked if he didn't think it was too dangerous to go there alone, since even the guards could barely cope with these creatures one-on-one. But Hyrcanus assured him that he could handle it, and stated that he already knew how to fight fighting bears. Soon he arrived at the foot of the mountain and decided that this was the very place. Then he summoned his skeletons. With anticipation, the hero said that it was time to flex a little. When he opened the auction interface, the system notified him that he could now participate in bidding with other players. Hyrcan decided that the best purchase for his level would be a bone snake set. He acquired the pauldron, then the boots, gloves, and helmet from the set. Hyrcanus tried to contain his emotions but couldn't. He said that this is what wealth feels like. Hyrcanus noted that although he was still a little short of the battle bear's level, with such enhancements he would succeed. But when he turned around, he saw that the skeletons were looking at him with pleading expressions on their faces. Then Hyrcanus admitted that he had forgotten about them and promised to look for something for them. But the system said that he did not have enough funds. The hero became alarmed, realizing that he was already broke again. Turning sheepishly to his companions, he admitted that he had run out of money. He immediately noticed that the expressions on the skeletons' faces became ominous. Frightened, Hyrcanus began to justify himself by saying that he had not done it on purpose. And just at that moment, wild monsters appeared nearby. Without waiting for a command, the skeletons rushed at them, and Hyrcanus shouted that perhaps they could get more money for killing them. He felt a sense of relief as he watched his skeletons finish off the last of the boars, and thought that they had come at just the right time. After a few moments, the last boar remained. The animal was frightened, and the skeleton looked at him with a creepy expression on his face and licked his sword. Hyrcanus ordered his subordinate creatures to stop wasting time and finish off the boar, noting that he would equip them on the way. However, suddenly a powerful attack fell upon the boar. Hyrcanus immediately turned around to see who had done it, and soon several players appeared from the bushes. They began to demand an explanation, indignantly asking who he was that he dared to hunt here without permission. They stated that this territory belonged to the Apollo Guild. Hyrcanus froze for a moment, looked closely at the players, and concluded that they were just another gang of losers. They introduced themselves. One called himself Li Chan, another Wang Chan, and the last one, Il Chan. Together they solemnly declared that they were the great trio of the Apollo Guild, and Hyrcanus only laughed. He then quickly launched several powerful blows in a row, crushing all three. He made it clear that they were just a handful of pathetic types who decided to bother him. He wondered why so many people were clinging to him lately. Perhaps he should turn to a priest. As he left with his subordinates, he noted that he had simply wasted his time there, while the players remained lying on the ground, trembling with horror. But Wang Chang, having gathered the last of his strength, decided that Hyrcanus had dared to raise his hand against their guild, and swore that they would make him regret it. He touched his wristwatch and sent a report of everything that had happened to his superiors. Soon, a man sitting next to the huge tiger asked whether Hyrcanus had really attacked his subordinates. The guild member confirmed this, emphasizing that this was exactly what Wang Chang had said. Then the guild leader threw a gold bar to his companion and ordered that Hyrcan be delivered at any cost. He made it clear that he would make him pay for the disrespect shown to his name. Meanwhile, Hyrcanus admired the view. He realized that he had reached the territory where the fighting bears lived. Then the hero looked at his skeletons. However, he saw that they were again adopting awkward poses. Hyrcanus became indignant, hit everyone on the head, and sternly demanded that they stop fooling around. He then stated that their goal would be to hunt a level 70 war bear, which would be fought in 3 stages. He emphasized that they needed to prepare for this battle, as victory would give them an advantage over the top 30 guilds. He noted that he did not expect any mistakes from his skeletons, and they immediately raised their hands to show that they understood everything. At that moment, a thunderous roar was heard. Hyrcanus took a deep breath, turned around, and noted that as soon as he remembered the sun, a ray of light immediately appeared. A huge fighting bear appeared right in front of them. Then Hyrcanus immediately activated his watch. He instantly equipped himself and was now ready for battle. Hyrcanus confidently declared that he intended to take this quest for himself. Meanwhile, Another person who was nearby decided that the Balkas Mountains were in front of him. He hoped that Mask Haho could still be found there, as he had arrived just after watching the video about the monkeys. Then the man sighed heavily and stopped, wondering in despair why he had to drag himself into such a wilderness. He was considered an important person, but in the end, he was forced to carry out an assignment to search for some newcomer. While shouting that it looked more like a crime, he suddenly heard a noise. The man realized that the king of the wild boars was preparing to attack him. Then he simply drew a magic circle and unleashed a hellfire spell on the beast. This spell immediately stopped the ferocious monster, completely incinerating it. That man turned out to be Baptiste Hatch of the Thunder Hunters Guild, the 5th-ranked mage and warlord. He himself hoped that the Mask of Haho would appear as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Hyrcanus's battle with the war bear continued. Hyrcan remembered that before his return to the past, he had already encountered this beast with the guild and suffered 6 defeats. Now he understood perfectly well that if he failed again, he would give up leadership in the main quest to others. He reasoned that in order to deliver an effective blow to a bear, he would have to aim for the gaps in its armor and gradually remove it. Thinking that now he had new skills and everything would work out, Hyrcanus noticed how the enraged beast rushed to attack. He smiled and signaled his subordinates to act. The hero himself rushed forward. He expected his new passive skill, leg strength modification, to be extremely useful, but the speed was so great that he simply flew past the enemy. Hyrcanus was stunned, trying to comprehend what had happened, while the bear and the skeletons watched in amazement as he flew away. Without wasting any time, the war bear attacked the skeletons, and the system reported that they were all destroyed, which enraged Hyrcan. He immediately opened the description of the leg strength modification skill and shouted that there was a limit to everything. Seeing a rock nearby, he picked up speed and, activating acceleration again, struck the bear with all his might. However, the speed was so insane that he crashed straight into the beast. He froze in bewilderment, not understanding what this strange guy was doing. At the same time, Hyrcanus even managed to note that the animal's fur was soft to the touch. But the next second, the monster threw him back with force and threw him against a boulder. Lying on the ground, he thought that the strength of his legs was excessive, and he could not control it. He still managed to rip off some of the bear's armor, but Hyrcanus doubted how useful it could be. With such a spread of skills, it was almost impossible to land a real blow. Without waiting for his opponent to get up, the fighting bear rushed at him again. Hyrcanus dodged the crushing blow at the last moment. Then he began to concentrate his forces and activated the spell. It was a bone bomb that caused a magical explosion. He created a charge of mana and threw it straight at the beast's face, causing a powerful explosion. But the result was the opposite. The bear only became even more enraged. Hyrcanus began to panic, deciding that such a strategy was too complicated, and realizing that he would have to abandon direct attacks. He then used mana to restore and re-summon the skeletons. He admitted that he had no choice but to fight like a true necromancer. However, he immediately noticed a strong distrust in the eyes of his skeletons, and then Hyrcanus shouted that this time he would do everything properly. Then he summoned a golem. He immediately materialized right out of the ground. The next moment, he charged at the giant fighting bear with fury, but the beast responded to his attack with a powerful blow. Hyrcanus smiled, deciding that he had one last card up his sleeve. He used the hardening skill on his golem, making it much more durable and resilient. After that, he snapped his fingers and ordered his skeletons to attack. They immediately rushed at the bear, while the beast was constrained by the golem's movements. The skeletons managed to land several blows on the bear. However, this only made the monster even more angry. Hyrcanus was sure that it was still too early for the bear to get angry, since his main attack was still ahead. He commanded the skeleton mage to end the fight. However, in the end, both the beast and the hero himself were engulfed in the flames of the spell. Hyrcanus could not believe that he had come under attack from his ally, and in a rage he said that he should have waited until he moved away. At that moment, the bear let out a deafening roar, and the system reported that the monster had used the battle cry skill. The beast then rushed towards the hero while he was distracted. Hyrcanus took a deep breath and declared that he didn't care about strategy. He believed that brute force and numerical superiority were always the best solution. He hurled several bone bombs at the beast, causing an explosion so powerful that it could be seen from afar. His skeletons watched in horror what their master was doing. However, Hyrcanus paid no attention to them and continued to tirelessly bombard the bear with explosions. Some time passed, and the system announced that the warlike bear had been defeated. The ranger's task had been completed. Hyrcanus looked at his trembling hand and thought that it was this bear that his entire guild had fought in vain with before the regression. He clenched his fist, realizing that he had now managed to defeat him single-handedly. This meant that everything he believed in turned out to be right. He then walked up to the skeletons and said that they had done a great job and that he could now return to Maven to continue the main task. Hyrcanus also proclaimed that the hunt for the warrior bear was over. However, when he noticed his skeletons whispering among themselves, claiming that he had won unfairly, Hyrcanus finally lost his temper. Meanwhile, the story moves to a tavern in the western Balkans mountains. Several warriors were laughing loudly, and Hatch was sitting alone in the corner. The man, on the verge of madness, reflected on the fact that he still had not been able to find the mask of Haho. He realized that he had been combing the mountains for several days, and the man he was looking for was nowhere to be found. To make matters worse, the mask video went viral, meaning the Balkans Mountains would likely be overflowing with players in the near future. The magician understood that if he returned without the hero, Lady Saray would kill him. He decided it was absurd that his mistress had sent him alone to comb the entire mountain in search of one person. Irritated, he began to curse at the guild and did not immediately notice that his watch was beeping. Only later did he realize that he had been in contact with Siri. Jumping up from his chair, he began to shake and hasten to justify himself, claiming that his words did not have that meaning. However, she calmly replied that he had worked hard, which confused him. She admitted that the task she had given him was too burdensome, as he was wandering all over the mountainous area alone. But Hatch began to assure Sarav that everything was fine, that it was not a problem at all, and asked to be allowed to return to the mission. Then Cerise said that she sent Haley to help. At that very moment, an explosion thundered in the tavern. When the dust settled, visitors saw that a hole had formed in the wall. As Hatch turned around in horror, Cerise said that they would now work together to find the mask of Haho. A girl stepped into the hole in the wall and screamed, calling the magician an idiot. It turned out to be Thunder Princess Haley of the Thunder Hunters Guild, who stated that it was because of him that she had to come all this way. Hatch froze, realizing that this was one of those who hated him, and he screamed that he hated this rotten world. Meanwhile, Hyrcanus, standing on the mountain, noted that Balkans was becoming an increasingly populated place, and even a camp had already been built. He noted that most players probably realized this was now the main search area. However, now the hero had to return to Maven. He rushed forward, jumping from tree to tree. Suddenly, he noticed 3 people moving towards him. Looking closer, he realized that their clothes resembled the outfits of those same 3 guys from Apollo whom he had met earlier. Hyrcanus decided that perhaps this was their attempt to avenge their friends. Then the hero ordered them to attack immediately. But he noticed that they ran past without paying the slightest attention to him. The hero turned around in confusion, trying to understand what was happening. But the strangers only shouted out a request for help. Hyrcanus thought with puzzlement that he had done nothing. A moment later, the trio was attacked by someone's powerful spell, and the hero's face was damaged by a random blow. Turning around, he saw 2 new opponents. It was Thunder Princess Haley and the magician Hatch. Noticing the emblems on their clothes, Hyrcan immediately realized that they were members of the Thunder Hunters Guild. However, he was immediately struck by the tip of a sword pointed straight at him. Haley demanded to know if he was the same Mask Haho from the video. The hero remembered that Haley held the position of second in command in the guild. She was considered a zealous hysteric, ready to go through hell at Cerise's command. The second man was a 3rd-level mage, known by the nickname Ballista. He was a genius who had never failed to achieve his goal. He also remembered that before his regression, they were the biggest threat to him, and he never expected to meet them here. However, he decided that if they were looking for the Haho mask, then it was probably about recruiting into the guild. Although deep down he would have loved to kill them both, he knew perfectly well that it was impossible now. So he climbed down from the tree and, pretending to be a fool, he pretended that he didn't even know who it was. He chuckled to himself and decided to continue the comedy, since without evidence they couldn't do anything anyway. However, Haley suddenly approached him with a gloomy expression on her face and declared that he was lying. She explained that it was simply impossible to cross the Balkas Mountains without hearing about the Mask of Haho. She emphasized that the cloak that the main character was wearing reminded her very much of the Haho mask. Then the magician intervened and ordered the argument to be stopped, stating that this was not the issue at all. He pointed his finger at the Thunder Princess's forehead and shouted that the real problem was with her. He began to be furiously indignant at the fact that she had destroyed the tavern and killed people just because she considered them suspicious. Now he wanted to know how she was going to make up for what she had done, because the whole area knew their guild, and it was impossible to deny what had happened. Hyrcanus watched this dispute with amazement, wondering if they had not always been like this. Finally, Haley, clearly irritated, muttered an apology. Hatch, looking after her, asked what kind of ridiculous behavior this was, and then turned to the main character, apologizing for his partner. Hyrcanus breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had escaped trouble. But he did not notice someone rushing towards him. It was only when a fist appeared in front of his face that he noticed the approaching attack. However, there was no time to react, and the Thunder Princess's blow threw him straight onto the rock. Hatch grabbed Haley, asking why she hit him, and she replied that she thought he would at least try to dodge. Hyrcanus did not believe what was happening. It turned out that they had just attacked an innocent player who wasn't even defending himself. Then he demonstratively adjusted his glasses and solemnly announced that he was officially filing a complaint. The magician was horrified and hastened to apologize, assuring that they would compensate for the damage, begging them to forget about what happened. Hatch then gave the hero a bag of gold coins. Hyrcanus noted that since he had been offered 1,000 gold pieces as an apology, he agreed to hush up the incident. Hatch let out a sigh of relief and thanked him, then grabbed Haley's hand and pulled her away. Hyrcanus knew he looked pathetic, but provoking them would mean disaster. So I decided it was better to endure it for now. Hatch was still scolding his partner, accusing her of causing trouble every time, and that for a large guild, it was important to maintain an image. Then Haley, slightly puzzled, asked if people weren't supposed to instinctively dodge a blow. Hatch couldn't resist asking if she was seriously trying to blame the hero for not dodging. She replied that it wasn't that at all. It was just that the guy looked like he saw the blow but decided not to move. Then the magician asked her to shut up. In response, she told him to shut up himself and called him a loser. Meanwhile, the protagonist returned to Mavan's house and gave him part of the bear warrior's armor. The man said it was expected and confirmed that something strange was clearly happening in the mountains. He thanked the hero and suddenly noticed that Hyrcanus's hands were shaking and asked if everything was okay with him. Then Mavan took out the chest and put it on the table. Opening it, he asked Hyrcanus to choose one item. He explained that while he was in the Balkas Mountains, he marked the monster's lairs on the map. Hyrcanus immediately realized that they were talking about treasures. The hero became inspired, imagining what rare items could be found there. However, when he had already extended his hand, Muwan suddenly added that he would like to ask for a favor. Hyrcanus turned away in irritation, thinking that he had known it all. No one would have given something like that for free. Mavan explained that armed monsters had begun to appear outside the Balkas Mountains and asked him to explore new places. Hyrcanus reluctantly agreed, took the map and asked where the target was, and the man replied that it was the Parung Forest. The hero grimaced when he heard this, and Mavan asked if he had anything to say. However, Hyrcanus merely waved it off. Stepping outside, he sighed heavily. Parung Forest was a level 90 hunter zone, meaning he would have to level up along the way. He decided that the ideal place for this now was the Sura Canyon, where the 75th level demons lived. He even cheered up, deciding that since he was able to defeat the bear warrior, he could also deal with the demon. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly froze. Gherkin ahead of Matador Chiba. Cheb, in turn, was surprised by their meeting and asked Hyrcanus what he was doing there. Meanwhile, Hatch, almost in tears, contacted Lady Saray. The magician claimed that he was unable to work with this abnormal woman. Hatch began to justify himself by saying that he had not refused the mission at all, but he had heard that the Red Bulls Guild had already captured the Sura Canyon, so he suggested focusing on the main quest. He asked why it was necessary to persuade a guy who initially did not want to join the guild. Then Siri thought for a moment and ordered the hunt for the Mask of Haho to be stopped, announcing that the guild would now focus on the main mission. Their call ended shortly after that. When the connection was lost, Siri leaned back in her chair. She smiled and thought that the strong are always drawn to the strong. That's why she wanted to know how long Maska Haho could continue to escape. Even before the protagonist met Cheb, he found himself in the Parung forest and encountered a level 75 demonic goat. However, he overcame him without any particular difficulties, as a result of which the main character was able to rise 2 levels at once. He was delighted and noted to himself that he had finally reached level 62, and everything was going great. While he was discussing with the skeletons the need to level up a little more, several players were watching him from afar. Soon, they were all surprised to learn that it was the mask of Haho in front of them. A few moments later, they surrounded Hyrcanus, hugging him and trying to kiss him. This enraged the hero. He quickly rushed away and told the strangers to leave him alone. As he ran, the hero thought about why everything was exactly like this. All this happened thanks to the success of his video of the battle against the enraged bear warrior, which brought in a real jackpot. However, Hyrcanus understood that this was not good. Now he was constantly being watched, and hunting was becoming almost impossible. He just wanted to focus on hunting, but he was not allowed to do so. So he gathered his skeletons and decided to change the plan. They would head to the center of the Sura Canyon, where it would be more difficult to follow him. However, suddenly the hero came across Cheb. As soon as Hyrcanus saw him, he immediately stopped. Cheb smiled and noted that quite a while had passed since he had last seen the hero. But Hyrcanus only grimaced again, not understanding where this guy had come from again. Cheb patted him on the back and asked if he was the same guy from the newcomers area. He also noted that Hyrcan's leveling speed is impressive, considering he was in the starting location just a few months ago. Then Hyrcan asked Cheb why he was there, since the Sura Canyon was a place where rankers of his level usually didn't go. In response, Cheb laughed and explained that the day before, his guild, the Red Bulls, had decided to lay claim to the canyon. Therefore, they needed a base nearby to complete the main quest. Cheb, inspired, indicated that he had come here in the hope of meeting the Mask of Haho. He asked if the hero had seen the video of Mask Haho fighting the bear warrior, as he really wanted to meet him. Cheb then asked if the hero was interested in this super newcomer. Without thinking, Hyrcanus rushed away along with the skeletons, shouting apologies to Cheb and saying that he didn't even know who this Mask of Haho was. After running for some time, he stopped and, overcome with rage, wondered why everyone was chasing him. He realized that he was being watched by 2 entire guilds, Siri of the Thunder Hunters and now Cheb of the Red Bulls. Hyrcan began to feel that at this pace he would have to forget about the main quest, since leveling up was becoming impossible. Then he remembered the cards he had received from Mr. Mavan. As soon as he grabbed one of them, he was sure that there was definitely a rare dungeon somewhere around here. Without thinking twice, he saw a dungeon mark on the map. Approaching the waterfall, he decided that rare dungeons are usually hidden in hard-to-reach places, and although it won't be easy to get something valuable, it's worth the risk. Taking a deep breath, Hyrcanus dove into the lake with the skeletons. The system immediately notified that breathing underwater was limited, and the available time was only 20 seconds. Hyrcanus mused that if Mr. Wong's map was correct, the dungeon should be very close. As he continued to swim, and time underwater was quickly running out, he knew whether he would be able to reach his destination in time. When there was only 1 second left, the hero was sure that there was very little time left. Eventually, he managed to reach his goal and emerged, the system reporting that he had entered the dungeon. Hyrcanus was amazed by his surroundings. He noted to himself that if people were creating a problem, he needed to hunt where they weren't. As they walked, the hero wondered what kind of monsters lived here, and whether there would be any strong ones among them, since this was a secret place. Suddenly he heard a strange sound. Suddenly a creature with brightly glowing eyes appeared in front of him. The main character froze in place in bewilderment. Then suddenly Hyrcanus became enraged, shouting that he didn't come here for the stupid slime. However, he was shocked to see that the creature was emitting fire from its body. He wondered if this dungeon was a habitat for monsters with attributes. These monsters are among the rarest in the world of Warlord. Their drops are used to craft equipment and are incredibly valuable. This greatly inspired the hero, and he realized that he could get rich by hunting them. Without thinking, he ordered his skeletons to destroy all the elemental monsters. The frightened creature let out a loud scream, and the ground beneath their feet immediately began to shake. Hyrcanus became worried, wondering what it could be. Suddenly, A massive level 70 fire salamander appeared in front of them. The main character couldn't believe his eyes. Salamander immediately began to concentrate his fire and fired it towards Hirkin, forcing him to dodge. Hyrcanus watched the attack and was surprised, not expecting such a start to the battle. He stood up and realized that there was no choice. If things continued like this, the situation would become extremely difficult. So, he decided to use his new powers. Hirkin activated the Helm of Madness ability on the Bone Warrior, then used bone armor. He then equipped the Black Orc's skull to strengthen the skeleton. Thus, he completed the summoning of the Skeleton Knight. This frightened both the huge salamander and the small creature. The Skeleton Knight pointed his sword towards his enemy, and suddenly his silhouette began to ripple. In the blink of an eye, he completely cut the fire salamander apart. After this, the skeleton again stood in a fighting stance, ready to fight off the next opponents. Hyrcanus was delighted and thought that the Skeleton Knight was fully prepared for battle. A flock of salamanders began a decisive offensive towards Hyrcanus, hoping to break his resistance. It was an unequal fight against the crowd, but Hyrcanus knew perfectly well that he would emerge victorious from this battle. As they got closer, the salamanders began to hiss aggressively, preparing to unleash their fiery attack on him. With a determined cry, Hyrcanus ordered the Skeleton Knight to rush forward and deal with these worms. Within moments, he had cut all his opponents into pieces, leaving them no chance. The system notified him that he had destroyed the salamanders and received a lot of experience points. Immediately after this, the Skeleton Knight began to shine and attract the attention of his colleagues who had not yet reached such heights. Gherkin was genuinely delighted with his incredible auto-farming capabilities. Now that his costs had been cut, after he upgraded his skeleton's skills, they were able to hunt alone. Considering the rather high cost of salamander essence, he could easily compensate for the leveling. Hirkin knew he had to work this way until he'd leveled up all the skeletons in his group. He recommended them to continue in this manner until they defeated the boss and went to Purung Forest. However, after just an hour, he was faced with serious problems, as things could not go so easily. The system told him that he had discovered a dungeon instance called the Throne Room and invited him to enter. It's impossible to simply crawl out of such dungeons, so going there was fraught with serious risks to life. If he lost, he would lose access to the game for 2 days, which his opponents could easily take advantage of to get around him. However, there were no decent farming spots left in the area, so there really wasn't much choice. Hyrcanus understood that in such a situation he had no choice but to completely trust in luck and go inside. With a decisive step, he entered the throne room's dungeon, which at first seemed rather empty and ominous. Hyrcanus looked around, realizing that, apparently, this was some kind of abandoned temple with a bunch of stone knights. He noticed a large number of blade marks and realized that things would soon get hot here. After a while, he suddenly stopped, noticing something that immediately caught his attention. On the throne sat a huge body, which, however, had no head, but it could not be called dead. After a few moments, the giant armor began to move, and a fire appeared above the place of his head. Hyrcanus realized that a quick evacuation was necessary, and ordered the skeletons to take cover as quickly as possible. However, after just one moment, the powerful revived monster immediately cut off the heads of all of Hyrcanus's soldiers. Hyrcanus received a notification that his skeletons had taken too much damage and were destroyed. Hyrcanus was angry, realizing that he had been careless and that he had paid dearly for this mistake. On the other hand, no one knew that such a powerful creature as a level 80 Night Spirit would be here. It was a monster whose artificial intelligence was excessively good, making it extremely difficult to fight. In a past life, the main character had already encountered something similar, and then he was at about the same level as now. He also came there with his guild, but it all ended in a cruel failure without a single chance. Back then, he could only retreat, but now that was an unaffordable luxury for him. Gritting his teeth, he quickly tried to think of what he could do to defeat this enemy. Quickly jumping to the side, he again summoned his skeletons, who still felt neither fear nor pain. Immediately after this, he ordered them to rush forward and attack with full force from the very beginning. The Knight's Spirit grabbed his sword again and rushed forward, cutting off the head of the most careless skeleton. Hyrcanus called his opponent a pathetic wretch and rushed into the attack, thinking he had an opening to deal damage. Teaming up with the strongest and coolest skeleton, they launched a powerful attack. but the knight's spirit was distracted to block it. Meanwhile, one of the skeletons quickly penetrated the enemy's rear and delivered a powerful blow directly to his unprotected back. The visible effect was not long in coming, and the skeleton looked cautiously at his opponent, awaiting further orders. Hyrcanus told his skeleton not to hesitate and to get out of there quickly while he still had the chance. After a while, there was a powerful explosion that threw the skeleton knight and Hyrcan aside. The system notified Hyrcan that the skeleton warrior had been destroyed, and the protagonist realized that the blow to the heart had not been critical. The enemy stood up straight proudly, showing everyone that he had not received a single scratch. Hyrcanus tried to figure out what to do here, since ordinary skeletons and golems were clearly of no help here. For a few moments, he was transported back to his past when his former comrade suddenly called out to him, asking if he had gone crazy. At that moment, he was asked why he had climbed on a monster 4 times his size. Hyrcanus said that he had not thought about such things, but if he needed some clever reason, he could come up with one. He grinned and said that he had forbidden himself to eat until he had given that scoundrel a good beating. His comrade looked at him with genuine incomprehension and asked him if he had really been so stupid and narrow-minded. Hyrcanus rushed forward, realizing that thinking through battle strategy had never been his strong suit. He understood that if the crits didn't work, he would simply hit the enemy with regular attacks until his pulse was exhausted. This strategy was very straightforward, but it worked, which meant you just had to keep going, dodging along the way. The knight's spirit gradually lost patience and tried to think of new ways to attack his opponent. Hyrcanus carefully noted that his opponent was accelerating with each passing minute, so he needed to finish faster. At a certain point, it became so difficult to dodge that he even received a serious injury. However, in reality, all of this was a secret plan that was initiated in order to lure the enemy into a trap. The skeleton knight followed another command and quickly jumped behind his opponent to deliver a powerful blow. A moment later, the skeleton warrior instantly cut off the enemy's arm, causing it to fly several dozen meters away. Immediately after this, the skeleton warrior jumped towards his master, preparing to carry out his next command. Meanwhile, the knight's spirit still maintained stoic indifference and looked at his opponents with a cold gaze. Hyrcanus smiled and said that he would not be able to eat until he finished him off, so he had no other choice. The action moved to a village near the Sura Canyon. Cheb and Yel walked around the local camp, noting that he lived his life no matter what. Yel said that they were in charge of setting up this camp, so there was nothing to worry about. Cheb said that in that case, even Maska Haho could drop in here. But Yel did not share his enthusiasm. She told him that he was already obsessed with this guy, even though he was just a low-level monster hunter. Cheb said that for them, these monsters were low-level. But for Maski, it was different. Cheb claimed that in a game where you feel all the pain, only madmen and natural-born warriors would challenge such monsters. In his opinion, Hyrcanus was a hybrid of these two entities, which meant that he was sure to succeed. However, it was not without reason that the knight's spirit continued to stand motionless even after such a serious injury. After some time, his arm began to rapidly regenerate, so the pace of the battle had to be accelerated. Hyrcanus asked him whether even the loss of his hand was really a mere trifle for him, unworthy of attention. He found this factor quite irritating, but he caught his breath to continue the fight. After that, he told his skeletons to rush into battle with him and quickly ran the distance. The knight's spirit gradually restored his arm to a certain limit and decided to use a different tactic. Taking a few steps towards his enemies, he swung his sword sharply and hit the ground, creating cracks. A few moments later, the ground beneath the heroes flew apart, scattering the heroes along the way. Hyrcanus, however, landed softly on his knees, realizing that they were trying to bury him alive in this temple. After this, he and his comrade rushed forward, jumping away from the stones flying in the air. They began to spin around him, simultaneously striking his body with increasing speed. Hyrcanus realized that his plan was working perfectly, and he just needed to keep dealing damage as quickly as possible. In that case, victory would not have been long in coming, and the knight's spirit would have soon fallen at his hand. However, it was not worth thinking that the knight's spirit had no countermeasures to counter the hero's tactics. This time it became even more fiery, creating a special protective barrier. Hyrcanus realized that his opponent had become even stronger, despite the fact that he had already inflicted considerable damage on him. Gradually, the sparks of fire began to form into full-fledged fiery projectiles, and Hyrcanus was forced to repel them. Hyrcanus realized that this enemy's attack pattern had changed significantly. As if it had evolved, he rushed forward in anger and struck him again, this time in the head area, with the aim of decapitating him. Immediately after this, he turned to his skeleton and said that it was time to move on to the next step. However, a moment later, the knight delivered a swift cross blow straight at Hyrcanus's unprotected body. After some time, a powerful explosion was heard, which threw the main character back. Hyrcanus felt an incredible pain, realizing that he had been too focused on controlling the skeletons. The situation quickly became critical, as the knight's spirit prepared to deliver the finishing blow. However, at the last moment, the skeleton knight rushed forward to take the full blow, protecting his master. Hyrcanus looked at his comrade in shock, realizing that he had taken too much damage and would be destroyed. Finally, the skeleton knight gave him a gesture of approval, making it clear that he was proud of him. A few moments later, his body dissolved, causing Hyrcanus to feel his heart skip a beat. After that, he immediately rushed into battle, using the bone bomb skill on his opponent. The knight's spirit once again walked forward calmly, ignoring the explosions that constantly appeared around him. Hyrcanus closed the distance and blocked all attacks from his opponent. Hyrcanus realized that there was still very little time left, and his plan would finally be carried out to the end. The bone bomb was used again, and small shards flew towards the body of the enemy knight. After this, the shards came together and a powerful explosion occurred, which certainly caused a lot of damage. Hyrcanus realized that this was still not enough, and that he would have to deal at least one more such blow. Before he could think of his next move, the knight's spirit rushed forward, seriously crippled. Hyrcanus was prepared for this and asked if the knight's spirit knew a very interesting detail of this world. Spirit monsters weren't at all afraid of magic damage, so he didn't waste the bone bomb without reason. The whole point was that he added skeletal fragments into each of them to deceive his enemy. However, now it's time to use the signature skill to put an end to this fight. The maximum summon of skeletons immediately began to work, and Hyrcanus' new army immobilized its target. Hyrcanus rushed forward, saying that it was time to end this protracted battle. The skeletons prevented our hero's target from moving, forcing him to take a lot of damage. Hyrcanus lunged forward with his sword, feeling the aura of the place gradually become calmer. The system informed him that he had finally managed to defeat the Spirit Knight after an intense battle. Immediately after this, he was showered with awards, titles, and new levels that would be very useful to him. Hyrcanus recalled the words of his comrades, who said that he had drawn them into this meat grinder by signing the death sentence. Turning around, he saw how the risen skeletons were gradually patching up their wounded and looking around. The skeleton knight looked up at Hyrcanus again and gave him an approving gesture. Hyrcanus smiled, realizing that the situation now was strikingly different from the one he had once been in. Addressing his skeletons, he said that they had done an excellent job and he was proud of them. The skeletons immediately began to admire him, but he was more interested in why they weren't teleported back. He hoped that didn't mean there was another boss in this room that he would have to fight. However, after a while, he turned around in horror after the landscape of this temple suddenly began to change rapidly. However, fortunately, a room containing powerful rewards simply appeared in front of him. Hyrcanus immediately rushed forward, thanking all the gods that he had finally received a reward for his persistent and long efforts. He immediately wondered what amazing rewards he could receive. But now, he was ready for anything. After a while, he looked at a rather tattered book, which at first glance did not seem to have any value. Hyrcanus realized that he had been given one of the main plot items, but he had read it many times and remembered it by heart. He wondered why such rubbish was on offer in this awards room. However, after some time, he discovered something very interesting, and his face immediately changed. After some time, he finally moved to the Purung Forest, which was Hyrcanus's next target. He looked around the landscape carefully, indicating that he had leveled up enough and was ready to continue. Turning towards the skeletons, he said that it was time to move forward and prepare for battle. The skeletons responded to this command with a funny dance and a demonstration of their dazzling appearance. Hyrcanus was impressed by their enthusiasm and wondered why they were so happy. However, their joy turned out to be quite justified if you think about what our hero found in the awards room. He gained an advanced skill that allows him to equip equipment to summoned creatures. Now he could upgrade skeletons regardless of his level, although it cost him a pretty penny. After this, he ordered his skeletons to try to justify his expenses, otherwise they would be in trouble. Suddenly, unknown people came out of the shadows and said that they were very impressed by what they saw. Continuing to approach him menacingly, they talked about how the rumors that had begun to spread seemed to be true. One of them smiled maliciously, saying that if he knew who was standing in front of him, he should have been trembling with horror. These young men said that the main credo of their lives was romance, for which they were ready to die, strike epic poses and introduce themselves as romantic bandits or the R2 family. Hyrcanus looked at them with genuine bewilderment, realizing that it was impossible to find anyone normal in this game. The main character turned around and walked away with his skeletons, away from these annoying men. However, the R2 family continued to follow the protagonist, not lagging behind even a step. One of them noticed that Mask Haho was walking too fast. However, he immediately added that nothing else could be expected from a person with such a level of skill. The group members kept complaining that they could barely keep up with his pace and asked him to slow down. At some point, Hyrcanus finally lost his temper and shouted at them to leave him alone. But one guy noted that he never gave them an answer. After this, the group again invited him to join them. But in response, Hyrcanus rudely asked if they seriously thought that he would agree. Then the same man explained that they were the R2 family, and they were training in the Purung Forest, aiming to reach level 100. However, the monsters in this zone turned out to be too strong, and they simply did not have enough power to hunt them alone. That is why they were forced to look for new members. However, for some unknown reason, no one agreed to join them. Hearing this, Hyrcanus only thought that he understood perfectly well what the problem was. Then one of them suddenly grabbed the hero by the hand and began to insist again. Hyrcanus, frightened by such a sudden movement, abruptly pulled his hand back. The protagonist's fighters merely watched what was happening from the sidelines with interest. Sometime later, the entire group lay on the ground, covered in bruises and injuries. The protagonist made it abundantly clear that he was indifferent to their strange desire for camaraderie, and that he had no intention of working with them. He warned that if they followed him again, he would destroy them. And with these words, the hero turned around and left with his skeletons. Left lying on the ground, the man sighed heavily and noted with bitterness that they had been rejected again. And the Mask of Haho was their last hope. However, another guy suddenly looked at his watch and asked the captain if he remembered the band they had encountered earlier. He added that the group was now asking for help. Meanwhile, the main character encountered a huge black ogre along with his skeletons. He quickly told them to get ready, as they were going to attack at the same time. Hyrcanus rushed forward and, together with the skeletons, dealt a crushing blow to the monster. In an instant, the head of the terrible monster separated from its body and flew away. Soon the system announced that the black ogre had been defeated, and the experience had been successfully gained. Deactivating his combat armor, Hyrcanus looked at the fallen creature and noted that it was already the 55th black ogre. He thought that after fighting the night spirit, most of the monsters now seemed easier to him, as their movements had become predictable. He touched his watch and thought with satisfaction that his progress was quite impressive, as the level was rising very quickly. Then he checked the task from Ranger Mavon. According to the conditions, he was required to find traces of armored monsters in the Purung Forest. Hyrcanus could not believe what he read, and was perplexed as to how it was that he had not yet discovered a single trace of the armored creatures. He began to feel irritated. He couldn't afford to waste time, because the 13 guilds had already started carrying out their tasks long ago. For a moment, he wondered if he should ask R2's family about any possible information. However, just the thought of them made him shake his head. He would rather die than work side by side with them. Suddenly, a powerful explosion echoed through the forest. Hyrcanus turned around sharply, alarmed by the unexpected sound, wondering what kind of monster was capable of such a thing. However, the very next moment a guess struck him. The hero immediately summoned his creatures. At the same time, one of the R2 family members was struggling to fend off a heavy attack. Shocked and frightened, he wondered what kind of monsters they had to face. Taking a closer look, he realized that they were all wearing armor, which was why his attacks were doing virtually no damage. Moreover, these creatures lined up in a battle formation, leaving no room for a direct attack. What particularly worried him was the fact that such monsters should not have been in this area at all. Then his gaze shifted deeper into the formation, where something much larger was visible. He guessed that this was the boss, a creature with enough intelligence to command an entire army. At that moment, he realized that they couldn't cope alone. Suddenly, his partner with a strange hairstyle appeared nearby. He immediately used the firewall skill, cutting off the black ogres and creating distance between them and the captain. Almost immediately, a man with a mustache and glasses ran up to them, standing next to the leader and asking if he was okay. With a grim expression, he added that the band was almost destroyed and that they themselves would hardly have lasted long either. The guy with the haircut started to panic, overcome with fear, and suggested that they just run, believing that otherwise death awaited them all here. The captain silently agreed with this idea, realizing that the chances of survival were extremely small. However, at that moment, memories surfaced in his mind. He remembered all the times they had asked others for help. However, each time they heard only refusal and a request to stay away. Everything always ended the same way. In the end, it was just the three of them left. Taking a deep breath, the captain made a decision. He ordered that all remaining mana be used to clear a path for the band to retreat. He then recalled that they, like no one else, knew what it meant to be abandoned at the very moment when help was needed most. With determination in his voice, he made it clear that they could not simply turn their backs on these people. For now, they themselves found themselves in a similar situation. Without a moment's hesitation, the captain charged forward, declaring that he would hold off the monsters while the others helped the survivors. He charged into the fray, unleashing a series of attacks on the squad of terrifying monsters. Finally, he delivered a powerful blow straight into the black ogre's belly. For a brief moment, he felt a surge of inspiration and thought that everything was really working, and he just needed to keep up the pressure. However, the ogre suddenly counterattacked furiously and forcefully slammed the captain into the ground. The young man groaned in pain and remained lying on his back, unable to move. He realized that this was apparently his end. When he raised his head with difficulty, he saw the ogre towering over him, raising his leg for a powerful blow. At that moment, the captain realized that he could not move and was completely defenseless. The monster was about to strike. But suddenly something shining rushed towards them. And then a familiar voice was heard. The next moment, the main character appeared on the battlefield and managed to block the attack of the black ogre. The captain could not believe his eyes. But Hyrcanus turned around and declared that he had no intention of helping at all, but had only come to prevent the captain's group from stealing his monsters. These words completely confused the leader of the R2 family. Soon, Hyrcanus summoned his creatures and ordered them to immediately attack the enemies. The next moment, a fierce battle broke out in front of the players. The man watched the scene in amazement, wondering how the skeletons could even move like that. Looking at the Ha-Ho mask from behind, he realized that this was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary necromancer. It was then that he began to seriously think about who this masked man really was. It didn't take long before the skeletons had dealt with several black ogres. After this, the system announced that the main character had destroyed several armored ogres and received experience. Hyrcanus breathed a sigh of relief, noting that the small parasites were dealt with. He then pointed his sword at the ogre boss, asking if he felt sad watching his subordinates die. The hero added that he didn't need to worry, since he would soon join them. This mockery infuriated the boss. However, before the battle began, the protagonist looked at the captain of the R2 family and ordered his skeletons to pull him aside. At that moment, the boss stomped on the ground with great force, causing the entire surrounding area to shake. Then the ogre stood right in front of the hero and let out a deafening roar. It was an armored ogre of level 80. While the man was assisting the captain, he noted that even for Masky Ha-Ho, fighting this boss alone might be too difficult. In response, someone suggested that it might be difficult even for him. The captain turned around and saw that it was one of the musical group. He explained that the boss's eyes were streaked with black and red veins. This meant that in front of them was an infected monster related to the main quest, which were usually 3 times stronger than normal ones. Meanwhile, Hyrcanus tried to block the monster's blow. However, he was forced to jump back to avoid a powerful sword attack. The hero noted to himself that the boss was incredibly resilient, and perhaps even surpassed his skeletons in strength. Then one of the members of the band shouted, warning the protagonist not to get too close. At this moment, the boss began to emit a creepy, infected aura. After this, he rushed towards Hyrcanus at full speed. The guild representative watched this with alarm, believing that even the Ha-Ho mask might not be able to withstand such an attack. However, the hero raised his sword and directed the force into it, which began to swirl around him in bright streams. Then he laughed and wondered why the boss didn't even try to block his punch. The next moment, he launched a crushing attack, punching a huge hole in the center of the ogre's body. After that, as if nothing had happened, he landed right behind the monster. The monster fell to the ground with a crash, completely defeated. The R2 family, as well as the representative of the music guild, stood frozen in stupor, unable to believe what they were seeing. Soon, the system announced that the protagonist had defeated the armored ogre, received gold, earned experience, and leveled up. The hero glanced at the mission log and thought that all he had to do now was return to Maven's house and continue the main quest. However, first he understood that it was necessary to sort out the distribution of the spoils. He counted the monsters he had killed and was confident that the total reward would be enormous, especially considering that the boss was a rare creature. He also recalled the rule that the player who attacked the monster first had the right to decide how the loot was divided. However, he suddenly felt irritated and wondered if he had ended up doing it all alone. Then he remembered the events of the recent past, when the R2 group was cornered by monsters. At first, he expected them to be destroyed, but he overheard their captain saying that he would hold off the enemies to give the others a chance to escape. This surprised Hyrcanus, and he even became a little attracted to the guy. And in the end, without realizing it, he intervened and came to their aid. The R2 family group approached, and the captain thanked the hero, acknowledging that they only survived thanks to his support. Hyrcanus sighed deeply, thinking that at least they were grateful. However, the captain then became serious and stated that he did not think it was possible to let the main character go so easily. Hyrcanus sighed heavily, noting that he should have foreseen this. In the end, it all came down to money again. The captain of the R2 family grabbed Hyrcan and said that he wanted to take a group photo, but the representative of the musical group wanted the same thing. The captain explained that they only needed proof, pictures confirming their presence during the boss fight. Then Hyrcanus asked if they were going to divide the spoils. These words took the captain by surprise. He turned to the band's representative and asked if he needed anything. The man was about to answer in the affirmative, but the captain patted him on the shoulder. He said that he would certainly not mind leaving the loot, considering that they were all saved by the Mask of Ha-Ho. After this, the captain of the R2 family gave Hyrcanus a thumbs up and offered him to take all the loot in the name of love. The hero looked at what was happening with confusion, thinking that he should have asked what love even meant to these people. Sometime later, the main character was already deep in the Purung forest. There, Hyrcanus, together with his skeletons, was already running back to Maven's house. Along the way, he thought about both groups' requests to join their guilds. He recalled the captain's words that, although with Hyrcanus's skills they would not have gone far alone, they were always ready to come to his aid. The hero thought that, despite their stupidity, playing with such people could be quite exciting. However, he also understood that by agreeing, he would never be able to become the best version of himself. Smiling, he came to the conclusion that he must strive for his goal, and his goal was nothing other than to confront the strongest guilds. After this, he ordered his skeletons to speed up. He noted with enthusiasm that the mission was almost complete, and they would soon move on to the next one. Meanwhile, in another place, the battle with the huge bear warrior was already coming to an end. The creature was defeated, and standing on its collapsed body was Sire, the leader of the Thunder Hunters Guild. Her guild members cheered happily, reacting with admiration at how the girl had defeated the monsters so easily. At that moment, Hatch and Haley ran up to her, and the girl noted that her mentor, as always, was incredible. Sura only calmly asked what the problem was. Then Hatch said that he had two pieces of news at once. First of all, he said that two guilds from the top 30 entered into a war. The Three-Winged Guild and the Big Smile Guild were drawn into the conflict. It all started when Berg, one of the Big Smile officers, provoked a conflict with a member of the Three-Wing right during the monster attack. Since then, both sides have been actively burning through resources, but it was the Big Smile that appears to have suffered the greatest losses. After hearing this, Sire coldly remarked that starting a war at such a critical time in the progress of the main quest was the height of stupidity. Moreover, she openly expressed the hope that they would kill each other, and then asked about the second piece of news. Hatch became noticeably nervous upon hearing the question, but still reported that, judging by the information received, Mask Haho had defeated the armored ogre. As a result, he once again pulled ahead in the race to advance through the main storyline, even ahead of the Thunder Hunters Guild. Suri froze for a moment, shocked by what she heard, but then suddenly smiled. The girl only noted that they also needed to speed up. The next step was to receive a new task from Mavan. She stated that the Thunder Hunter Guild was about to begin the second chapter of the main quest. Sometime later, our main character found himself in Banzu Castle. There, an NPC named Ahimbri greeted the protagonist with genuine joy. Hyrcanus himself, on the contrary, looked noticeably disappointed, wondering why he had to return to this place again. Ahimbri reported that he had received news from Mavun that the hero had successfully completed the task, and that he had instructed him to deliver the reward. The NPC then took out an item and showed it, explaining that it was the Ring of the Secret Order. This ring increased all stats by 77 points. Hyrcanus, although he felt a slight uneasiness, noted to himself that up to this point everything had been going too smoothly. Soon, already in the hut, Mavuna was filled with delight and without hesitation declared his desire to join the secret order. Then Mavan refused him and advised him to think carefully, reminding him that membership in the order meant a willingness to risk one's own life. Even after hearing this warning, Hyrcanus claimed to be confident in himself. But deep down, he was only thinking about the ring and its impressive bonuses. At that moment, the protagonist could hardly contain his desire to scream with joy. Mavan replied that he understood his desire and did not intend to interfere. However, he then added that Hyrcanus should have met with Professor Ahimbri again. He explained that Ahimbri was also a member of the Secret Order, and it was he who was supposed to present the emblem. Hyrcanus visibly tensed up, knowing full well that this scoundrel never did anything for free. His fears were fully justified as soon as they met. The NPC said that the hero should have asked politely if he wanted to get the ring. An angry Hyrcanus slammed his palm on the floor, attracting the professor's attention. He asked if he intended to put on a similar show every time. Then, literally turning upside down with anger and irritation, the hero finally gave in and began to beg the professor to give him the ring. Having finally received the reward, Hyrcanus could not deny that it was too valuable to refuse. After this, the NPC announced that now that the hero had become part of the Secret Order, it was time to receive a new task. The next mission was supposed to make Hyrcan stronger, which is why his next destination was a war zone. The location was filled with creepy and unknown creatures, and the territory itself was in a state of complete chaos. It belonged to the fourth chapter and was described as a real hellish theater of war. Upon arriving at the scene, Hyrcanus was immediately struck by the intensity of what was happening. Here, endless waves of monsters continually appeared outside the castle walls. These creatures spawned for a limited time, making the raid significantly more dangerous than regular quests. However, rewards were distributed based on the number of enemies defeated, and for strong players, this was a chance to earn a fortune. Hyrcanus checked the mission conditions. He needed to kill the monsters coming from beyond the walls of Turb Castle, and the rewards were determined by the number of enemies killed. He remembered that even before his reincarnation, he had dreamed of participating in such an event. But the guild members had always held him back. While walking through the battle zone, he decided to start preparing. At the same time, without knowing it, the hero was under the surveillance of a stranger. Someone was watching him closely from afar, confident that she had finally found the Haho mask she had been looking for so long. Elsewhere, a group of men were ambushed. The huge, enraged tiger let out a deafening roar, terrifying one of them. The man fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. Before him stood Apollo, the head of the Apollo Guild. He scornfully mocked his subordinates, calling them idiots for failing to cope with the newcomer and returning empty-handed. Enraged, Apollo rose from his throne and demanded an explanation. One of the men reported that the Thunder Hunters Guild had unexpectedly intervened, preventing them from continuing the operation. Moreover, these hunters, apparently, were interested in luring the main character into their guild. This news made Apollo even more furious, and he thought with irritation that Maska Haho had begun to get too arrogant. Then he opened the system window and said with a wry smile that in that case, he would have to apply special measures to him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Havabin, an officer of the Big Smile Guild, which was among the strongest, received a message from Apollo. The man sighed heavily and thought with irritation about what the fat man could want this time, after which he accepted the challenge and asked what was the matter. Apollo got straight to the point. He said that he wanted Havabin to teach Mask Haho a lesson. Hearing this, the officer showed interest and asked whether he was talking about a promising newcomer, and also the reason for such a request. Then the guild leader Apollo explained that Mask Haho had dared to attack his guards. Moreover, he didn't even apologize, which made him look ridiculous. Havabin was stunned by what he heard, and at the same time inwardly irritated, quickly realizing how petty the whole thing was. Despite this, he calmly declined, explaining that the Big Smile Guild should not interfere in someone's personal grievances. However, Apollo's tone immediately became harsher, and he threatened to stop sponsoring his guild. He also recalled that it was thanks to his support that the guild was able to enter the top 30. Apollo's interlocutor continued, adding that if such a trifle could not be accomplished, then their cooperation was meaningless. At that moment, Havabin slammed his palm down on the table, and then his expression changed dramatically. He turned to Apollo with a sneer and suddenly agreed, stating that the Haho mask was nothing but trash and that he would personally take care of the matter. At the end of the conversation, the man promised to contact again as soon as everything was settled. However, immediately after the call ended, the officer lost his temper and began cursing, realizing that Apollo's refusal could cost the entire guild dearly. At the same time, he was well aware that an attack on the Haho mask could seriously damage the reputation of the Big Smile. Annoyed, he wondered out loud why Apollo insisted on making his life difficult. Just then, another man approached him. It was Wendy, a reserve member of the guild, who casually asked if he simply wanted her to eliminate the Haho mask. Havabin thought that since she wasn't an official member of the guild, giving her the task might help avoid reputational losses. He then asked her if she was sure she could really handle it, and Wendy smiled and assured him that he could rely on her. She reminded him that she owed him her life and stated that this was exactly how she intended to repay the debt by personally dealing with the Mask of Haho. Meanwhile, the hero was still in the war zone. There, the soldier began to beat furiously on a huge drum, loudly calling all the participants to gather at the castle gates. In response, a crowd of fighters quickly flocked to the designated place. Captain Bagel, in charge of defending the outer walls of Tub Castle, struck his axe, attracting everyone's attention. He announced that the gates would soon be opened, and that everyone present had to be fully prepared. Hyrcanus immediately recognized him as an important NPC, and the captain then pointed out that beyond the walls began a completely lawless zone teeming with monsters. He warned that the gates would not open again for 144 hours. After this, rewards will be distributed depending on the number of creatures destroyed. He also said that no one would be able to return before the deadline. Then a special mission was announced. A blue giant mutated monster was to appear in the combat zone. The reward for its destruction was a unique skill book. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked. He knew very well that the unique skill book gave an ability that had no analogs. In his entire past life, he had encountered something like this only a few times. The young man could not believe that such a rare item was actually being offered as a reward. Looking around at the stunned faces of the other participants, the hero couldn't help but wonder if this reward had been overly generous. Soon, a low murmur began among the fighters as everyone realized the true value of the unique book. Their views gradually shifted towards Hyrcanus, since in order to somehow improve their chances, they would probably have to unite against him. However, Hyrcanus himself believed that the issue was not the blue giant at all. For him, the real battle was the confrontation between the participants. At that moment, Bagel gave a loud command to get ready, and the castle gates began to open. Without a second's hesitation, Hyrcanus rushed forward with astonishing speed, instantly gaining a significant lead. The rest of the participants stared after him in shock, amazed by the speed of the Haho mask. Then they rushed to catch up with him, shouting to each other not to fall behind. And then suddenly, Wendy spoke up, saying she had an idea. She suggested forming a team. One of the participants began to mockingly point out that she was just a newbie, doubting that she had the right to dictate to the others. The man then touched her forehead with his finger and coldly told her to get out of there. The next moment, Wendy delivered a swift and brutal blow, causing the man to fall to the ground with a crash, seriously injured. As an oppressive silence fell over the group, Wendy looked around calmly and asked why everyone was so nervous. She chuckled, assuming that the reason was the unique skill book, but immediately said that she was not interested in that at all. Then the girl turned to the others with a proposal. She promised that if they followed her, the skill book would be theirs, since at their current level they wouldn't be able to get it anyway. In her opinion, it was a beneficial decision for everyone. And despite their fear, the group eventually agreed. From the top of a nearby mountain, the main character watched what was happening. His eyes narrowed in anger as he realized that they had indeed teamed up to eliminate him. Although he was already busy hunting monsters, he now had to take into account the possibility of an ambush. However, instead of retreating, the young man grinned, realizing that he simply had no other choice. At the same time, Wendy was pleased that she had managed to gather so many people. She doubted that even the Haho mask could stand up to something like that. At the same time, the girl began to think about what would happen after his elimination. In her mind, she could already see Hivabin finally recognizing her worth, after which she became an official member of the Big Smile Guild. The girl dreamed that she would have her own subordinates who would praise her. Wendy had already seen the maids bring her tea as if it were their mistress. At the same time, she will sit on the throne while male servants will honor her, choosing beautiful outfits for her. Wendy was confident that her mansion would have as much furniture as she wanted. However, these fantasies were abruptly interrupted by a loud scream. The monsters were rapidly approaching their group, and the girl instantly came to her senses. She took up position and gave the order to line up, instructing them to deal with the enemy one by one. As the horde drew closer, one of the men shouted out that something was wrong, as there were far more monsters than usual. Wendy instantly realized that it was impossible to maintain formation at this pace, and that's when she noticed him. Calmly sitting on top of a huge golem was the mask of Haho. Their eyes met, and the hero said that he was outraged that they tried to unite against him. With a smirk, the protagonist picked up the golden gong and struck it hard, telling them to get out of here immediately. Wendy's eyes widened as she realized that he had been deliberately luring the monsters right towards them. The next moment, the horde surged forward, and the players found themselves pinned down as the creatures poured in from all sides, leaving no escape route. The fighters suffered a crushing defeat against the monsters, who easily disarmed them and devoured them alive. One of the fighters, trying with all his might to hold the line, turned to the girl in despair, saying that they could no longer cope. He reported that there were too many monsters and they urgently needed to retreat. Meanwhile, Wendy, dealing with yet another creature, gritted her teeth, finally realizing that their ambush had completely backfired on them. She had originally planned to catch the protagonist off guard while he was busy hunting, but they were the ones who were unprepared. Quickly assessing the situation, the girl ordered to hold out a little longer. Wendy explained that once the lure's effect wore off, the monsters would lose interest in them. She then narrowed her eyes at the Haho mask and decided that she would deal with him personally. The next second she took off, jumping over the heads and shoulders of the monsters, rapidly closing the distance to her target. Meanwhile, Hyrcanus continued to lure the monsters with the help of summoned creatures. And then he suddenly felt something strange. He felt danger approaching and noticed a figure rushing straight towards him. It was Wendy. As soon as she approached, the girl openly challenged him, saying that she demanded a one-on-one duel. The protagonist just grinned, making it clear that he had no intention of accepting such an offer. He then glanced at the crowd behind her and wondered if she was the leader of the pathetic group that had gathered nearby. Having risen to his feet, the young man decided to ask Wendy one question. He drew his sword and squinted, trying to remember her face, but he couldn't. He found it strange that a man he had never met before could so strongly desire his death. Wendy remained calm, knowing full well that she had no right to reveal her connection to the Big Smile Guild. She stated that she simply wanted to eliminate a competitor in the fight for a unique skill book. However, Mask Haho didn't believe a single word, and without warning, he rushed forward, forcing her to hastily block the blow. Hyrcanus stated that he saw the lie on her face and understood that the book was not her real goal at all. Gritting her teeth, the girl drew her daggers and launched a swift counterattack. However, Hyrcanus easily parried her blow, and yet he noted to himself that his opponent's technique was far from bad and clearly indicated serious training. However, he himself also had a rather significant ace up his sleeve. So Herkin crouched down sharply and activated the bone bomb skill. At that very moment, a bomb appeared in front of the girl's face. There was an explosion, but Wendy managed to jump back at the last moment. The boss was impressed. He noted that with such a level she could not be anyone, and then asked again what guild she belonged to. In response, the girl only smiled and suggested that he guess for himself. She then touched the device on her wrist, activating her combat armor. A powerful stream of energy erupted from her body as the equipment began to operate at full power. Hyrcanus watched this with interest, realizing that she was serious if she used the armor so early. He also realized that even if he defeated her, he might never know what guild she belonged to. But at the same time, underestimating her was too dangerous. The whole situation was already starting to annoy the main character with its complexity. Gripping the hilt of his sword tighter, he said that he intended to fight with all his might. Wendy responded in kind, while the protagonist's skeleton sat nearby, eating popcorn and watching the fight. The girl froze, not understanding what exactly was happening. She was perplexed as to why his skeletons were behaving so strangely. In response, Hyrcanus laughed and said that he had ordered them in advance not to interfere. Then she asked in surprise why. However, he only shrugged, reminding her that she herself had challenged him to a fair duel. Hyrcanus didn't understand why he needed summoned creatures in a one-on-one fight. Wendy was stunned, admitting that she had been mistaken in thinking he was simply an arrogant fool, and noting that there was still some naivety in him. However, that was precisely why, as she decided, he had to die. The next moment, the girl rushed forward, releasing all her strength in a flurry of attacks. However, Wendy was shocked when Hyrcanus easily blocked her first strike. He laughed, noting that nothing had changed from the past. However, almost immediately, Wendy disappeared from his field of vision and appeared behind him. This time, she managed to hit the main character. Hyrcanus frowned, realizing that her speed had indeed increased dramatically in such a short moment. With a gloomy expression on her face, the girl said that she was not finished yet. In a matter of seconds, she unleashed a barrage of rapid blows on him from all sides. The hero was forced to defend himself from all sides, but he wasn't doing a very good job. In the end, he was not pinned to the ground, and he fell to his knees. Wendy laughed, noting that in this position he looked almost like a chair that she wanted to sit on, like a throne. Without wasting a moment, she rushed into the attack again, shouting that this was retribution for disobeying Havabin. Hyrcanus kept his head down, but at that very moment, something completely unexpected happened. As it turned out, one of the skeletons came to the owner's aid and tripped Wendy. The girl lost her balance and collapsed, not understanding what had happened. Rising from his knees, the protagonist grinned. He then raised his sword and concluded that she was indeed affiliated with the Big Smile Guild. Panic flashed across Wendy's face as she realized she hadn't had time to defend herself. The blow hit the target, and soon she came to her senses tied to a tree. Hyrcan approached her calmly and asked why the Big Smile Guild was hunting him. In response, the girl only smiled, saying that she had not intended to tell anything. Then the hero narrowed his eyes and reminded her that he knew her name and understood that she was Havabin's subordinate. Wendy became embarrassed and tried to deny it, but he coldly stated that she should not lie since he knew everything. Her eyes widened in shock, and she wondered how he had managed to figure this out. Hyrcanus himself recalled that before the regression, she was one of Havabin's well-known subordinates, although it took him some time to get to know her. He merely noted that he had his own sources, and then asked why the guild had decided to eliminate him if he had not crossed them. However, Wendy sighed heavily and admitted that she didn't know the real reason. And then, in despair, she screamed at him to just kill her. However, Hyrcanus shook his head, considering it a waste of resources. He decided that such a person should not die so easily, especially since she would still be reborn in 2 days, and left her there. At that moment, his watch vibrated, indicating a new notification. As it turned out, the blue giant had finally appeared. The hero turned around and warned the girl that if she tried to do anything else, he would show no more mercy. When he left, Wendy hung her head. She realized that he had seen right through her and had been one step ahead all this time. Yet he spared her, calling her life too valuable to simply throw away. The girl's body was shaking, and a strange, unfamiliar feeling was rising inside her. She could not understand what kind of man he was who spared his enemies and seemed to flirt with them. Later, Heavy Bean received a call. It was Wendy. She apologized and admitted that she failed and was unable to eliminate the Ha-Ho mask. The man was silent for a while, and then said that she had done everything well and should rest. The girl apologized again, after which the connection was cut off. Left alone, Havy Bin exploded with rage. He could not believe that even the one he trusted the most had been defeated. Yet, despite this, he tried to remain optimistic, believing that Apollo still didn't know the truth and might give him another chance. However, at that moment, Apollo suddenly got in touch. He said that he had heard rumors that they had failed to cope with the mask of Ha-Ho. He couldn't believe that a top 30 guild, Big Smile, had been defeated at his hands. He then asked what would happen if this information became public. Hearing this, the officer felt extremely embarrassed, as if his soul had left his body for a moment. He silently cursed the Ha-Ho mask, convinced that all the problems lately were caused solely by him. Meanwhile, the main character reached the place where the blue giant appeared. He immediately summoned his creatures, intending to deal with the monster as quickly as possible. However, the battle dragged on much longer than expected, and in the end, the young man found himself completely exhausted, lying on the ground. Addressing his skeletons, Hyrcanus noted that he had managed to defeat the level 85 blue giant with great difficulty. He was puzzled as to why the monster had the HP of a level 100 monster, since even at full strength it took him about 30 minutes. Then the hero remembered a few people and sarcastically thought that he could thank those idiots who destroyed themselves. However, almost immediately he remembered Wendy, felt irritated, and came to the conclusion that there was simply no one to thank in this situation. Remembering the conversation with that girl, Hyrcan again wondered why the Big Smile Guild had started hunting him in the first place. He was genuinely perplexed, because in this life he had never crossed paths with them directly. Another episode came to mind, even before the regression, when his own guild began recruiting people. Ultimately, the combined guilds of the top 30 perceived them as a threat and worked together to destroy them. Among them were the Thunder Hunters under the leadership of Saray. This memory made the hero wonder if she was involved this time too. His suspicions grew, but no matter how hard he tried to construct a logical explanation, he couldn't. In the end, he irritably admitted that he was completely incapable of understanding such intrigues. After that, he called out to his skeletons and made a simple conclusion for himself. If anyone stood in his way again, he would simply remove the obstacle. Hyrcanus then checked the event timer and saw that there were still 138 hours left. Inspired, he decided that the time was perfect to make money. So he and his skeletons set out on a journey to get money. 138 hours later, the castle gates finally opened and the participants began to return, filled with anger and disappointment. One of them complained that this time everything was really hard. The other added that they should never have messed with the mask of Ha-Ho. He noted that all this happened because they listened to Wendy. Irritated, the first man began shouting, demanding to know how the blame fell on him. It was at this moment that the main character appeared. He noted that there was no point in arguing, because the weather today was simply beautiful. However, noticing the expression on the face of one of the players, he suddenly asked what exactly had happened. The hero then moved on to open ridicule, calling them idiots for returning empty-handed. The participants clearly did not like this, but Hyrcanus himself considered what was happening to be only karma for their actions. Meanwhile, Wendy was once again watching from the shadows. Watching the main character closely, the girl felt irritation growing within her. She vowed to herself that next time everything would be different. However, against her will, she began to see Hyrcanus in a new light. Her gaze became softer, and a desire arose within her to have him for herself. Embarrassed, Wendy quickly turned away, reminding herself that she had to eliminate him and not indulge in fantasies. At that moment, Bagel let out a loud scream, attracting everyone's attention. He announced that he was going to name the participant with the greatest contribution to the mission. He clearly pronounced the main character's name and ordered him to come to his office. Hyrcanus instantly perked up, deciding that he had finally been appreciated. Soon he found himself in the captain's office, where Bagel sincerely praised him, noting that the hero had shown himself to be truly outstanding. He emphasized that he not only destroyed the largest number of monsters, but also managed to defeat the blue giant. However, the captain then added that strange monsters had recently begun to appear, creatures with blue skin and possessing icy energy. There were also monsters like the blue giant, and Bagel was firmly convinced that they all came from the direction of Snow Mountain. Bagel noted that, if possible, he would like to send an expedition there, but noticed that Hyrcanus was not listening to him, and therefore asked again whether he understood him. Hyrcanus answered in the affirmative, although he noted to himself that he already knew the map of the Frozen Kingdom very well. As soon as the talk turned to the reward and the possible transfer there, he perked up, which made Bagel chuckle, as he considered his reaction predictable. The captain then reported that he had received a letter from the protagonist's master, asking him to send him to the Urgel Mountains to begin a mission for a secret organization. To move forward, he needed to talk to the blacksmith Ulf and receive the next stage of the quest, the reward remaining unknown. Hyrcan knew that Mount Urgal was teeming with high-level monsters, so he wasn't surprised. However, he still felt a flash of anger, suspecting that they were simply trying to set him up. At that moment, Bagel took out a unique skill book and handed it to him, explaining that it was a reward for first place. The protagonist, clutching the book, began to kiss it enthusiastically, while the captain advised him to take care of such a valuable thing. Filled with admiration, Hyrcanus wondered what kind of skill he would receive, although he understood that any unique skill was invaluable. He placed his hand on the book, and the system immediately notified him of the use of the unnamed skill book. Immediately after this, she reported receiving the skill Working with Clay. Hyrcan froze in place, trying to understand what this skill was. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Thunder Queen Sira was furiously demanding an explanation, wanting to know who was responsible for what had happened. Hatch tried to calm her down, but she was already completely out of it. The next second, she unleashed a monstrous attack, destroying everything in front of her. The shockwave passed right in front of her, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Hatch watched in horror as Cerise stood there, filled with rage, thinking about those idiots who had appeared out of nowhere. It happened before her eyes, right at the moment when her guild was fighting. Those people ended up killing the monster that was meant for her guild during the main raid quest. With a murderous glare, Saray turned to the mage and demanded to know the names of those bastards who dared to interfere with her plans. Hatch explained that they didn't belong to any of the top 30 guilds, and judging by how easily they evaded the investigation, their level was high. Then Saray gritted her teeth and ordered that information about their appearance be collected, as well as a reward be set for their capture. She also demanded that measures be taken to ensure that no one was around the next time the boss respawned. Clutching her sword, she declared that whoever they were, they had no right to steal her rightful prize. Saray made a promise that if they dared to appear again, she would destroy them. At the same time, in another place, several people were playing chess. One of them, rearranging the pieces, wondered if it had been too cruel to steal the monster from the Thunder Hunters. He himself almost died. However, his companion objected, noting that they had no choice, since the Thunder Hunters had arrived faster than expected. However, she immediately pulled him up short, urging him to calm down and warning him that if their identities were revealed, the consequences could be severe. Soon, another person joined the conversation and agreed with the girl. He reminded everyone present that their true purpose was to maintain the balance of the game from the shadows. This man turned out to be Single, one of the key members of the Rook Guild. A warrior named Richard, also a member of the Hand Guild, stated that he understood everything perfectly. Then the girl, Mikkel, also replied that she understood everything. Weaver, a strange, one-eyed creature who couldn't even speak human, also expressed his agreement. Then one of the women raised her hand and addressed Single. She reminded him of Mask Haho and blamed him for the fact that it was because of his mistake that the protagonist had progressed too quickly on the main quest. That girl was Momo, another member of the Hand. Single clearly didn't like her comment, but he stated that their most pressing task was still stopping the top 30 guilds. He added that he would later personally take responsibility for sorting out the situation with Maska Haho. After this, Michael intervened in the conversation and demanded that they stop the idle chatter and focus on the next task. Eventually, the entire group came to an agreement, reminding each other that everything they did was for the sake of the master. Meanwhile, Hyrcanus was analyzing his new skill, and he discovered that this skill allowed him to turn clay into monsters. At the same time, as the level of mastery increased, the characteristics of the created creatures approached the characteristics of the original monsters. The young man quickly realized that in this way he could transform even an ordinary golem into a completely different monster. Moreover, he will be able to create flying creatures or combat-oriented fighters. Realizing this, the hero was delighted and decided to immediately test the skill in practice. To do this, he took out the tooth of the blue giant, whom he had previously defeated in the battle zone. After this, Hyrcanus, choosing one of his golems, activated clay sculpting. The skeleton began to transform. Its whole body began to vibrate and change strangely. Hyrcanus watched the process with bated breath, certain that something incredible was about to happen. He expected to have a mega cool giant pet by now. However, the result turned out to be completely different. The golem had transformed into a tiny version of the blue giant, with a head that was clearly out of proportion with its body. The main character froze in place, not understanding what exactly had just happened. Almost immediately, the system notified him that the skill rank was too low, and the transformation efficiency was reduced by 50%. Hearing this, Hyrcanus could not contain his indignation and cursed the game itself. After some time, the hero arrived at the village of Urgal, still in an irritated state. He blamed himself for letting his hopes run too high. Moreover, he remembered very well from his past life that pets were rare, and it was impossible to get them so easily. However, he decided that over time he would simply increase his skill level, and for now, he would focus on the main task. The mission required Hyrcanus to travel to the Urgal Mountains and meet with Ulf to obtain information about the next task. Then the hero remembered a blacksmith named Ulf, an NPC he knew well from rumors. Ulf was a member of the Secret Order and was considered the most famous blacksmith, from whose hands came countless epic items. It was impossible to meet him outside of the main mission, which is why Hyrcan never crossed paths with this character in his past life. Now the hero thought with hope that he would finally be able to acquire a truly good weapon. After a long journey, the young man reached the place where Ulf was rumored to be. Without wasting any time, he opened the door and asked permission to enter. However, Hyrcanus was surprised that there was complete silence all around, and no one was visible. The next moment, something moved quickly behind him. Hyrcanus managed to turn around sharply, but before he could do anything, a powerful blow landed right in his face, and he was thrown against the wall. The system immediately warned about multiple loss of health points. Stunned, the hero tried to understand what was happening. He indignantly wondered who dared to attack in the NPC zone. In response, a rough cry was heard from the old man, who grinned and doubted the protagonist's strength. He added that the newcomers are too weak these days and that in his time they were much stronger. Thus, Hyrcanus realized that the blacksmith Ulf himself stood before him. They sat in silence for a while, not daring to start a conversation. Still recovering, Hyrcanus asked if this was indeed the legendary blacksmith. The old man confirmed this and explained that the attack was a test for the new members of the Secret Order, because it was not for nothing that they were called secret. Hearing this, the hero became furious and was outraged that such a test looked like blatant mockery. However, before he could continue his outrage, the system announced that he had received 2 titles at once. The first was given for the first conversation with Ulf and increased the characteristics related to work by 25 units. The second title was awarded for surviving an encounter with the blacksmith and increased maximum health by 25%. Realizing this, Hyrcanus changed his behavior dramatically. He folded his fingers into a heart shape, fell to his knees, and began to demonstratively express his love. The blacksmith looked at this with frank bewilderment, not understanding what was wrong with this strange guy. By continuing to behave in an overly enthusiastic manner, the protagonist completely unsettled Ulf. As a result, the blacksmith, in a panic, threw a sack in his face and ordered him to get out of there. Then he, giving the main character a final kick, ordered that the bag be delivered to the Baheim forest. Hyrcanus, losing his balance, rolled down the steps and fell face down on the ground. Rising and rubbing his bruises, the hero grinned, deciding that he was ready to endure abuse and beatings. If this would allow him to obtain even more titles from this NPC, he was determined to repeat the same thing at any cost. At that moment, the system notified him of the registration of a new task, a request from the blacksmith Ulf. He was to deliver a bag to those who lived in the Baheim forest, and the reward was to be recognition from the legendary blacksmith. Hearing this, Hyrcanus became inspired, remembering that elves lived in this forest. However, almost immediately he realized a serious problem. The hero remembered that elves were generally hostile to people. They often hid deep in the forest and were constantly moving, making them extremely difficult to find. In a past life, Players used special cards to search. And although Hyrcanus always found the excitement that people felt towards the elves strange, he had no choice. Then the main character headed to the city square, where many players were gathering. Then he began to loudly beat his golden gong, announcing the purchase of information about the Baheim forest. He immediately indicated that he was ready to pay up to 100,000 gold, depending on the quality of the information provided. Hyrcanus realized that such attention looked awkward. However, posting a formal public request for information would almost certainly attract the attention of top 30 guilds. So he decided that a little embarrassment was an acceptable price to pay for not wasting the whole day wandering aimlessly through the mountains. Suddenly, someone approached the crowd. Everyone around froze in shock as they noticed the approaching man. The protagonist also stared forward, his mouth open in surprise. In front of him, he saw a man carrying a huge, defeated creature on his shoulders. This man approached Hyrcanus and declared that before him must be the so-called Mask of Haho. The young man's eyes widened. He instantly recognized the stranger as Pitbull Singh. The players around gasped, and a new wave of whispers immediately swept across the square. People were debating whether it was really a top 100 player in front of them, and trying to figure out what he was doing there. Gradually, the rumor began to spread among the crowd that Singh might have come here to challenge the Mask of Haho. Hyrcanus remembered how he fought with this warrior in his past life. He managed to win then, but he knew very well that Singh was an extremely experienced and dangerous opponent. Now the hero was not at all sure that he would be able to defeat him again. At this time, one of the players loudly doubted whether Maski Haho had enough strength to stand up to Pitbull Singh. Another added that he received the nickname Pitbull for his merciless manner of dealing with enemies, and his level was higher than Hyrcanus's. The discussion continued, and some members of the crowd began to claim that Singh could supposedly defeat the hero with one hand. Hearing this, Hyrcanus completely lost his temper. He exploded with rage and rudely demanded that those around him shut up, threatening that otherwise he would eliminate them first. However, he was then suddenly thrown off balance by the words that someone had heard that he had bought information about the Baheim forest. Singh took a step forward, an ominous aura emanating from him, and he declared that he was ready to tell the protagonist everything he knew about this forest. Hyrcanus immediately became wary. He began to doubt whether this man really had the necessary information, or whether it was a trap. Therefore, the hero decided to immediately clarify the price. As Singh began to answer, a silence fell over the area, and Hyrcanus and all the nearby players froze in anticipation. However, Pitbull Singh then, without changing his serious expression, stated that the price was a declaration of love. The protagonist stared at him in complete bewilderment, unable to comprehend what he had heard. An awkward silence fell around the room as the players began to look away, and then whispers began to spread through the crowd again that Pitbull Singh had allegedly confessed to Maska Haho. Later, after leaving the city and heading into the forest, Hyrcanus tried to make sense of what had just happened, wondering what had just happened. Then Singh suggested that he calm down, and the hero lost his temper, asking how he was supposed to remain calm after such humiliation. He recalled that Singh had staged this confession right in the square, which had thrown the entire city into chaos. That is why they ended up having to quickly flee into the forest to escape the crowd. Singh tried to explain, but the protagonist interrupted him. Hyrcanus said he had no interest in men, and was forced to deny such an admission. After this, there was an awkward pause between the men. Pitbull responded irritably, clarifying what exactly Hyrcanus meant, since he had not made any confession to him. And then Hyrcanus became completely confused, not understanding what was happening. Then Singh began his story. It happened several months ago. As usual, he went to these parts to hunt, and then he suddenly heard a sound behind him and turned around sharply, thinking it was another enemy. However, behind him, Singh saw a cute little animal, a rabbit with leaf-like ears, approaching him. Soon, a girl approached the animal and remarked that it should not have wandered alone. This moment deeply affected Singh. It was then that he saw her, a beautiful elf who had accidentally caught his eye. At that very moment, Singh realized that in front of him was the most beautiful creature in this world. He was immediately overcome with feelings and decided to immediately confess his feelings to the stranger. However, when he tried to approach, the girl became frightened, ran away, and never returned. After that, Singh never saw her. However, the hope that the mysterious elf would return did not leave him, so Singh waited for months in the same place, hoping that one day she would appear again. Imagining this scene, Hyrcanus could hardly believe what he heard. Sing then continued by saying that he was gathering information about the elves from NPCs, and the hero immediately thought that this behavior resembled stalking. However, Sing explained that despite visiting all possible places where the elf was seen, no traces were found. But when he was about to give up, Sing heard Mask Haho announce that he was buying information about the elves, and so he decided to ask for help. Then, Hyrcanus realized that this was precisely what explained Sing's strange behavior earlier. However, he was still nervous, not understanding why he hadn't said everything directly, but had started with a ridiculous confession. Despite this, the hero realized that he had gotten involved with an extremely tiresome person. But he had no choice. Sing was the only one left with any lead, and the mission needed to be completed as quickly as possible. So Hyrcanus asked to be taken to the place where the elves appeared most often. Sing immediately perked up and enthusiastically agreed. Soon they found themselves in front of a huge waterfall. Sing explained that, according to local residents, Bekong Falls was the place where elves were seen most often. The second such place was considered to be the area under the Great Oak. Hyrcanus remembered Sing's words about the inhabitants and quickly wondered if monsters had appeared here as well. Pitbull confirmed that large monsters were especially common here. Then the main character smiled, deciding that everything was turning out exactly as he had expected. He then stated that they would do as usual and go monster hunting. Soon, a huge snake appeared in front of them. As it turned out, it was a level 90 tree snake. Sing was going to deal with her as quickly as possible, but Hyrcanus stopped him, saying that he could handle it himself. Sing expressed doubt, recalling the high level of the monster and the difficulty of fighting such a creature. However, the hero only wondered who he was talking to. After that, he rushed forward at great speed, proclaiming himself the Mask of Haho. The serpent immediately rushed to attack, and although Hyrcanus grinned, the creature turned out to be much faster than he expected. As a result, the monster hit the main character with his head and threw him back. Sing was astonished to see the protagonist lying on the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes, doubting the legendary power of the Haho mask. At that moment, Hyrcanus took a deep breath from pain and great disappointment. Then he immediately screamed in pain, complaining that his nose hurt terribly. Both Sing and the snake itself stared at him in complete bewilderment. While Pitbull was trying to figure out what was going on, the snake attacked again. Soon he was already next to the main character, intending to finish him off. Sing tried to warn the hero so that he could dodge the attack in time, but Hyrcanus could only scream in horror, already prepared for the fact that this snake would now devour him. However, the next moment an arrow pierced the snake, stopping it a few centimeters from the hero. Immediately after this, a series of attacks followed, raining down on the monster. Sing was shocked. He clearly did not expect anyone to intervene. Then Hyrcanus laughed and explained that the NPCs, who were called residents unlike the players, did not fight monsters. He knew that when encountering monsters, residents usually fled. That is why he assumed that the moment the inhabitants were driven into a corner, the elves would inevitably appear. And as it turned out, soon a small detachment of elves actually emerged from the nearby forest. Among them was the very girl that Pitbull had been looking for so long. Sing asked if Mask Haho had foreseen this from the very beginning. In response, the hero only laughed, saying that he simply allowed for such a possibility. And, apparently, the elves finally really showed up. He approached one of them, introduced himself, and said that he was acting on Lord Ulf's orders. However, at the moment when the young man began to explain that he had arrived on an extremely important mission, an arrow poked him right in the face. One of the elves coldly remarked that, in fact, the man had simply deceived them, while the other elf screamed that she had warned them not to trust people. She added that people were deceitful, disgusting, and greedy creatures. Hyrcanus felt as if each of these insults was addressed to him personally. Then another elf declared that Lord Ulf would never have entrusted such an important task to such a lying bastard as he. The protagonist began to panic, wondering what he should do next and whether he would have to convince them by force. It was at this moment that Sing suddenly fell to his knees, which astonished Hyrcanus, who did not understand what he was even thinking about. Pitbull then apologized for the deception, and admitted that he did it because he needed to meet one of them. When he said that they had already seen each other here, in this very forest, the elf was surprised. Then Sing continued, explaining that he fell in love with her at first sight. He extended his hand and gently asked for a chance to get to know her better. The protagonist couldn't believe his own eyes, especially considering how much the elves hated humans. Now Sing was practically openly admitting that he had been following her. But to his shock, the elf calmly replied that it was not a problem. The other elves immediately laughed and began to tease her, saying that Celine had ended up charming the human. After this, they began to take Sing away with them to the village, while Hyrcanus remained standing there, speechless. He even let out a nervous laugh. His nerves were already giving way from everything that was happening. He was still in a complete daze, trying to comprehend what was going on with this game. However, no matter how strange everything seemed, Mask Haho still completed the task of finding the elves, so he and Sing followed them. Along the way, the protagonist was furious and demanded an explanation as to whether the whole situation was some kind of dating simulator. Sing, a little embarrassed, turned to Hyrcanus and confessed that he felt as if he could die of happiness. These words only angered Hyrcan, and he told Pitbull that he could get lost, since they almost died because of the elves. He stated that the more beautiful a person is, the crazier he often turns out to be. He knew one very beautiful and at the same time crazy girl. However, Sing objected, emphasizing that he was attracted to elves not only by their appearance. He recalled that elves were the embodiment of fantasy itself. These words intrigued Hyrcanus, and he suspected that Pitbull might be a pervert. However, Sing hastened to explain that the hero had misunderstood him. He said that in his youth, he encountered elves in every game, novel, and comic he came across. Elves have been iconic images of the fantasy world. He always wanted to go on adventures with friends like them. Sing even stated that it was his lifelong dream. Hyrcanus was completely confused and did not understand what this conversation was leading to, and what relation it all had to the confession. Then Pitbull asked if the main character didn't come to this game to fulfill his own dreams. Hyrcanus took a deep breath and replied that he did not have such naive fantasies. He admitted that his dream was to become the strongest in the game. That way he could destroy any idiot who dared to look at him sideways. He added that he could already imagine their faces, and knew that he would be delighted when that day came. Sing listened and asked him in return whether this made him the same as those who had once looked down on him. This question completely stunned Hyrcanus, as he had never looked at the situation from this angle. However, a moment later he grinned. Then he showed Sing his middle fingers and said that he saw nothing wrong with it, because the strong always devoured the weak, and that was the order of the world. But Sing noted that if devouring the weak was natural, then perhaps everything that happened to Hyrcanus himself was also natural. These words caused a flash of anger in the hero, and just as Pitbull was about to continue, Hyrcanus struck him. There was a powerful explosion, attracting the attention of the elves. Hyrcanus grabbed Sing by the collar and demanded to know what he knew about his life. He then declared with fury that dreams and happiness were luxuries for those who already had something. He wondered if Sing understood what it was like to fight for survival day after day. Hyrcanus asked if he knew what it was like to lose all the little you had in an instant. Clutching Pitbull's clothes tighter, the hero said he didn't care that he had only flowers in his head. However, he himself no longer wished to listen to any moralizing. Sing was shocked by what he heard. However, at that moment the elves shouted at them to stop making noise. However, one of them soon announced that they had arrived in Baheim, their village. It was a settlement built around a huge tree. Then the elf Seelan said that the elder was in the largest tree. Immediately after this, the main character went there alone. Along the way, Celine quietly asked if Sing had really fought with his companion, but he chose to remain silent. Having reached the largest tree, the elf called out to the elder. She said that she had brought a man who claimed that he had come on behalf of Lord Ulf. Hyrcanus took a deep breath and decided that Sing had simply lost his composure, and that continuing the conflict would lead to nothing. He realized that he had to focus on the main mission. The elder who appeared stated that since it was a message from Lord Ulf, it meant that it came from the secret order. The main character was confronted by an elder elf of the Baheim tribe. His name was Dra. The NPC took the package from Hyrcan and confirmed that this was exactly what the elders had spoken about. Once the package was delivered, the system notified the hero that he had delivered Ulf's package to the Baheim tribe, and the task was complete. The elder began to untie the bundle. Soon, Hyrcanus saw its contents with amazement. He realized that in front of him was an epic item, a bracelet of purification, capable of removing all negative effects and status penalties. Realizing what exactly he was delivering, the hero became nervous and understood why Ulf had not allowed him to look inside earlier. Then he remembered what was supposed to happen next, based on his experience from his past life. The next task was to cleanse the corrupted elf and find out who was behind the main chain of missions. This thought inspired him, because he knew that the reward for completing it would be the bracelet of purification. However, at that moment, Dra turned around and asked the protagonist to leave the village. Hyrcanus called out to him and wondered if there was anything else he should do, such as use the item to save someone. But Dra replied that Hyrcan had no other options now, since he himself understood perfectly well that he was too weak at the moment. These words infuriated Hyrcan, the young man irritably wondering if there really was a level limit. Then the hero thought that the situation was similar to the previous one. His level was too low to progress on the task. After this, Mask Ha-Ho clenched his fist with force. He told Dra that he would definitely come back when he finished training. With these words, the main character headed into the area filled with monsters and began to methodically exterminate them. As he did so, he thought gloomily about how absolutely nothing had been working out for him lately. Having dealt with the monsters, the hero remembered Suri and realized that the progress of the main quest now belonged to the Thunder Hunters. As a new wave of creatures rushed towards him, Hyrcanus thought that they had recently defeated the ogre. Most likely, they were in the Urgal Mountains. Annoyed, he thought that he should have reached level 100 a long time ago, even if it meant sacrificing sleep. Continuing to mercilessly cut down his enemies, the hero wondered if he would even make it in time. One of his skeletons just silently watched how his master behaved. Hyrcanus remembered Sing's recent words about how what had happened to him was completely natural. This only fueled his anger even more, and the hero screamed in rage, wondering why he had to listen to such nonsense. In the heat of emotion, he accidentally dropped his sword. At that very moment, several monsters rushed towards him. Hyrcanus glanced to the side and thought that his master seemed to be truly exhausted. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to advance closer and closer. However, the main character stood still and did nothing. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Celine was holding her strange rabbit in her arms. After Sing explained what had happened, the girl concluded that it was now clear to her what exactly had happened between him and the main character. Sing admitted that he had overstepped his bounds and meddled in matters that were none of his business, and then sighed deeply. Then the elf smiled and asked why he didn't just apologize honestly. She added that it might not have been that difficult. These words greatly surprised Sing, and he didn't even know what to answer her. Then Celine asked with a smile if that's not what friends do. We are transported back to the scene of the battle, where the monsters were about to attack Hyrcan. However, Pitbull suddenly appeared in front of them and dealt a crushing blow to one of them. Even Hyrcanus was stunned by what he saw. Then Sing turned around and said he had come to apologize, and apparently he arrived just in time. The main character remained completely confused by everything that was happening. The next moment, the monster fell to the ground with a roar. Pitbull said he wanted to ask something. However, the hero sharply demanded to know what he had been trying to achieve by appearing unannounced and acting too self-confidently. Having summoned his own creatures, Hyrcanus said that if he had come for the sake of a fight, then he should have left. The skeletons rushed towards Sing, who continued to stand silently in place. However, he then apologized, which surprised the main character so much. Then he instantly raised his hand, ordering his skeletons to stop. At this moment, their blades were already pressed against Sing's neck. However, he insisted that he spoke out of genuine concern. Sing realized that he had interfered without knowing anything, but now he realized that the words he had spoken earlier were only a moralizing response to information. That's why he decided to apologize. This clearly did not please the main character. He turned away and said that since he felt so guilty, he could help him with hunting or something like that. Sing clarified whether the hero accepted his apology. In response, Gherkin turned sharply and, mocking Pitbull, threatened to suck all the juices out of him, adding that he better not regret it later. A surprised Sing initially froze in place. However, he then sighed quietly and said that this apology was costing him very dearly. Then Hyrcanus flared up, showered him with abuse, and declared that he had already accepted the apology, but he again talked nonsense. At that moment, new monsters attacked them. However, both players clenched their fists and decided to fight together this time. As a result, they easily dealt with the enemies at the same time. The system immediately notified them about the destruction of monsters, a large amount of experience gained, and an increase in levels. This arrangement more than suited Hyrcanus. After some time, the protagonist saw another system notification about a level increase. He immediately collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted, and realized that he had finally reached level 100 and now possessed 34 titles. Singh noted that the whole thing was pure madness, and Hyrcanus agreed, recalling that they had spent 3 days without sleeping more than 3 hours. After this, Singh announced that he was going to leave the game. The protagonist thought that now, having reached the required level, he would be able to take on the task without any problems. However, he also understood that without Pitbull's help, it would have taken forever. Then he stood up nervously, mentally preparing himself. Hyrcanus called out to Singh and thanked him with great difficulty. In response, Singh only sighed deeply. After that, still staring at one spot, he turned to the Haho mask. Before leaving the game, he told the hero not to be shy since they were both men, adding that the whole situation looked rather awkward. After that, he came out, and the main character could not believe what he heard. Enraged, Hyrcanus shouted, called Singh a name, and vowed to teach him a lesson next time. When he returned to the village, Dross said that Hyrcanus now looked capable enough to take on the search for the child. However, he emphasized that when a child is consumed by corruption, one cannot expect common sense from him. So he decided to give the hero the diadem. Noticing the gloomy expression on the protagonist's face, the elder immediately asked if he had been listening at all. At the same moment, the hero received a system notification that he had received the diadem of purification and that the fallen elf quest had begun. While Hyrcanus looked at the reward in amazement, the indignant elder noticed that the effect of the diadem looked truly reliable. However, he said that he was counting on the protagonist in this mission. Hyrcanus replied that the elder could rest assured, adding to himself that he intended to quickly complete the task and keep the diadem for himself. He then asked where exactly he was supposed to go, but Dra replied that he had no idea, leaving the protagonist completely confused. He emphasized that if he had known the location of the target, he would have taken Hyrcanus there himself long ago, after which he ordered the hero to deal with everything on his own. Then Hyrcanus began to shout, demanding that the elder wait and at least give some kind of hint. However, he left without saying another word. The hero could not believe that he had to carry out a task without any information. Coming outside, he headed towards the cliff and screamed loudly. He was puzzled as to how he was supposed to find this fallen elf who had appeared by chance in such a vast territory. Then he sat down and thought, realizing that he had thought the level problem had been solved. However, difficulties continued to arise one after another. And in the end, it seemed, he again had no choice but to exchange information. However, he soon recalled his past experience and came to the conclusion that public trading of information was too complicated. The protagonist understood perfectly well that if he revealed the key details of the quest about the fallen elf, a real stir would immediately begin around him. That is why he realized that he would not be able to act directly. But the hero had his own methods. Furthermore, although it had not yet been confirmed, Hyrcan knew that the fallen elf's true role was to create an army of monsters. This meant that many monsters were bound to appear in his vicinity. Based on this, Hyrcanus decided that he would begin to buy information about the newly appeared monsters. In the end, some fools themselves will bring him the necessary reports. He then planned to combine all the information and, based on it, calculate the location of the fallen elf as part of the mission. While he was bragging about being the greatest genius of all time, someone approached him, wanting to know if he was looking for information about monsters. Hyrcanus immediately turned around, deciding that the first fool had finally shown up, and confirmed that this was so. However, he was extremely surprised to see a familiar person in front of him. It turned out to be none other than Matador Cheb. Not long before, at the Red Bulls Guild's forward base, Yell called out to Cheb. He asked with displeasure what she wanted. The girl asked if he remembered the anonymous tip about the location of the Count of Darkness. Cheb replied that he remembered, after which Yell informed him that a new message had just arrived from the same sender, which greatly surprised him. It said that a certain person was buying information about the locations of monster appearances. Yell emphasized that the man offered money for information about recently spawned creatures. Then she asked why he might need it. Suddenly, Cheb stated that this could have been just a cover-up. Someone who knew information about the elf was trying to mislead those around him. Yell agreed, noting that it sounded quite logical. Encouraged, she hugged Cheb and asked him what he thought about monopolizing this information. In response, Cheb smiled and replied that this could indeed be done. Then he said he was going to leave. However, he promised that he would return soon, but this time with a goose that lays golden eggs. Meanwhile, Hyrcanus remained extremely surprised. He expected to run into some useless little thing who would hand over the information without asking any questions and then disappear immediately. However, seeing Cheb in front of him, the hero wondered why fate had given him such a strong person. After this, the young man stood up, deciding that for the moment the plan should be abandoned and that he should act quietly, without arousing suspicion. However, almost immediately he felt a powerful pressure. The leader of the Red Bull Guild stood before him, asking if the hero was planning to escape. Hyrcanus was clearly displeased with how clever this bastard was. Then he quickly summoned his creatures, who immediately surrounded Cheb. He laughed and noted that the protagonist acted wisely, since if he had ordered the skeletons to attack, the hero himself would already be dead. These words made Hyrcanus nervous and humiliated, because he understood perfectly well that Cheb was right. He would not be able to defeat him. Cheb then demanded that Mask Ha-Ho give an answer, emphasizing that he possessed abilities that far exceeded the level of a beginner. He wanted to know who Mask Ha-Ho really was. Hyrcanus was stunned, but tried to take a deep breath and say something. Cheb did not understand his reaction and demanded that he express himself more clearly. At that moment, the hero suddenly began to scream, calling people for help. Then he started acting out, fell to the ground and screamed that he was just a stupid newbie and that he was also being bullied by a bad person. Then Hyrcanus paused for a moment, watching Cheb's reaction. But a second later, he pretended to cry and began waving his arms and screaming again, claiming that he was only collecting information about monsters. Cheb remained silent, not saying a word. Then the protagonist wondered whether his plan to play the idiot had worked, and whether Cheb had bought into this performance. A moment later, Cheb took a deep breath and stated that there must have been a misunderstanding. He said he did not consider the hero to be the same person mentioned in the report. Hyrcanus then stood up and declared that it had indeed been a misunderstanding, adding that he would have to be more careful next time. However, he was completely taken aback when he heard Cheb mention the 5 billion advance. The protagonist immediately began dreamily imagining this amount, and Cheb clarified that he had heard everything correctly. He was offered those same 5 billion, as well as a salary, benefits, and additional incentives. However, the leader of the Red Bulls turned around and said that if Hyrcanus was not the man he was looking for, there was nothing he could do. However, the hero rushed after him and declared that he had always dreamed of joining his guild. Then he paused for a moment, wanting to accept the offer, but suddenly common sense got the better of him. So he immediately shouted, demanding that Cheb stop thinking that he could buy people with money. In response, Cheb noted that the hero's actions were completely inconsistent with his words. Drooling, Hyrcanus declared that for that kind of money, he could buy himself a huge amount of meat. However, Cheb wanted to know what Mask Ha-Ho thought about the offer to receive the same contract and join the Red Bulls Guild. Hyrcanus was surprised and replied that it was too sudden and that he would never agree. Then Cheb instantly released his terrifying power. Pressing his sword to the protagonist's neck, he asked whether he would refuse even if he were in mortal danger. At that moment, Hyrcanus swallowed hard. However, he still refused, which greatly surprised Cheb. The protagonist then unleashed his own power and donned his battle armor, saying that he had no intention of relying on someone else's power. He intended to become stronger on his own, even if it meant dying right here. Hyrcanus warned Cheb to be prepared, for when he grew stronger, the Red Bulls would be the first ones he would crush. However, the hero was completely confused when he saw Cheb calmly sit down at the edge of the cliff and remarked that the view from there was quite beautiful. Surprised, the hero asked what exactly he was doing. Cheb mentioned something about the Scarlet Lake, which only confused Hyrcanus even more. The blonde then explained that his guild had confirmed a sharp, almost explosive increase in the appearance of monsters in the area. The protagonist immediately wondered why he was even told about this, since formerly they were considered rivals. In response, Cheb laughed and asked if the hero really thought he was being seen as a competitor. The fair-haired man turned around laughing and said that the hero shouldn't have gotten so cocky. He stated that the Red Bulls were the strongest guild and did not bow to anyone. Then, standing up, Cheb emphasized that they shared this information solely because they respected the protagonist's solo playstyle. After that, he announced that he was leaving. Hyrcanus was silent for a while, and then suddenly shouted out the name of the Salt Mountain. Hearing this, Cheb turned around in surprise. And then the protagonist confirmed that if the Scarlet Bulls avoided the territories of the elves, then everything fit. This meant they were progressing through the main quest chain through the Dwarven Tower, which meant they were currently on Salt Mountain. After this, the hero suddenly flared up and started shouting, demanding to know why Cheb had suddenly become nervous. Hyrcanus asked him who he thought he was, allowing others to be called brats, considering he had been playing the game longer than any of them. This statement clearly caught Cheb off guard. But instead of answering, he suddenly burst out laughing. The hero immediately demanded to know what exactly he was laughing at. And the man replied that it was the hero himself who was constantly acting like an idiot. Hearing this, Hyrcanus completely lost his temper. He shouted, demanding to know who exactly he was going to call an idiot. After this, the hero turned around and left, taking the skeletons with him. Cheb contacted Yell through the system almost immediately and informed her that the recruitment attempt had failed. He also added that this goose looked like it would rather rip its own belly open than join the guild. So if he had pressed a little harder, he might have actually lost her. However, he admitted to Yell that he was extremely curious to see how far Maskahaho could go while continuing to play alone. Hearing this, Yell instantly became furious. She began to shower the blonde with various offensive words and harshly scolding him. Then Cheb fell to his knees and tried to justify himself. But he understood perfectly well that endless lectures awaited him upon his return. After some time, Hyrcanus went about his business. Now he was already with his skeletons in a place called Scarlet Lake, which Cheb had mentioned earlier. As the skeletons splashed in the water, the hero thought with irritation that his creatures had no idea what their master was going through. Then he turned around and shouted at them, demanding that they behave decently, being sure that there could be nothing interesting in the Scarlet Lake. However, the next moment he remembered the time when he was with his friends, and they were splashing in the water in the same way, calling him to join. The main character would then remind them that this was a boss area around level 120, and that everyone should focus on them for leveling. But his friends didn't pay attention, splashed water in his face, and called him a boring nerd. This angered him so much that he chased after them. And remembering this, Hyrcanus realized that this place seemed painfully familiar to him. Then he called his skeletons and ordered them to line up immediately. At that moment, hearing the noise, he turned around. Behind him, Hyrcanus noticed a group of people quickly approaching him. As they approached, the protagonist spotted a warrior, 2 mages, and a priest in the group, and immediately suspected an ambush. Despite this, he remained calm and urged his skeletons to be ready for battle. The hero ordered them to attack without hesitation on his signal, after which he began the countdown. When the group came close, he gave the order to attack. However, the hero was completely confused when he saw how the strangers suddenly bowed to him. Puzzled, he wondered what was going on. At that moment, the priest, with eyes full of tears, turned to the Mask of Haho with a plea for help.